I'm gonna try and log into Twitch. I had to reset my cookies today, so now I have to find the password again because I don't use Twitch terribly often.
Yeah, I understand. Should be live again. Hopefully. So back up. There we go. Is that better? Yeah. Looks like they can hear me.
Hello.
Awesome. Sorry.
Um,
So you
so
were saying you came across the game, you heard some of the controversies.
I came across the game, I heard some of the controversies, and it was kind of detached. Like, I'd seen a few videos by some guy who had uploaded, like, what he had called the worst cutscenes, and I felt that was a little bit exaggerated, but, um, on my end, essentially, me and a friend Noonam, we do a very, very unprofessional LP channel where we struggle to find stuff that suits both of our tastes, I feel, because Noonam's way more into movies and literature and like novels than I am. Like he's read Murakami, he's read a lot more post-modern literature. Meanwhile, I'm more into kind of jank and pulp is generally what I'd go for on my own time. And I think YIIK just kind of, well, it sounds a bit controversial, it sounds a bit interesting, so really the reason I picked it up was just kind of very shallow. It's like this will be. I think this intersects our interests,
Yeah.
and it's got a bit of controversy, and it sounds a bit interesting. But neither of us are very into things like Earthbound. I'm not a big JRPG guy, so it's also a bit of a punt on a genre that I'm not really into. And as we played the game, because you told me your story of playing it, like you played it through in 2 sittings and had a lot of fun with it. We played it through over a period of months, and we came away very, very tired and at each other's throats each time. That was our experience with it. But it sat on my brain for like a long time after finishing the playthrough. Eventually it just became, because I think I joked with him, I'm going to make a video on this, and he kept saying, oh, I don't think you will. I don't think you will make a video on YIIK. And I was like, I wrote up an intro to it months earlier, and it's in the video, but I call it out as this intro doesn't work because it was just too aggressive.
Yeah, I think I remember
And,
that, yeah.
yeah, and generally, I think 2020 with making videos with me was I tried to refine my style in a lot of ways, or I tried to be fairer with games and try and explore different narrative approaches. And I think between YIIK and Yakuza 4 and Evo, weirdly enough, I think that happened with me is I just tried to lean in on games more. But YIIK was a challenge.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just basically came about because me and an LP, a friend of mine, I figured this will be funny. And it wound up taking us on a very different journey.
Yeah, Yik is quite something to like even I don't blame anybody for not getting parts of it because it is obfuscated to an insane degree. There are layers and layers and layers of metaphor. So it's like, okay, if you're not sitting there thinking about it and picking apart every single detail, you're going to miss things no matter how good you are at it, you know?
That was mine, and because I will just admit I'm not terribly well read when it comes to postmodernism, so I had to approach it from me. I think I'm decent with metaphor, but again, it's subjective, and
Right.
there's a level of media literacy. Now, I
Right.
do think Andrew is he's very, very well read.
Yeah,
He
it's
likes he likes his stuff.
some people like to make fun of things he says where it's like, "Oh, it's this guy that just keeps recommending books." And it's like, "No, it's just cuz he's read a lot of books, you know?" Like that's what happens when you consume a lot of a certain type of media is you just start recommending people everything.
Yeah, and that was another thing of what happened with this video is because eventually I wasn't going to say my original approach would just be like a pure slamming of the game, though it might have been. I can't remember my whole like mindset at the time, but I do remember I hated YIIK a lot more before I started rewatching and going through it line by line. And I still think this video is fair but negative,
Yeah. I think
but it did soften a lot of like actually no, there is a lot going on under the surface here. It's just it doesn't always work for me.
yeah, that was one thing I was like really excited about your video versus almost every other video I've watched on it is you really did give a genuine effort on like trying to like get deeper into the story. And it's like, while you may have missed the mark in some aspects, it's like, I appreciate the effort. Just like as a fan of the game, it's like, wow, you know, like all these other people just look at the surface level and laugh at it all the time on Twitter, anywhere when they talk about the game, and you, or if you bring up the game anywhere, people just bring up surface level details and say it's bad. But you know, even if you go through and go deep and find everything and you go, it's still bad, you know, that's fine, just so long as you put the effort in, you know.
It's going to sound judgmental, but I think people get too caught up on the literal aspects, and especially,
Yeah.
and this will sound presumptuous, but I think a lot of people aren't. They're not going to try and like YIIK, or they're not primed for it. It generally seems that when a game like this, or say, actually, I know, I think Helix gets a lot more respect, but Helix is just so outright weird that people have to kind of accept that, whereas YIIK kind of skims a few, like skims the surface, where it's like you can approach it and just see the literal, and this is just weird bullshit.
I do think a lot of the conversation around the game is like intentionally disingenuous. Maybe it's not like to a point where it's like they're, you know, they're wrong in it. It's just more like you know, they don't really care. They just want to make fun of a game, you know, meme game bad, basically.
It is kind of a victim of, I think, generally, if you start bashing something and you throw a few stupid lines around, I wouldn't even say disingenuous, I'd say more dismissive.
Yeah.
Though disingenuous goes hand in hand with it, because it's, most people aren't going to engage with it. They're going to see funny meme game, they're going to get their laugh, and they're going to go.
Right.
I think that is a majority of people, and I think to other games, if I'm not interested in something, I'll have like a laugh to the side of it, but there's always that level of, I mean, I try and do it less nowadays, because you know, all games have their fans, and it's just be me throwing shit from like drive-by style, basically.
Yeah, I feel that. I think usually when I do stuff like that, I kind of just keep it to myself. Like maybe if I talk with my friends, I might go, yeah, you know, this thing it's terrible, whatever. Here's why it's really bad, but I don't want to go online and just talk about how bad it is, you know, because.
Yeah, it's something that I think the net has become way too negative on things now, and it's like, I'm not saying, oh, I'm redressing the balance, because really I'm not addressing it, because it's just it's a headache. But in like personal thing, if I'm shitting on a game, like I've got mates who are in certain games that I'm not a fan of, and it's just like playful, it's just playful banter, but I'd never actually say, oh, your game sucks, stop, you know. And I try and keep that off Twitter. I have made a few jokes about Dark Souls, but it's like, that game is so popular, no one cares.
Fair.
It's like,
if you're talking about a AAA game, that's a little fair to.
Yeah, and it's like, and I would never actually tell someone, I'd never actually say to someone, "Oh, stop enjoying this, you twat." It's like, no, they have it. If it brought someone fun, then that's good. It did it. If it brought someone joy, brought someone like a bit more peace in their lives, then it's fucking done exactly what it needs to, and you can't take that. It's wrong to try and like reverse that on someone, I feel.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. So, you said you've seen the new Alpaca scene. You said you haven't really played it much since your review, or like really
I have
thought
not
about
played
it
any of the new gameplay systems, but I did watch the Alpaca cutscene earlier today to get a little bit up to date. Right. So I imagine you're way more keyed in on what's going on with the updates than I am. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's essentially more or less it. I'm out of the loop. I was waiting until 1.5 to maybe look through it and do a video, but I'm not just saying, oh, I'm going to hardline do a video when 1.5 hits. It comes down to, you know,
if you have
what's the game doing.
You know.
If I have something to say, if I have nothing interesting to say, it won't happen. And like I've been working on one video since December, right? I've got so much I want to talk about, and it's not to sound like dismissive of it, but YIIK is like way back on the list at this point.
Well, yeah, like you've already released the video. It's been a few months since then. It completely makes sense that it's not like on your radar the way other things are.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anybody could fault you for that. But what I was gonna ask is like, has your opinion changed of it much? Like after making the video, sitting on it, thinking about it.
I think I did soften a bit on a few aspects, though. That happens with all videos of games that I'm not all that positive on. It's just as time goes by and like whatever fire in me dies down. It's like, I'm not going to be hung up on, what's be the point in being hung up on that, hung up on this, that kind of thing. Um, I, God, there was one comment I got recently that did throw one thing I said definitely into thing, which was someone saying, you realize that basically all the overworld stuff is puzzle pieces. I was like, ah, fuck. Is it? Did I not pick up on that
Oh
chorus?
yeah, yeah. The puzzle pieces motif is the Essentia's theme song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought that was like a kind of slam dunk in that, like tying these two elements together, but really it's a common motif of like a lot of things.
Yeah. It's it's that's something we'll get into. We'll put a
Sure
pin in
thing,
that
yeah.
one. Well, I'll even
Um,
make a list of things that we need to talk about. I'll
I'll say something that like I'm gonna try my best with this, but I'm gonna be honest. When you've made as many videos as I have, and like your videos get as long, you forget a lot of things after a few months.
Oh yeah, I do
My
not.
my brain is just a sieve, and things just no, it's not a sieve. It's a what is it? A colander, whatever thing, a filter. Essentially, I'm gonna be remembering a lot of YIIK as we go, and hopefully that will trigger
Yeah.
some memories.
I had messed around with making videos about anime stuff that I cared about, and I definitely understand what you're talking about. Like after you make one, you're like, okay, and now I've kind of forgotten everything about that last thing I
Yeah,
talked about. It's like,
like
yeah,
you and I, we probably both have fans that remember way more about what we've said and done than we do.
yeah. That's
Because
I think that's just an issue of the internet as a whole. Is anything you say is like out there for longer than you hold on to it.
oh yeah,
But yeah, no, and it's like if you like I'm not thinking that oh you should know everything that you ever have thought about this game. I don't expect that
oh
of
no, no,
like
I'm not. I'm
anybody.
not saying you're going to accuse me of that. Just
No.
basically, I apologize in advance if like,
Yeah, yeah.
what was I thinking then? Like, if I can't quite remember my whole thought process on
Right.
something.
No, at least with like the past couple of videos we went over, I kind of I don't really worry too much about what the person who had made the video was thinking. It's more about like, okay, like maybe it looks like they got this part, but they're missing this other part, or they didn't expound on that thought and like look
Okay.
deeper. So it's like I try to be fair enough in that kind of regard.
Hmm.
Um, one more question about YIIK before we get started.
Certainly.
How much of Onism have you read?
I skim read. I will
Ah,
confess, I was a skim reader, and
okay.
I do know about that post that is supposedly from Sammy.
Ooh,
I do know about that one, which is very key, and I
there
missed that
is
one.
okay. I it's like again, I don't blame you. I know most of the people that have played this game look even like fans of the game kind of look at that as kind of like flavor text where they're like, it's cool, but I don't really want to read all this, right? It just kind
But
of
it is,
adds to the
but there
world.
is key stuff there, and I do remember I
Oh,
dismissed like, oh, this could have been better, and I do think it
oh,
could have been, but
yeah.
there is that, and there is Rory's suicide note, which does pop up at an appropriate time.
There, I do want to get into something very specific about Onism that'll kind of like open up the story for you. Uh,
Sure.
that's part of the thing about me with this game is I was the only person on the Discord to read Onism multiple times to find every single detail. And originally I was writing up like a whole thesis on it, and then I decided kind of it's this weird thing about me where I go, well, I feel like everybody else should just look at this and find it themselves. And
The game really got its hooks into you, and that's pretty cool.
yeah, well, I'm kind of like that with a lot of things. Like I really liked Evangelion, I really like Nier, Dot Hack, bunch of other stuff, and it's like I get that deep into just about anything.
I was like saying with the stuff you told me is you're very into stuff that's existentialist, it seems.
Yeah, so it's like I want people to I want to just mention something to get people to go in deeper, and I've kind of realized recently, like the other day, but even before I planned this stream, or it was after I'd planned this stream, I had gone onto the Near subreddit, and I was kind of disappointed to see how they have like this entire guide after you finished your first playthrough. And it's
Mm.
like, you kind of dilute the experience, in my opinion, you know, because like you should just keep going and then like explore the rest of the narrative yourself. But when you're guiding
I'm sure a
people,
lot of people will do that, but that's for
yeah,
people who just want that. I think people are going to
yeah,
experience media in the way they wish.
yeah, we had a huge discussion on this, and it's like, I think it's kind of like a bit of a necessary evil for like to get people to understand aspects of the story, because it's like, um, while I might spend all this time going through all of this, if I don't go and make that wiki article and all that stuff, I have to explain it to everybody every time, you know? And
And it's tricky because essentially, I do think there is a certain level of, if it wasn't gotten across in the media itself, on the one hand, it's a failing. On the other, not everyone is going to be primed the same way to read
yeah,
media. Media literacy is genuinely something that can be very tricky to get, and a lot of people, their lives aren't really about that. They're not
yeah,
going, and
yeah. No, it's
we
like,
take a lot of joy. We take a lot of joy in this stuff, but it's not to everyone.
right.
And especially as you get into more complex stuff. God, I remember. Sorry, this is very tangential.
That's
There was a
fine.
guy. There was a guy online called Mr. Caption, and he did videos a few years ago, and he did one on Near Automata, and it was a 3 hour long video, a lot of effort, and he essentially got dogpiled for getting like, I believe it was like metaphorical details wrong and not quite fully grasping the story, even after a lot of research. And I remember the guy was very literal. He did a lot of like Bethesda stuff where really it's a lot of lore and very literal
Yeah,
goings
yeah,
on. And when it comes to Near and Near Automata, it's a lot more metaphorical and existential, and you're
yeah,
grasping with very subsurface stuff. And that kind of destroyed him. And I think I always kind of took that as, you've got to be very kind of careful and understanding with how when you grasp something that's got under the hood like very non-literal aspects of the world. And YIIK is very much, people will be mad at me for saying, but YIIK is in that ballpark.
no, it absolutely is. While like a lot of people will dismiss it because they don't want to admit that it does, it really does. It really has a lot going on.
Like YIIK is grappling with, like, I mean, besides just the stuff of like multiple universes and
Yeah,
things, it's dealing with grief. It's dealing with very very
and
abstract emotions
like
and
every type of
taking
loss that you can encounter. It's
yeah, from like from personal loss to like death as loss to losing a person to losing a brother to
to this
and
kind of existential loss that Alex has, where it's not something he's actually lost, but it's him trying to grasp onto something.
yeah, and like, and at the root of that, like, loss of sense of self when you
Yeah,
come right around to the very end, and like, oh, there's multiple of me. Where do I belong in this kind of wider universe?
yeah,
But yeah, no, I it is coming around.
yeah, yeah.
It is coming back to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff that YIIK goes into. I think like part of the problem I have expressing some of this is I kind of, there's like levels of the lore of how I understand it, and there's like think I think what a lot of people see as like a failing of YIIK is everything at like the surface is in service for the deeper lore of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and even to its detriment. So it's like, oh, and like as you go down the layers, it makes more and more sense. But when you're at the top, or even at like 2 or 3, layers deep, you're like, yeah, but this still isn't that good. Like, yeah, it's cool, it's doing this thing, but it's not. And it's like once you get lower and lower, you go, oh, there's a lot going on.
I think it will come back around later on when I go through the postmodernist stuff, but that essentially like struck me as maximalism, where it
Yes,
wanted to do it wanted to be everything.
that's kind of how Andrew has described the greatest failure of this game. Is he went for a maximalist approach, and it's like, yeah, I see. Like, I appreciated it. So
Yeah, no,
I sit there and like, he's telling me it's bad, and I'm like, yeah, but I really liked it, so I
at
don't
the end
mind
of the
that you did
day,
that.
at the end of the day, I think this is one aspect I do think I've softened on, just thinking about it, which is I'm never gonna is is it fair to knock an author for being self-indulgent? Is
Yeah.
it like for just doing what they wanted? On some level, yes, but if they were pleased, you're
Yeah,
getting an insight into that. If you're laying it all out on the table, going in every direction you want, it's probably not going to be very focused, but goddamn did you do everything.
yeah, and actually, it's impressive how much they were able to do. Not only because yes, they're a small team, but I know I forgot to kind of mention this to you, but I mentioned this in the video I put together, where they basically a lot of the weirder decisions were things that were made at like last minute because they were like the mini games for combat. That wasn't a
I did
decision
see
they had from the beginning.
I saw that in old video clips. Yeah, it used to be a lot more traditional
Yeah,
JRPG style
but
in a lot of the old trailers.
people were like, this isn't really cool. You should probably do something like this, and so then they added that in. Uh,
And it sometimes is the curse of feedback.
yeah, and they like the old Frankton and like stuff like that, where people are like, this is really cool. The original like opening and Essentia tutorial, those were all things that were there, and then players feedback got it, and it was like, no, this is awful. You need to change this. And so the game, I do think some of it's better, but I think a lot of the feedback they got didn't realize why things didn't work. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I understand that. It's because I think I do mention it in the video. We're going all over the video before we even get to it. That I said, no, yeah, Accenture should have been in here from the start. It shouldn't have been cut for dragging the pace down because you're already a slow pace, like slow burner maximalist game.
Yeah.
Like, what you're going to do at worst, you're going to filter out a few people who are like, oh, I'm not in for a slow story.
Right. And like even with that, the game doesn't take that long to start up. Like other than maybe the questionnaire, it you kind of get into things pretty quickly. Even if you had the Essentia, it'd be quicker. But even if you don't, you get to the first dungeon pretty soon after being told what the main plot idea is.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to well, just any RPG really.
I mean, that is, yeah, generally the RPGs I tend to be more kind of open worldish Mountain Blade style. I'm
Yeah,
not big on JRPGs, so YIIK was like an exception to me. As well, YIIK was like one I went into, and you know my reason now for going into it.
yeah,
So a lot of the genre tropes and trappings are foreign to me, or they're outside of my general ballpark, and I think that's why I generally try to leave a lot of that out of the video and just approach it as an individual
yeah. You kind
thing.
of go for the story for the most part and experiences related to that versus the mechanics, which is like this is the great reason or this is one thing I love about like I kind of pair your and Running Shine's video a lot because Running Shine's this like great mechanics analysis and you're this like story analysis that gets really close, you know? So
That's
it's
very nice to hear, though. I do hear like the dividing line very close.
very close. It's like you attempt to understand the story and like that's all I ask for when
Okay,
I'm
fair
looking to
enough.
something.
Sure. I think we'll probably have disagreements on that, but I mean that's fine. And I do concede that you definitely know a lot more than I do.
Yeah,
You've been a lot deeper in there.
it's a curse that I bear that I know a lot about this game.
You're the
And
one bearing Alex's cross because
yeah.
you two are Alex.
All right, you want to get started?
Sure thing. I do worry that we're going to run over your next time slot already with this video.
If you're fine with staying on longer, I'm fine
Well,
with
I just
running
don't want
over.
to. I don't want to inconvenience whoever's next.
Nobody else. Nobody else. Like I reached out to everybody that I was doing videos on. After you messaged me, I was like, oh, I should just go ahead and message everybody to see if anybody else really wanted to.
Yeah,
And nobody else responded, so yeah.
that sucks.
And Iced and Steel is really hard to get in contact with, so I don't mind running over their video. The end of today is a really short video by YIIK Salad Bar, so
Hmm.
yeah, if the time slots can be adjusted a little bit. And I've been surprised already by how like I thought I was gonna run over time a lot yesterday and managed to keep up.
Okie doke. Oh, I gotta check. I gotta check the VODs. I do have to check the VODs.
Yeah. Um,
I will not do that now because that would be very strange.
it would be. I
Be
will be
catching up
putting
on
up.
YIIK while discussing it.
I will be putting them all up on my YouTube channel, so they'll be probably cut down a little bit, more like succinct and consumable. So if you want to check that out, maybe wait and check it out there, because
Sure thing.
but yeah, we can go ahead and get started.
Y2K, a postmodern RPG, or simply YIIK. Does it need any introduction?
Oh, so it is funny. I didn't know you were making this video until you made this tweet.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, I watched a few of this guy's videos. He's making a YIIK video? Awesome. And I saw this tweet, like, as I'm beta testing, I see this tweet, and I'm like, man, I could reach out to him and have him try the update before he releases his video. But you were already,
saw that.
you were already like, I'll just talk about it later. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
A little insight into my terrible editing process as well is I struggle so much with intros, and I literally just grab that song and then just idea, just make a montage came into my head. I never plan like visual gags ahead of time, and that has fucked me so often.
I will say it really worked for this video. I thought it's pretty funny.
I do think a lot of my editing process is just relying on serendipity. I generally consider myself very lucky in that regard.
Yeah, it's I don't know. When I've edited videos before, it's like you think of something that you might think is kind of funny, and then you get to it and you're like, no, that just didn't work.
Oh, yeah, meanwhile, I'm the opposite. I just have ideas as they come to me. I'm like, I could try that, and then the video is delayed by several days.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a 2019 RPG, possibly postmodern, inspired by Earthbound, Final Fantasy, Paper Mario, and surrealist Japanese literature. It has abnormal characters, strange enemies, mini-game-based battles, Elisa Lamb's death, reality-bending puzzles, and irreverent humor. To those who are unfamiliar, that contrast of inspirations may sound appealing or appalling. Well, for me, Y2K was... My wordplay is fucking appalling.
It happens. Sometimes we think we're a little more clever when we're writing something before we say it out loud, and then we hear it later and we're like, oh.
I'm gonna keep doing it. It's not gonna change. If a joke annoys me, several months later it was a successful joke.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, even when people talk about the dialogue of this game, is some people are really irritated by some stuff, but like, I think a lot of the dialogue in this game is just funny. It doesn't
quite appeal to me. I think it's like, I'm a very weird person when it comes to comedy. I grew up on a lot of very weird British humor.
Oh yeah.
So I get very selective with my word usage. And it doesn't take much to kind of sit off, because finding flow and finding the right words is very important to me, which is probably not apparent from my videos because I'm not quite there, but I try and play around a lot with language. And I think with YIIK, I do stand by a point I made in the video, which is I think YIIK's use of language generally okay when it comes to drama. Like, okay, I wouldn't think, but when it comes to humor, it can't quite find the words it wants to use. It's very, very clunky. It's not precise.
I think basically a lot of the writing in YIIK is kind of character driven. And I think I've had, as far as like humor goes, like I really liked Arrested Development. And that is purely character driven as like humor. And like I always compare YIIK's writing to kind of Neo Yokio's writing, where it's like it's just absurd. Like, you'd think that people don't say these things, but people do say these things when they're trying to be funny, and sometimes it doesn't hit, and then other times you're like, why would you say that? That's hilarious. Why would you say vibrating with motion?
I don't. That's the problem. Is that line? I don't know if that's. I mean, maybe it is, because that is the tricky thing, I think, and that goes to Alex being generally like, you're not meant to like him right off the bat. Is you're meant to hear his monologues and go, what a fucking twat.
No,
And most people, the thing is, why am I playing as this person then? And it's like,
I think you have like
you're-
there's like a mix in Alex's dialogues. Like sometimes you just go, this dude's a fucking dork. Like,
yeah, and you're meant to, you're not meant to. But I think generally people are primed as, if I'm playing as someone, I'm meant to get on with them.
Yeah,
I'm meant to want to see their journey through. And I think that is a thing with game playing that I feel that is something that we have been primed for that is purely accidental, is that with YIIK, you can appreciate a lot more if you just think you are watching a story play out and you happen to pilot Alex.
yeah.
But through gameplay, your gameplay kind of breeds intimacy with who you're controlling. So you start thinking, I'm meant to like Alex, when you're not meant to. You're still meant to keep a detachment, but gameplay, generally most people are primed to not see it that way.
Yeah.
And I don't
can
blame
agree
anyone
with
for
that.
seeing it like that. I don't blame anyone for seeing it like that, because I saw it like that for a long time, and it's only in recent years I started thinking, is there meant to be a separation?
Yeah.
Is there not? And you kind of just have to look into the text for it.
I agree with that like a lot, because even when I play RPGs, and RPGs are the like self-insert genre where you're supposed to insert yourself into this story and get lost in it. Every time I make up a character, I'm like, no, I'm playing as a character. I want to see their story, you know? Because it for me, I don't personally have to have that immersion, and I think that's maybe why I might have been a little primed for YIIK.
Yeah, because if you come into it with detachment and you think, I am watching a story play out rather than I am participating in a story play out, and YIIK bridges that gap at the end, but you're not meant to like Alex.
Yeah.
You're meant to maybe associate with him a little, because it has to kind of give you that little kick at the end of, look at this. Well, you'll get into that, I imagine. I imagine there's something I have missed here. Grievances, and I doubt many would fault me if that's all this video was. But I've had to restart the script a lot, because that's what the video originally basically was. Words it's given me. Like many of my other videos, it will be on the longer end, so timestamps and such are in the description. I just saw this video is 25,000 words. It will be here when you got time, and I think too much YIIK would be unhealthy. My experience with Y2K didn't start when I opened the game, and they didn't end when I closed it. The confused mess of a reception it got was fascinating. It rapidly grew in jokes around it. Tidbits of dialogue so awkward that they could be quoted endlessly. Entire mishandled scenes.
Must be Y2K. We say that all the time.
Must be Y2K.
Yeah, it's so good. Anything weird
Running Shine. I think Running Shine's gag, which I'm not sure I can quote for your sake and mine, is like overridden that. I rewatched that moment of the video a lot. Which annoyed them. The most critical were the people who thought they had YIIK pegged. Meanwhile, the more positive takes were giving it the benefit of the doubt or trying to place it in some larger context. But few could bring themselves to say they liked it. When I played YIIK for myself, it wasn't alone. Me and Noonan played through the entire thing together. Our time was spent mostly annoyed at the game, and steadily more at each other's throats as we tried
Panda walking.
I had a lot of fun with messing around with Panda in the overworld.
Some people like to point at that and be like, yo, this game's buggy or whatever. No, it's intentionally left in. It was like people messing around with the game found it, and they were like, don't remove this. This is amazing. This is really fun to mess around with. And they're like,
well, the panda hopping.
Yeah, panda walking.
That
and like
I was
even
not
panda,
aware of.
Even panda elevator. There's even a new version of it. And it's like, no, they after people had started messing around with it, and they said, don't touch this, they were like, we are not going to change panda at all. Like, you guys are having too much fun with this. We respect that. Have fun with it. It's like
awesome.
So this is like
I had a lot of fun with Panda Tech.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, it speeds up around there. It gets dodgy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I spent a lot of that playthrough drunk and tired.
It's a good time.
Drawing the player into questioning meaningless minutia before throwing it away or contradicting established ideas in an attempt to deliberately irritate. I argued it was a bad game acting in earnest and had to mean something, however ill-explained. Over the course of our time playing, I got worn down while Noonan got more assured. I was trying to keep the story in mind so that I could prove it was trying, even consulting a screenshot LP between play sessions.
That LP is rough.
Tim, yeah.
I've talked with him
I do
a little
respect
bit.
what Timrod did. It was helpful
Yes.
I think Tim Rod is way too negative.
Yes.
I do think so. I'm not gonna slam a
Yeah.
screenshot Let's Player because I love screenshot Let's Plays, and if anyone is bearing the torch, they're getting a pass from me. The Two Brothers one on LP Zone, I didn't quite finish it, but he is going through it, and I mean, Two Brothers is really another kettle of fish.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, Two Brothers is a bit rough because it was made in Multimedia Fusion 2. And I don't know how well you're aware of that engine, but that engine has like notorious OS bugs.
Oh, that one he does go into, yeah, and the way it tracks pixels and movement and such is very strange, and that's why they wanted to move it onto Unity.
Yeah, yeah.
And apparently that is still in the pipeline.
Yeah,
as Chroma 4.
I think it's pretty much after 1.5 it's going to be trying to be the next release, like their next thing. They're trying to release it this year as far as I know. It might get pushed to next year, you know how working on projects always is.
Yeah, and they've got 1.5 on their plate as well to handle.
Yep. So, and
there is something else, sorry, that I do want to mention, because it was something that we were talking about. I think me consulting a screenshot LP and like having this big discussion with Noonum. Genuinely, the funniest thing about it is when I was working on the video, I kept like talking to Noonum about like, hey, can we discuss this? And I'm going to mention you said this and felt this way, and like we had this out. Like, to me, it was kind of very mentally important, like as the background of this. But whenever I talk to Noonum about like, hey, can we talk about this? Can we like, am I okay to mention this? He said, I have forgotten everything I said during that. He did not. That whole thing is just a blank spot for me. I was like, well, shit. I can't discuss this at all. So I just gotta go off. So those are my memories, and Noonum can neither confirm or deny if that was the conflict we were having.
That's great. I love things like that. It's so funny.
It's like it stuck out to me, but just afterwards, it was all gone for him.
No, that's beautiful. No, I appreciate the screenshot Let's Play. I've read it a few times, especially when I was like thinking about story details. It's really nice to like if I'm at work or whatever, and I can just pull up that and look through it real quick.
Transcripts are so much handier than than video for like research and actually note taking.
Yeah, and I've talked with Tim Rod a little bit. I might have an interview with him at some point, but yeah. I appreciate his work. It's just rough because he's really kind of critical and rough on it.
Thanks, Tim Rod, for your incredible patience in transcribing YIIK. Playing YIIK felt like YIIK was playing me right back. Trying to understand what YIIK wants to say was like... That's not quite as negative a statement as it perhaps should come off as. Because, yeah, games earn the right to play you back. I was thoroughly sick of YIIK.
Yeah, I mean, people always say they love it when Kojima or Yoko Taro mess with players.
I think it's like when, you feel like they've earned the right to kind of like throw you a loop. I wondered how I'd eventually approach it, and when I opened the footage to start note-taking months after finishing it, and well, months before this video was finished, I thought I had cooled off. But within minutes of reading dialogue, that frustration resurfaced like it had never left. That fire was still burning in me. Between that and the developers promising since January to release a combat patch that overhauls the battle system, which I figured I'd wait on in the sake of fairness, this video has taken a long, long time. And
let's see, it's September 28th. I think at this point, most of the patch was done. It was just... Andrew was like, hey, I kind of want to address, I wanted to go into more on some of the situations. So, like, I'll talk more about it when we get around to talking about the Golden Alpaca. But, like, the reason that whole scene got reworked is pretty... there's a lot more than just people complaining about it and it getting reworked.
Sure. Also, just for a little bit of context... Considering script writing and things, that was probably written in around like maybe August or July or June.
Yeah.
Editing this video, I think I edited it for like 20 straight days. Just, I woke up, I edited until 2 in the morning, I slept, and then I did that for 20 days or 2 weeks or something.
Yeah.
And then the video was done and I slept
Yeah.
properly.
Obviously.
Yeah.
As you do.
As I do.
But yeah, no, I was just like, around that time, the patch was mostly done, but this was before any of the like golden alpaca or like any of the new story details was like actually added in. I think
I
the
do
only
remember streamers like talking about the patch because there were a few people I got kind of linked to and linked around in the
Yeah.
process of working on and like slightly after this, and like people were discussing, and I was like, oh, my video's already kind of outdated in a way, but
Yeah, I had reached out to like Voxandra because I saw that she was going to start the Let's Play, and I was like, oh, hey, well, if you're gonna do a stream play, I could like help guide you through the game, and also like you can try out the battle patch. And she was like, oh, but yeah, I it's weird because they don't have somebody that like reaches out to people like that, so I kind of go, oh well, I want to try to get other reactions outside of, you know, our Discord server or like me talking with my friends in real life or anything like that. I'm like, I want to reach out to somebody who doesn't have any attachment to this.
I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag of an approach because being guided through does kind of change the opinion you have if you go through
Yeah.
it purely. But then I doubt anyone is going through it purely anyway, because most
Yeah.
people going into it will have heard the game's reputation.
Right.
So
Most people are going
it's-
through it like as a joke at this point, and it was a matter of like it's not going to hurt if she's playing on the battle patch. And
Yeah.
if she's playing on the battle patch, we might pick up on something we missed. We might see, you know, having a new player do it is important to like actually see what's going on.
Because they're not going in with comparisons, they're going in
Right.
they're going
Raw.
in pure, essentially.
Which like
Yeah.
we've had people join the server like when we were doing that like later, and we were like, hey, please play with the battle patch. But you know, it's also different when it's somebody willing to accept the game versus somebody who's like trying to be critical of the game. So it's like it's like it can't get much worse if we try out the battle, or you know, we send that person the battle patch and see if that works out or not. All it can really do is just make the game better because it's still in development.
Yeah.
I was trying to think. There was something else I forgot to mention. Is there was a boss battle added at the end of the factory hotel dungeon, which was
that the Wilfred
or Wilhelm? Yeah, Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
The big robot.
Yeah, I remember him from I remember reading about. Well, he's mentioned offhandedly in a line.
Yeah.
He's a big robot guy or something.
Yeah, he's a level 99 robot. It's Sammy's roommate.
Yeah, and that robot was in like a lot of the old images
yeah.
I found of the game.
He was in a lot of the very early builds of the game. And then the reason he got taken out is because it was all reliant on an old battle mechanic where you could take items in. Because like instead of the mini games, the whole concept was like you could take items into battle and use them.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that.
So it was like it was reliant on that, but that wasn't well received, so they had to change it around. And because they had all the dialogue pre-recorded in 2015, they basically have all of this dialogue they just can't use at that point. And so he got moved out. But there is like the thing that gets tricky about it is there's another narrative layer that kind of aids to how that can happen and it not be just them cutting content.
Right. Well, that's kind of there's a difference between cutting content. It's like sometimes I wouldn't say all cut content is bad content. Games go through, like any medium, they go through revision. They go through, okay, this isn't quite working. Like, there's a lot of, YouTube channels are about cut content. They treat it as a holy grail. Why'd they cut this? Probably for pacing and balancing reasons. If they were adding it back in and they have good reason to, but cut content isn't a sin. That's just a natural result of game development and plans changing.
Yeah.
Every medium has cut content or stuff that
Yeah, like
goes through revision and
you
doesn't
make a
make it all the way
video,
through.
you have a whole joke planned out, or you have like this whole segment, and you go, "Yeah, that's not as important as I thought it was." Just leave that on the cutting room floor.
Essentially, yeah. If it kills flow or it's just not funny enough to survive, like
Yeah.
my note taking process is like I'll write jokes maybe like a month or two before I write the actual script, and if I check my notes when I'm writing and I still find it funny, it's like okay, yeah, that's still funny a month later when I'm like in a totally different headspace. That can go in,
Yep.
or I'll just think up jokes on the spot when I'm writing because it's essentially anything to get the job done, you know.
Yeah.
But that's video making. It's all, games development is so much more involved than that.
Finish my narration, I cut
Yeah.
the flubs that I find, I tidy it up a little, and I head to bed planning to start editing YIIK the next day.
My throat
I
was
wake up,
so
and it's not just
fucked.
a combat update anymore.
Oh,
It's,
yeah.
we'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see.
it was always that. This is one of the weird things is a lot of people didn't know that it was a story update. But if you read the original Steam post, it does mention story detail, like that it was always going to be 2 different updates.
I believe, yeah, but I think it was just, it became much more clear that, oh, 2 parts and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a whole part is going to be a story update. And it's like, well, that definitely changes things more for me than
Yeah,
like my video is essentially both me and Running Shine. Running Shine is part 1 gets annihilated, then I'm part 2 annihilated.
yeah. It's so I will speak a little bit on the next update to kind of like tease it for you, I guess. So like it is a story update, obviously. It is part of what their sequel planned was. Like they had a sequel kind of planned out, and they shared some somebody leaked some stuff of it in the Discord at one point, and then he
Say
kind
this
of shared
totally
detail.
non-cynically, I would not be against a YIIK sequel. Like,
No. What they had planned was really cool, and now this update is kind of taking a good portion of those ideas and then reworking them into just YIIK 1 and kind of releasing that as a thing. Making some things a little bit more overt on what they were supposed to be, but still trying to keep it metaphorical. You know what I mean?
That's one thing I will say for because we'll get into it, but just in advance, I will say for the Golden Alpaca scene, yes, that does set up future story beats a lot more. That definitely is a lot more priming of, you know, calling Vela the Chance Traveler
Yeah.
and like, you know, the Wanderer, and as you know, I thought, okay, yeah, it is using more words, but it's definitely helping the audience a lot more.
Yeah, and I think the new tone that he went for with it, and how, you know, getting DC Douglas to do the voice and all that, made it so much more enjoyable than the original scene.
DC Douglas is a hell of a pull. Just
Yeah.
getting Wesker in on that shit.
Yeah, I had talked with him about a few of the voices he was considering, and it was like, yeah. If you he popped up, and it was like, I guess if you can get him, you should get him.
Hell yeah, you should.
You know, he's always looking for the kind of thing Andrew's kind of approaching stuff with is now it seems to be like if I'm gonna work, like, everybody's mad at me about this stuff, I'm just gonna pull the people I want to work with. I'm not gonna try to get, you know, what people think would be good. I just want to get who I want to work with, and it's like, yeah, that's super sick.
And if you can pull it, then pull it.
I think that's something that's different about 1.5 versus released YIIK. Released YIIK was very compromised by other people's opinions. Like, you know, like we were saying, the feedback they got kind of really made the game better in some places, but also, you know, kind of made things a little less clear in others, like the tutorial dungeon. Where 1.5, they're not, like, they're accepting feedback, obviously, but it's not as driving.
Yeah, and feedback, you know, it definitely should be considered, not just taken at, like, okay, we got to do this, we got to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, consider this is the first time, like, a lot of that feedback came through their publisher sending it off to, like, you know, professional farms that test games or whatever. And it's like, they get that feedback back from their publisher, and it's like this is their first game with a publisher, and they put
And
a
yeah,
lot
you're
of
not
money
gonna
into
you're not
it.
gonna mess with that. You're
And like, while Yeezbreed is great and they're artist first, like they respect the vision and everything. It's like, as a person, and you want to make a good game for your publisher, you want to you want to kind of follow the advice that they're giving you.
yeah.
Got to exist like this for nearly 2 years. I'm talking about the game I played. I'm talking about what I played.
And I do appreciate
Not
that
the
you said
future.
this, where you're like, no, let's clarify. It's
My feelings
this
on
one.
Y2K are a lot
Yeah.
like Y2K.
I mean, that's all I really could do, because I can't really speak for the future. It's just this is what's on my plate right now.
Yeah. Well, and I say that because like other people were aware of the update and tried to speak definitively anyway.
Nah, there's no point in doing that. You're just setting yourself up to be an idiot down the line.
Yeah.
I can only really act on the information I can glean, you know?
Right.
Berate the game unfairly, considering how much rope it already gives people. That's really something.
There it is. I had to... I debated whether to, like, actually have the line in.
Look, we joke about it being in every video, but
Yeah,
it is
and
a
I
funny
genuinely
line.
debated, do I put in the meme line? Because
Yeah.
here's the thing with most games I cover is I'm aware of the memes, and I will bring them up if I have something to say about them, but I also try and avoid them because I always want to bring at least something new to the table,
Right.
and it always feels like leaning on the meme line is not a loss, it's just... And it's not also not trying to deny people what they want, it's just... I want people to kind of approach the videos and get something new out of it.
And I honestly think it's good to kind of put that at the beginning, especially when you're a video and you're trying to go a little deeper into the story than everybody else. You putting it at the beginning is kind of almost like, hey, this is what you're expecting. This is what you're expecting. You know what you're coming in for, and then you kind of go, yeah, but let's go a bit deeper than that.
That is essentially it, is start at the surface level and work your way down to eventually you're in the pits.
I like, as far as I'm concerned, all YIIK reviews or essays have like the two meme lines. It's the elevator, which even everybody in the Discord, we all laugh at that line still to this day. It's a funny line. We make jokes about it. And Andrew's my mistake was thinking that video games are art.
I imagine we're gonna get into that later, because that was
It's
because there's a lot of debate around that one.
There's a lot still, and I still see the image getting posted, and I'm like, guys, it's not that serious. Like,
Well, I imagine because you say you've spoken with them, that you know the kind of thought process and context that went behind that snippet. And I've listened to the whole thing, and it's always taken a little out of context.
yeah,
It's always reframed in a way where it's like,
he doesn't think
games
video games
can't
are
be
art. Yeah.
Yeah, where it's like, it's never that games can't be art. It's, or at least that was like,
it's the
in the
approach
wider
you
context.
have to games when you just say it's about fun or about, whatever. It has to be a specific way, then you deny the fact that it's art.
Yeah. It's not talking about, essentially, I, Andrew Allenson, am up here saying games are not art.
Yeah.
It's Andrew saying
And he's
people
not
do not approach games
And
as
even
art, which
towards the
is
end of that
its own
clip,
thing.
before it gets cut, he goes, and I'm not saying my game's above criticism.
No, of course, no, he
Right.
does, he makes it very clear that criticism, like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's already gone on. The game was very, very much influenced by criticism in
Right.
pre-production.
So it's like ridiculous
Or in
that people
production,
try.
rather.
Like, I find that it's so weird because some people make it out like he's so pretentious that he doesn't consider everything, and it's like, no, like a lot of the faults of the game were a result of criticism beforehand.
Oh, isn't that a fucking horrible tightrope to walk?
Right.
Despite all of that, this video is not a defense. It's more that I've turned up with a different stick to beat a dead horse. This also isn't me claiming to be some genius who solved YIIK. This
No,
isn't
that's me.
being the final word.
you're the genius, and you're here with a stick to beat me.
Spend your time arguing with me as well as the game, as I had with Noonan, and that might make it a more interesting experience.
But I do think that is a very important thing to kind of keep in mind with like story criticism things that this is going to sound. I'm not trying to say there's no point in doing it because obviously my whole YouTube presence is doing it, but I don't think there will ever be a definitive take on a work of art. Even like, maybe besides the death of the author, but storytelling is so subjective, and I think what a lot of people do and what I do is games really do reinforce your view of the world, or you will obviously take on what the author says and maybe and you will expand your own worldview.
Right.
But ultimately, all takeaways will be influenced if you really try by what your view of the world essentially already is, and your own experiences, and what you know and what you've seen elsewhere.
Right.
And I, to kind of go into like a very personal side note is, when I'm looking for like game reviewers on the internet that I find interesting, I'm not looking for like very in-depth, deep critical analysis. I'm looking for people who have a very interesting opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I know what I know. I just want to hear someone else's take.
Yeah. It's one of those. It is a fine line to walk between like a new take and then something deep. Because like I like a deep analysis, like maybe Future of Sound Productions. Future of Sound Productions goes into like every detail about Metal Gear Solid games, and it's wonderful. I absolutely love that. But I already like Metal Gear. You know, I don't need somebody to tell me something new about Metal Gear.
Well, you don't need people telling you what you already know.
Right,
you need
right. I need
you
somebody
want to
to
hear
tell me
like
something new that's like deeper than what I've seen before, and it's nice. But like when it's a new game that I haven't seen or experienced, like channels like yours are really good because hey, you know, you're kind of usually I don't watch videos on games I haven't played unless I'm just completely not interested in it. But it's still a thing. Like I said, I finished playing Yakuza 3 and then I watched your video and I was like, oh, you know, there's things I agree on and there's other parts that I didn't really agree on, but overall it's like, yeah, you know, it's nice to have that experience.
I've tried to make that more and more a mission statement of the channel over the years, is never say don't play this, because like I think generally, even with the worst games, if you can take something interesting away from it, there is value in doing that. And it's like, my video should never be taken as the definitive, all right, we've settled the argument, because that would be, even if I somehow had, it would be reductive and pointless.
Yeah,
it'd be like,
I agree.
why should the discussion end with that? And yeah, it would never happen anyway, but if by some anti-miracle...
I think your like actual audience is really good at that. It's the other side of the audience, you know, the people that actually watch your videos, but the people that occasionally watch a couple of your videos, who are just
the ones that just kind of get picked up by luck on the algorithm and stick around for one
or two and then whatever. But those people are kind of, they're drive-by looking for that. They're looking for, hey, this is the definitive
people like being told this is what I can. God, that sounds arrogant to say, but people like being told, okay, this is what to think, which the problem is art is a lot trickier than that. There is no definitive answer.
Yeah.
But seeing as that's the case, I'm going to judge it anyway. So you might think I've said enough and we're good to go, but slow down there, cowboy. This is the 90s. Sort of. The pacing's on.
Oh boy, and I'm going to call Yakuza 5 good, and the pacing is so much slower than this.
I will admit, the opening questionnaire is dreadfully slow, and he asks a lot of you. So it's like, I don't mind people immediately going, okay, like the pacing in this game's kind of whatever. But
oh no, the question, it's just the writing and the comedy in the questionnaire does not sit with me at all.
Even I don't really like it that much. Though I do want to point out something here.
Marlene is a lot nicer elsewhere, or a lot different elsewhere, because this is either a different Marlene or it's Marlene talking to a different person.
Yes. So note that the game starts with Marlene. That's something that's important. And where's the only other place that we see?
Because Essentia is Marlene's panda equivalent.
Kind of.
Kind of.
To get really into it, I see Essentia as a artificial Marlene, basically.
Oh, okay.
Her entire thing, like, there's way more to it than this, but like as a surface level kind of like explanation of the differences between them is the Essentia is just bastardizing everything within the game. Like there's so many real concepts that exist within the lore, and the Essentia is just that, but you know, it's used for a different purpose. And Marlene as a concept, which I think we'll get into later. I don't remember if you go into the mine dungeon stuff much, but we'll probably get towards the end.
I do remember I skim it because I said I was not in the mood to hear story at this point. Yeah. So yes, feel free to expand there.
Yeah, we'll definitely go into it at that point. But yeah, so what to note about this? Like the main thing you want to note is that the game starts with Marlene, right? Mm-hmm. And the only other place we see Marlene is in the mine dungeon.
Right. Yeah, the Marlene kind of is Alex's kind of guide and not confidant, but contact in the mine dungeon.
Yeah, a little bit. There's some really interesting things when you start considering his dialogue.
It is about an apocalypse at the turn of the millennium, sure, but it's a hollow reference.
This is one I really want to talk with you about. So, This is huge spoilers. We're like going to skip to the ending real quick to discuss this. So, the reason why it's called Y2K. So, the entire concept of Y2K is that it is, and it kind of gets this across within the story based on like how it's paced, where it's Alex repeating the same mistakes over and over again. And the idea is, you know, it's kind of this act where he goes and he says, "Okay, I've gotten all better, right? I know what I did wrong. I'm a better person now."
I go into that later with it didn't feel like interesting or like solid character development to me. It felt very woe is me.
When we get there, I do have a lot to say about that even more. But this one's just kind of like a different concept. So like that's the thing. And then when you restart the game and play again, you're just falling right back into the trap. You didn't actually grow. You've just gone and done the same thing again, right?
Right.
So the Y2K bug was this thing that happened where when the clock hit 2000,
it was essentially it was really a scam. It was essentially
it was a real issue.
Well, no, a lot of it was being sold on to because essentially computer manufacturers had already solved it. Like they knew that this would happen. Yeah. Like computers aren't going to think it's the year 1900 and planes will fly out of the sky. Like computers aren't that fucking stupid. But there was a lot of companies who were profiting off of the fact that people believed that computers were that stupid. When no, really, there was the year like 2013 bug with a few computers, but that was also solved in the years ongoing or something.
Yeah, it was a real issue, and it did cause problems, but they were solved way before people were really worried about it. But the real issue, you know, what happens is hits 2000, and instead of it just reads it as 00, so it goes back to 1900. So what happens in the plot is you go to New York, and then at the year 2000 hits, and everything, you know, you have this big computer error basically, and you go to New Game Plus and it resets back to 1999. So it's like it is kind of directly referencing that bug and how the story is supposed to be structured. That's kind of supposed to be your end to understand that the story loops.
I see. Okay, that is cute. That is interesting. So, yeah, essentially, it is a wraparound bug that is built into the kind of meta-narrative of a New Game Plus.
Yeah. And there's a lot more that goes into that kind of thing, but that's kind of the starting point here with this. And that's something I have not seen anybody talk about, because most of the time they go, "Oh, it's just part of the setting," and it's like, no, there is a setup here and a payoff with it. You just have to think about it a little differently.
Okay, yeah, that is the thing. I'm going to approach it from the fact that like I didn't touch New Game Plus. Like I think within its own boundaries, the Y2K thing feels a little bit hollow. It's like,
Yeah.
essentially, it is taking a compute, like looking at it from a one playthrough perspective. It is, and I rewatched the game obviously, like, and took notes for it. That it is taking essentially a computer bug, a technological failure, and I mean, then you've got Essentia in that, and that's its own like kettle of fish because there is a slight technological bent to it, but it is essentially making it kind of environmental, like metaphysical destruction when it feels very, very weird, and I wouldn't say hacky. It feels very like they're jumping on something that feels very tangential.
Yeah.
It's just a nice date for the world to end.
Yeah.
When you look at it not from like a New Game Plus perspective.
Right. It also helps when you like understand that the game doesn't actually take place in 1999. It actually takes place in 2016 or 2015, something like that. Which is it's a weirder concept that, you know, it kind of makes sense towards the end because Alex is telling you about this story in the past, you know what I mean?
But the story, when did the story itself happen?
That's kind of obscured. It's not, I feel like we'll get into this a bit more. But like, you know, there's a whole thing about it's supposed to be not exactly linear. And
yeah, it's just when the events were happening is like a point of contention in mine because, I mean, you do have the whole final chapter which is set day by day until the apocalypse happens.
Yeah.
Although, unless if I look at that calendar and it doesn't say 1999, and then I'm in for a trick.
I don't remember. It might line up with 1999. I can't remember. It's been a while since I
mean, that also goes into the whole parallel universes thing that does kind of generally escape a lot of things because there are differences in universes.
I do want to mention another thing about the New Game Plus and how that's supposed to apply to the story with this is there's a reason why people order the endings. Like we say, you know, the first ending, and then people will say the K and N ending, but it's really the second ending.
Well, I'll say this for myself in my video is I ordered it based on order of what was most interesting to talk about, or like what felt like it built on the others.
Yeah. So like how you're supposed to find the second ending isn't how people found it. A lot of people just happened upon it because they saw the dialogue at KNN where he's like, "Come to me at the end of the world," and then they saw that it was the end of the world and tried to find a way to get to that place. But when you're going the ending sequence when you're in New York, there is a hint text that says the hint text at that segment of the game is all just amazing because it's all like really meta. It's berating you, and it goes or kind of berating Alex really. He goes, "Go to New York so you can hang out with your friends and die or whatever." But one of them says you should have looked on Onizim and found Sammy. And that's supposed to tie into going on Onizim, seeing that post, finding Sammy behind the tree, and like, so
that's your kind of, and if you're in New York, it's too late to do that. So that is your hint.
Too late to do it. So you do it in New Game Plus,
right?
And like that's the kind of point of like, yeah, you're kind of expected to have played it. Well, maybe not played it twice, but that's the kind of idea. Is that, hey, it's something you come back to later, and by virtue of restarting the game, it ties into that theme of the title being Y2K.
Okay.
For watching, the good news is you're not going to learn anything. We then have to enter a few names and pick a gender. This stuff won't come up until late game, and I doubt we'll appreciate it when it does. This part is an odd tone setter. You may look.
I had a friend who got upset about that joke because I didn't put them in it.
It really isn't.
Why wasn't I the coolest girl you know?
I find to be a small blessing.
Fair enough, honestly.
Fair enough. Yeah, I just
probably right.
I snubbed them to misspell Marie Antoinette.
But did you ask them, did you really want to be a name in the YIIK video?
Yes, they would. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Without fear, definitely.
Most of the jokes aren't original
I appreciate
or
that.
clever. This is what kills the comedy dead. With purely textual comedy, you really have to weigh your words. One too many can turn a joke from
Yeah,
comical
a
to
lot of
clumsy.
there's a lot of the text dialogue apparently was written like very last minute. And it was just
Fair
kind of
enough.
it was like, yeah, I just kind of got high and wrote a lot of it as fast as I could, and like there's a lot of story details in there that are really cool, but the ones that are more jokey are kind of, this kind of, I thought this would be funny. It's like
He's
whether
very voluminous when high. I'll say that.
it's like, well, whether or not it lands, it's a joke in an RPG. How many NPCs have you talked to and really remembered their dialogue in games like this? And it's like, yeah, that's fair, I guess.
And YIIK
No.
is never off by just one word. Each gag winds up stumbling over its own self-assured
I do
hilarity
think
on
that
the
headstone
level.
is the worst to me, though.
Yeah,
I know it's like it's just a headstone, but that one that's nails on chalkboard is that amount of words to get across a gag that isn't that original.
Yeah. There's plenty of jokes like that I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. If I had to say, like, if I was trying to defend it, I'm not, but it'd be like, it does kind of reflect on Alex in a way.
I mean, he's reading a headstone. What is he? Is he running it through a bloody thesaurus to make it wordier?
I would say it's like, I would almost say that's like an inner monologue that Alex would have. He reads a headstone that says dandy, and then he would make up this whole story about this person.
Okay.
So it's like, if I had to defend it, I'd say that, but there's no reason to. That's a goofy fucking headstone. I don't care.
Fair enough. I do think, yeah, when it comes to me, it's like, if you're trying to do the quirky thing, then you kind of have to weigh up the humor as well, and
Yeah.
that's just me, though.
Yeah.
And as I said, I am a picky shit when it comes to comedy.
Yeah.
I am I wouldn't say I'm terribly hard to please. I enjoy dumb humor, but it's wordiness. This does come from being a British YouTuber, and a lot of other British YouTubers annoy me when they lean on being British. Is like, I hate wordiness because I think a lot of God, I'm sorry. It's stupid aside, but when British YouTubers play up wordiness to seem more British, that is nails on chalkboard to me. It's like, stop fucking doing that.
My roommate has a really good fun saying I like. He says it's negative ASMR.
That's a good way of putting it. It's like British people trying to play up Britishness is... I fucking hate that so much, and I hate it even more when it works.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't do that. Like,
feels like they justify their jokes.
I grew up in a fucking working class family. I'm not going to pretend to be fucking upper class for a goddamn minute.
Yep.
But yeah, that's and maybe that's why a lot of wordy humor just pisses me off. Because it just makes me think of that.
As they go along, but YIIK ups the wordiness. Is this a joke, or is this slowly turning up the heat? Purposeful or not, when even the title is weirdly bloated, maybe it's meant.
Yeah, Andrew's been saying since like release, he's like, man, adding a postmodern RPG was kind of a mistake.
And I think that did sit with Noonum is why would you put yourself out there as a postmodern RPG? Doesn't that kind of undercut the point?
Yeah,
and I wouldn't say it does, but I do think, yeah, it's a weird move.
I think that there's like two parts to it. So YIIK is associated with two other games. Read Only Memories, 2064 Read Only Memories, which had a longer title. I can't remember what it is right off the top of my head. And then Valhalla, Cyberpunk Bartending Action, which was also by the same publisher.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who are big fans of Valhalla.
Great game. I really like all three personally, and they are all like, people like to discount how canon YIIK is to this whole thing. But I've talked with Andrew about it, and I was like, hey, did you like? Because we've been talking about like huge meta narrative aspects of the game, and I'm like, did you let them know that, like, before you had them put your game in as a reference because they were your friends, did you let them know like the consequences of you doing this, like story wise? Like, did you let them know the impact this would have? And he's like, yeah, they know about what that means. And I'm like, oh, okay, so YIIK as a game is completely canon to those other two games, and it'll make
Very
sense
interesting.
when you get into deep narrative stuff. But yeah, it's one of those weird things where it's like, yeah, it kind of fits in line with that. And then Andrew said he kind of wanted people that are into postmodern literature to be kind of like, oh, well, there's a game for me. But, you know, it brought on a lot of other weird kind of hate.
Oh yeah, because with the reception I had, you have people who were fans of Valhalla, and I do say one friend of mine I met, one friend of mine who was who really likes Valhalla. I think they're going to be more upset by the total canonicity. That's gonna be nails in the coffin for them.
Yeah, it's one of those things. And while we're talking about that, I want to clarify because there's a rumor that goes around that their publisher made them do this. And like I'd mentioned, Yeezbreed is really, you know, developer first about things, like artist first. No, it was just that they're friends, and they were like, "Yo, it'd be cool if we did this thing, right?"
Oh, that is the thing that is interesting me because I'm not certain if I ever thought it was a publisher thing, because essentially it did seem like researching early on to YIIK, the word cabal sounds evil because it's not a cabal. It's just like there were a group of indie game publishers all operating around the same time,
Yeah.
all doing things and all communicating. Because you know he was in touch with people like Toby Fox and such
Yeah.
before they had all gone
Because
to publish it.
like one
And they
thing
were
that's
like,
kind of overlooked with development of this game is they were going to like every PAX all the time, so they got to meet a lot of these people.
yeah, it's like there was a lot of kind of communication, and I like genuinely aside from everything, I do find that kind of very, very sweet. Is this idea of these people were all hopefuls who were like getting their games done and all in communication at the same time, and it's like, yeah, that's like sweet. That is really like nice to think about. Is all these people just like all going for it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those kind of weirder, you know, people hate the game, so they try to distance it from everything they like, and it's like, no, these people are just friends. They wanted to make references to each other and kind of like, and you know, obviously, Read Only Memories and Valhalla is more intertwined because they literally share the same universe, where YIIK is a little distanced because it's a video game inside that universe. But no, it's still, you know, it's a part of it. For better or worse.
It's inseparable.
This was about as fun as a tax return and half as well written, but well, YIIK now knows our names.
That was a lot. I remember that now. Living it, that was a very last second joke. That was just me trying to find a way to be.
I think it was
To
a pretty
write
good
that in-
joke, honestly.
Yeah. That was just me, like I think going through lines and like I'm gonna basically punch that up a little bit.
Yeah, so I can mention a story detail about the two brothers stuff.
The Two Brothers fountain.
Yeah. So like, the thing is you know, Alex has the Kickstarter T-shirt.
Yep, I can. It is hard to make out, but that is definitely a Two Bros shirt right from the off.
He has the Kickstarter T-shirt, and this plays into an element of his character later. But Alex is somebody who's played Two Brothers, but he doesn't really get it.
Oh no! Oh, no. Wait, that's he's someone who.
Because he's supposed to be this hipster guy who doesn't really get why things are as cool as they are.
That is both wank and so charming to make a developer who didn't get the previous.
Yeah, so he's like, he doesn't get their previous game, and he's just like, oh, it's really profound because it talks about like death and stuff, you know.
Oh, so he latched onto the surface of it.
Yes. So it's like, because Alex is telling you the story and like it's this whole thing, you get the Two Brothers references more because it's like, oh, you know, it's a piece of media that he really cares about. And that's a running theme within the game, is he finds comfort in media that he feels really nostalgic for.
I see.
So, as Frankton has changed over the years, they put in the Two Brothers fountain. It's like, oh, well, you know, that kind of ties back to Alex's obsession on the media that he's experienced. And there's a bit more to that we'll get to later. I know we just
Sure
keep
thing.
saying that, but yeah, there's a lot.
Okay.
I sort of our home because, as we'll learn, no one would be happy to have Alex back. But we
Facts.
can indeed enter and inhabit the joint. This git has also decided to sit on our lawn and make.
Yeah, Matt was just one of the first people that like wrote
Our mother can't be here to
about the
greet us, but
game.
she did leave a grocery list.
Apparently.
Wait, that's a real person?
Yes, he runs a blog. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh my goodness, that brings a new... I was unaware of that.
I can't remember the name of it. He's
Also, I apologize if you're here typing for a second. I'm going to try and log into Twitch.
Oh, you're good. It was
Okay.
attract mode.
Attract mode.
Yeah.
I was totally unaware of that bit of... I was totally unaware he was a real person.
Yeah, you can. He has a credit at the end. You'll see that it mentions him.
Okay. That totally slipped my notice. Oh, bloody hell. Do I have to...
Curious.
Do I have to enter... Thank you. Isn't the future great that I have to use my phone? To...
Oh yeah, it's always nice. It's like it's nice for the security aspect, but it's always like, oh, okay. Like right now, my phone's flipped upside down. It's like, oh, I gotta look at this thing. Okay, now I gotta unlock my phone. Okay, the fingerprint sensor's not working. Okay, let me type in my password.
There's someone in chat saying, how am I supposed to hate Tehsnakerer? He's so nice. I'm not...
I definitely don't want you to hate anybody that we're talking about, ever.
Someone's throwing little spoilers my way for what you're probably going to go into.
Okay.
I will say, I don't know how serious that person was, but I do think I'm a very different person in written form than I am actually being spoken to.
Yeah, and
I don't know.
there's also the aspect of like, we're having a conversation about the game. That's a completely different setting from you trying to make a video that's entertaining.
Yeah,
for
and I don't
people.
think any of my opinions are sacrosanct. Like, that would be... I don't make my videos to like die on the hill of defending them. It's like if I'm wrong on something, then I'm wrong on fucking something.
Yeah, I mean that's how I approach it as well. It's like, I try to be right. I try to understand everything.
You can
But if I
only
miss-
you can only act on what you know.
If I miss somebody and somebody tells me, no, man, that doesn't make any sense, I'll be like, okay, you might be
Yeah.
right. It's fine. We'll figure it out together eventually.
This is basically that's all. You can only really act on the information you have, and
Right.
Well, I'll get around to that.
And yeah, a lot of it is just like, I do think with writing as well, I don't mind playing the idiot. So like, oh, she erected a bloody sign for you, Alex. I'm not afraid of sounding like an idiot for the sake of like making a joke work. I just try and make it so that when I'm making a point, I actually differentiate the tone and like
Yeah. I think
basically make sure, okay, this is actual point time.
you're right. I think that sign is just something that's a really good visual gag.
It's a visual gag and it's very useful for the player.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like,
Alex's
oh,
mom didn't literally erect that sign. It's just a fucking... But,
hey, this is where
it's
your
handy
house
for
is.
tying this joke together.
And then you look at it and you're like, that's ridiculous. Why would you have this giant sign for welcome home?
Like, you did this to your own goddamn lawn.
And it's even better. It's even better because it never goes away.
It's always there, right until, like, basically only the end of the game cuts it out because you're in Crayon Land.
Yeah.
I get that this fridge dialogue is meant to push further that Alex is a
Ooh,
shiftless ingrate,
okay,
but to
so,
play it in this way is
Okay.
strange.
Running Shine mentions
Bits
one of
of dialogue
these.
don't connect to-
This is one that I really it's not this dialogue specifically. I don't know if you go over the dialogue, but it's one of those in Running Shine's video that has always stuck out to me. And it's an
Is it
out
the
of
table?
no, an out of tune piano.
Oh, yeah.
See, a lot of people overlook that line and say it's it could have been better flavor text, right? But
Right.
I feel that out of tune piano highlights something very specific. When you're
That
in
no
the-
one was actually playing on that piano. It's all kind of posery.
No. So when you're
Okay.
in the Vela mine dungeon, she has the little questionnaire with the balloon, and it's creepy. But you have the questionnaire with the balloon, and it's supposed to it talks about her pet peeves, her biggest fears, and all of that.
Oh yes, I
and
remember this. Like
what
she likes
likes.
baby-faced men. Yeah.
Baby-faced men. She's afraid of getting fat, and her biggest pet peeve is an out-of-tune piano.
Oh, that's okay.
So
that's
you have
very cute.
Two things that point to Alex, and being fat, because they all say that he's fat. But you have three
and then you've
things.
got the fat, and then you've got the fat Alex in the
three
the
things
ending
that point to Alex that are like, you are everything Vela doesn't want in her life.
Okay, that's very. I like that. That's very
So
good.
it's like, okay, yeah, on the surface it looks like just a stupid detail, like a throwaway line that doesn't give you any detail. But when you think about it, when you have later context, that means a lot more. That's hinting at.
Yeah, you are. That is a lot of respect in the audience to connect those dots from one incidental like line that you'll probably see once to.
Yeah,
to that.
And I think that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of how deep I've gone with this. Before we keep going, it's like, yeah.
No, that is, yeah, okay. You have, I think with that alone, you have proved you're the deepest diver.
And it's one of those, like, I get why people don't really get that line, but it's one of those when it's showing. It's not telling you that Alex is everything Vela doesn't want, because like at some point later in the game, something changes and it makes it seem like, well, maybe Vela is interested, which we'll get to. But
I think I gotta confess another shallow thing. I think I know that I didn't touch on that line because I had already seen Running Shine's video, and I was like, don't talk about that line. He's already basically got that covered.
Yeah.
And I think it's also that he is definitely way more of a music guy than I am. And it's like...
Yeah. But there's still stuff around there that we'll be able to talk about that. But yeah, it's like... There's a lot of people like to say show don't tell with this game, and it's like that's something where they just showed you all these elements and you're supposed to piece it together.
Right. That is a tricky thing, yeah, because if you're not like connecting dots for later, it's way too easy to yell show don't tell before you have the whole context, which as hard as that context is to put together, yeah, I guess that was definitely serving a purpose.
Right. And it's like that's the thing that's really rough about YIIK from my perspective is I'm like, oh, I've seen everything. I know everything at this point. Not literally, but like, that kind of phrasing. So when people kind of say offhanded things, I'm like, no, that doesn't make you're not considering a whole lot of things here, guy. I'm sorry.
It's like, it's generally valuable to reserve judgment until you've got as many facts as you can have, but then you also got to ask, when do you stop, When do you have enough facts?
Ooh. Yeah, you kind of mentioned the dad stuff. The dad stuff is great because when you get to the mine dungeon scene, you see that Alex has modeled himself a lot off of his dad.
Oh yeah, he's got, like, most obviously, he's got the same shirt, though his dad has more of the
glasses.
Dad has more of a suaveness to him.
Yeah.
Even if it's presented very creepily. Yeah.
And all of his records are passed down to him. Though, I do want to point out, this is one thing you won't find anywhere in the game. It was just something Andrew said in the Discord once. And it was,
okay.
Alex doesn't even need the glasses. He just popped out the lenses.
Oh, those are... So that joke by Running Shine about non-prescription glasses was accidentally just...
Yeah, that is the greatest thing about this game and watching anybody talk about it, is they accidentally get things right.
Because that fucking wanker non-prescription glasses.
Because it's like, he is a hipster, he's trying to look cool.
You don't look cool with... I'm saying this is someone who has to wear fucking glasses. You don't look cool with glasses.
But everybody that doesn't have to wear glasses thinks that was cool, especially around the time period when this game was being made.
Oh my gosh.
People thought that was the thing.
Alex's dad is also a big fan of the two brothers OST. Who is a real guy. I'm always gonna be happy with that cut, 'cause that was the last second, like the spring to winter.
Yeah.
I'm always a big fan of match cuts. Now I'm just praising my own cuts like a tosser.
No, I feel that sometimes when I do things in editing, when I'm making videos, and I'm like, yo, this is dumb, but this was really cool.
It's always the greatest feeling when you yourself go, yeah, this was worth it.
Yeah.
I never see. This guy gets a whole year off work. I'd be less grumpy. Besides that, it's some scattershot.
That's a very Ross's game dungeon joke, I feel.
Dialogue is static. It's surprising how it still manages to tread on the toes of the story. I also think YIIK would have specifically benefited from the chatter progressing and changing over the course of the narrative.
Some of it does.
Some does. It's in small amounts. There are a few people. That is okay. That is one thing I think I did. I learned it at the last second, and it
Yeah.
wasn't I was trying to downplay. It's just in the finale chapter there are a lot of NPCs. The guy who talks about your sister, his dialogue advances. And I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that, and there are new NPCs. There is the guy who moves about the whole town. It's like, where did my wife go? I believe, and that, yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few that change a lot, but I don't that's one of those things. I don't blame you. Like, there's a lot of that dialogue that is throwaway dialogue, and like part of that is in service to the idea that Alex doesn't really care about these people. And the ones that do have the changing dialogue are the ones that have more important details that lead to like hints about the story and what's going on. But yeah, it's rough. If they had more time, it'd be like, hey, you know, maybe all of them have changing dialogue.
It feels like a missed opportunity and winds up hurting things. We head off in search of those groceries, and things get worse.
I had seen him just drop the soccer ball. That is hilarious.
A friend pointed out, like, that was really a clever of you to make Alex literally drop the ball when the story does. And I was like, I didn't fucking mean that. I was just carrying that goddamn ball. There was no intended subtext.
There is a funny bug with that ball where if you go out into the overworld and you have one in your hand, you won't run into random encounters.
That's
something we ran
fucking
into.
crazy. What?
Yeah, I think Brian said, yeah, I just didn't think if you had anything in your hands that, or you would have anything in your hands at that point, and it just makes it to where you can't do it. I think it was like a puzzle solving thing, because like if you have a ladder in your hands,
items were originally meant to be like battle items,
right? But like when you have a ladder in your hands in the dungeons and you have to like push it somewhere, if enemies run into you, you don't get into the fight until you've set down the ladder.
That's weird.
And that code carries over into the overworld. So like the enemies will try to, or you know, it'll try to pull up a random encounter, but you have an item in your hand, so you can't get into an encounter.
So that's just a bit of legacy code that started having like unintended side effects.
It's really fun. Great speedrun tactic. Even if you come back through the game and you're like, okay, because a lot of the new story content is in New Game Plus, but for the next update. So there's a little tidbit. If you want to skip overworld battles, just grab one of those balls.
Grab a ball. How is the YIIK speed running scene exactly?
They found a lot of stuff. They've been quiet recently. I think they're waiting for 1.5 because it's kind of hard to really try to speed run a game while it's being updated.
I imagine they're going to split into like categories at that point, as speedrunners do.
They already have, even for the endings. And
okay.
Some stuff.
And some awkward dialogue happens. I'll leave if you want. I don't want to.
I love this moment.
It stabbed me right in the heart. I feel like no matter what I say about this game, it fucking got me like several. Like it just like, oh no, it fucking made that connection. Or I made it just so unintentionally.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
I think
I'm Alex.
It has an unappreciated amount of that where it's just like, hey, yeah, you know, you'd say I'm gonna leave if we want, and then you think that, and then immediately Alex goes, yeah, I mean,
yeah, no, he God damn it, me and him, we were on the wavelength for a second.
Yeah. I will say Sammy's dialogue is really important, and like we talked about the Onison bit a bit, but she contradicts herself a lot.
Hmm.
And then this entire sequence, like this visual right here, you could see 3 entities.
And Alex later says there were 2 entities or what have you.
And I want to point out these ones right here. These ones are super, super, super important.
They are of a different silhouette than the ones you will usually see.
I can explain that now, but
if you feel it would be more important elsewhere, I'll wait on that.
Yeah, I just want to. I'll just say one thing about it, which is something I've said in the Discord for months, and it goes, it's funny because they look like people in suits.
I'm not entirely certain I see that, but
kind of like, okay, when you
the
see
suits are kind of, I mean, maybe it's kind of bulky, kind of bulbous.
when you see,
I'm more
when
drawn
you see
to
them
the
from like
horns.
different angles, you'll kind of like see a bulb that kind of looks like a face, but it's like these are shoulder pads right here, and then a face is right here, and this is like a hat.
He does. Alex is left befuddled, but still erect. There's
And also this scene here, where he puts his hand out to Sammy, is
that
it
that
parallels
one
the panda scene.
Reaching out for a panda and not
Reaching
getting
out
him.
for panda and not getting it. So I can go over the factory hotel right now. I think this would be a fine time to do it. So the fun thing about this is the entire sequence of inside the factory hotel does not happen.
Okay.
The factory hotel is Alex's mind dungeon.
Uh-huh.
So
that was all metaphorical.
it yes.
Or non-literal. I mean that's where he finds Panda,
So yes.
And
the
has
room that you find
Murakami
Panda in,
bit.
the room you find Panda in is mirrored exactly as Alex's room. Just
Yeah.
everything's in boxes. Like he's moving out of his house or whatever.
And he's boxed up a lot of his memories and emotions.
Yeah. And so like how this even goes even deeper is, so you go and the silhouette people, the white glowy people, that model is the same one as the Chris Niosi stand-in that you first meet at the rock at the end of the game.
Chris Niosi stand-in you meet at the rock at the end of...
at the end of the game where
I apologize, I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah. It's not obviously Niosi. We'll go to this because everybody else goes through here. Ending. Where is it? Yeah, there he is. Right there. That is modeled awful Niosi.
Oh, okay. I was unaware of that.
But if you look at this face shape and the hair, it's reused on those white entities inside of that the factory hotel. And that's because they're all just parallel Alexes. And
right. From the very get-go, Alex was interfering with Alex.
Yeah. So in that moment, you have a bunch of Alexes in there. In all of the other mind dungeons, they're all just out, like they're whatever the character is. In Vela's mind dungeon, you only see Vela except for like a surface level depiction of her father. In Rory's dungeon, you see, or the sewer, which is Rory's mind dungeon, you see nothing except for Rory.
So
at
all
the
of the
end.
dungeons are literal. Well, not literal, but they are mind dungeons essentially.
Yeah. The only one that isn't is Mount Town, but it's kind of that's something I think they're trying to rework a bit more into.
I mean, it could be tied in with the fact there is the ghost girl in there at the end, and it still kind of comes around on that. Because it's not. If it would be anyone's, it should have been Claudio or Chandra's, but there's nothing really to do with them in there.
Yeah. So, it's Alex's mind dungeon. So what that means is what actually happens is he comes home, right? He goes and
Right.
reads this letter and he doesn't go grocery shopping. Maybe he just sits at home, fucks off, watches TV, and then he goes on Onism and sees these posts with this girl in this elevator that disappears. And then he kind of makes up this story about how he could reach out, but he couldn't just grasp her and save her in time as she gets pulled from reality.
That is a little bit clunky considering everything we had been kind of presented with and how Onism comes in later, but
It's
okay.
it's one of those things where you also have to consider that Alex is telling you the story. And
It's still
Yeah.
unbelievably, it's still like a bit of a leap, but okay, I can see it.
yeah,
It's like this is him. This is basically none of this happened in the way he describes it. This was his mind dungeon. Oh yeah, I saw her. Oh yeah, I was there. I did all this.
yeah. And
When really it was
I mean,
just all him reaching out for meaning.
there is an aspect of it that it does happen. It's just it's not what he's making it out to be. Is what
It's not as is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's I think this is one of those things that's played too straight that it loses a lot of people, but there's evidence there to kind of point to how it is,
Okay.
different.
Alex narrates everything. You could take all the ventilation in the world, jam it together, and it still wouldn't be half as long-winded as this cunt.
That's a good one.
That joke got me demonetized.
Oh, that's rough. That's a good joke, and it gets you demonetized.
You can't say the C word. Why am I say it in the video? You can't say cunt on YouTube anymore. Hey, I understand they want to get advertised in, but
I think that's a very anti-British sentiment.
anti-British, anti-Australian. It's,
Right. Like how you gonna do that to him?
I mean, it does apparently count as derogatory language, and it's like, okay, I have cut the word from future scripts, and I kind of hate to cave, but I'll play the game.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, I can still say fuck. So, yeah, it's totally tangential. I think fuck is a better swear word anyway, so I'm alright.
A little bit. Yeah, I just think it's one of those things, like, only Americans really care about the use of cunt, and now they don't care as much as they used to.
Yeah. Also, just Lost in the Void was saying, also consider if Alex is the one narrating the game, who's to say he also didn't call the game postmodern RPG because he desperately wants to be a literary protag? I can't really deny that. It's just, yeah, there's any number of jumps that can be kind of taken.
Fiction from fictional fact, but even just passively listening to the dialogue begins to wear me down. Now, a mystery will have misdirection. That's fine. I get that Alex is a moronic blowhard and I should take everything he says with a grain of salt, but man, that's enough sodium for a fucking heart attack.
Yeah.
I do think, that's 100% true. Though the trick, in my opinion, is finding the characters that you can trust. There is
definitely a trick to that, but it's how much of a say do they get in the actual goings on? I think it's more about the whole Alex thing is that, okay, yeah, I do understand I have to treat everything he says with skepticism, but he is also by far the most vocal character. And that's not in itself a flaw, but it's like, when there are truth slips in there, it's like, okay, what do I do with this? Can I trust any of them? Because I think it was in Lost in the Void earlier on, I Love YIIK reviewers saying, I can't, oh boy, it might be saying something, but I can't trust it, so I'll disregard it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what I was trying to do, but I do think if enough people have said it, it has to be like, there is at least some validation to that, is that there is no correct way to do literature, but you can really step outside the bounds of what most people are going to willfully engage with, for better or worse.
Right. And like, I kind of worry sometimes with YIIK specifically is that like, maybe it's been influenced by other people too much when people talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, you're expected to not care about it or expected it to be bad. So you kind of look at it as in it's going to be bad instead of a more earnest approach.
And when you go in looking for that stuff, you're inevitably going to be tainted because you're not going to be actually looking at not objectively, but you're not going to be looking at it on the level,
Yeah.
trying to actually see what it's doing. You're going to be going in with trying to prove what's already in your head.
Right.
And Sammy add another layer. It's not just when he's alone. Very long dialogues will play out before Alex's narration kicks in, which rarely does more than just repeat what was said from Alex's perspective.
Elevator? I don't know what that is. I've been looking for my cat, Dolly. Have you seen her?
The stupid thing was a girl.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one because Dolly's gender is constantly switching.
Yeah, I saw some people get mad about that. I didn't bring it up because I will just admit I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, it's
something I realized afterwards.
It's intentional. A lot of people say it's not intentional. It's intentional. It relates to the crow, and
Right.
You know how the crow's first dialogue is Sahi, and some people are like, just say they, and it's like, no, there's a reason why it says Sahi. It's because it's
Okay.
trying to it's trying to obscure the gender of what it is. It's a deeper thing than what it appears on the surface.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
My cat just looks like Dolly herself.
I doubted she'd know her 20th century Spanish Catalan surrealist painters all that well either.
Yeah, that was me. That was me in the wordiness again. It's just,
Fucking nerd.
it was too many words for me. That makes me sound really dumb, but it's like, come on, just cull a few words and make this. Oh, it just went blue to purple because I fucked all my audio up for a while.
Hopefully not first timers. Why am I getting such a hand-holdy tutorial and zero trust when it comes to one of the
Now, okay, this, I don't totally stand by this argument anymore. This one I have forebound. It's like, there's really no correlation between, like, oh, postmodern and your first one. I don't know. I think maybe I was just being genuinely, I think that one was me being a bit too harsh on nothing, essentially.
Right.
Like, oh, really hand-holdy tutorial for... You never know what people are going to play first.
Yeah. I feel like that's a thing. Like some people try to say that it needs to be postmodern in its gameplay as well, and it's like, well, that you're kind of putting a big barrier to entry to people that are maybe tangentially interested in that.
Yeah. And I don't wholly agree with what I said in like that moment, and I do want to flag that one up. Also, someone in the comments did say Panda Barrier, and I was like, God damn it, fuck you. It was a pun.
Yeah.
As if I can judge, but you know.
Oh, this is really important. He's saying this is one of the things that point out how it's the mind dungeon and how Sammy there's a difference between Semi Pak and Sammy.
Okay, so that's also, there is something being done there.
Yes. So like Alex will go back and forth and use whatever name, but as I like to describe it, Sammy is this character that he makes up. And how this works is some of the dialogue that Sammy has when we meet her in the factory hotel is mirrored off of dialogue that's in Onizim, like you said you mentioned. And this line of him saying, what was it? It was, I admit I made up some of the details myself of her story, and then kind of goes on her story, is him straight up admitting that he's kind of fabricating this person.
I see. Okay, so the purpose of this one was genuinely on the surface level of, yeah, I'm jumping in and I'm making this my story, like as we are here describing it.
Yeah.
As me taking it on for myself.
Yeah. And this is the thing that like a lot of the story of YIIK is about. It is about this weird obsession where it is like almost parasocial relationship that he fabricates and becomes obsessed with.
And which is kind of like what Andrew spoke about, like going through with the Elisa Lam case.
Yeah.
And later on, Chandra judges Alex for in like the one scene I think where she is all that interesting, and I kind of wish they did more with her in that regard, was saying, it's all you. Like, you're just doing this for yourselves. This is all
Yeah.
on you. And it's like, okay, yeah, she was in on Alex from moment one,
Right.
essentially.
Yeah.
But then maybe her toning down on that was essentially just Alex's ongoing recollection of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tricky when you get into that, because then why would he let that detail through?
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, Alex's editorial position is more than what people think, and also less than what like the extreme is. And like, I
Because
think
this is Alex presenting a story that he thinks makes him look good
this
until
is
the end, or the way he saw it.
this scene right here where he comes back after, going after this tragic adventure. Like, if you take my assumption that he didn't even go to the factory or whatever, and he just kind of stayed at home and fucked off and then found that shit on Onisim. This is kind of in line with directly what happens before he goes on his adventure. He goes, "No, Mom, I don't want to go get your stupid groceries." And then he goes and talks about who his mom is. And this is kind of setting up, it makes him seem sympathetic to his mom before he goes and acts like a dick to her later.
Right. So he understands what is... I mean, that's another tricky part, is like, it is genuinely easier to think of, like, and be sympathetic when you're not there being confronted by something.
Yeah.
Which is very much Alex. Like, it's very easy to be sympathetic and detached when you're thinking about it, but when you're actually in the moment, you're just going on autopilot, essentially.
Yeah.
Who the self is and, who you are in your head is always going to be different people.
Yeah.
It's clear reading the developer's logs that the writer, Andrew Allenson, is a voracious reader. A lot of the entries on YIIK's writing go more
Yeah,
into
he
his
really
experiences
do be
and
reading a
novels
lot.
than they do with games.
You do be reading.
He
If you ever
particularly knows
need
the
a
goals,
novel,
Sakura Tazaki,
you could
the
just
template
ask
and
him,
game
and he's
structure.
like, "Oh, yeah."
Inspired particularly by its... You fucking with me. Its concise storytelling. Later entries cite...
One thing I will have to concede, but I did it for the
the
sake of a joke, but concise is really relative.
Yeah, I was about to say, concise for postmodern can mean a lot.
Yeah, that is very much a line of for the sake of the joke
Right.
line.
Yeah.
Pynchon and Wallace as inspiration for the writing. Alex's tendency to narrate events as though in a novel...
I will throw out, I really do prefer Alex's blue-shirted design, personally, but it changed. There was probably a reason for its change.
Interesting.
I wanted to make a game about a guy who's like a piece
So
of shit
I can actually tell you about that change a little bit. Their publisher was kind of like, "Hey, you have this like really surrealist, colorful thing going on. Maybe you should tone that down a bit."
Oh, damn it. The blue shirt looked so much better to me. Like, I really like the blue-shirted Alex design a lot more.
I like it. I do think that going with the kind of more toned down, it was a bit better of a move, because it kind of like it makes the scenes where things are really surreal stand out a lot more. And I do think like that Alex's current design is like really just an iconic design. Like,
I will say this from my end. Part of it is I really like Alex. Part of it is the whole damn party has really similar color schemes, and it's a little bit like, I mean, visually they are perfectly distinct from each other, but I'm just a fan of just very...
There's a lot of
there's a lot of red and oranges, and I think it would have been nice to just have at least some standing out between them. Also, I mean, I do think the final ones have a much more distinctive style, but I really love how expressive Alex's old portraits are when he's like holding his head and laughing, and like
they are really good. I think
Alex's dialogue accompanied by that does a lot of kind of emotional weightlifting for
I could see
it makes
that.
him way more expressive.
I think like, even Bridget has mentioned that she wishes she could redraw the current portraits a bit better. But it's also something like that the original designs were kind of like her style, and then this is her trying to compromise that with like what Brian's style was when he designed the 3D characters.
I see.
Because the 3D characters came first, and then
That makes sense.
the artwork was later. And so it's like it's a weird kind of thing, but yeah, I do think that the original ones are much more expressive. Especially like the one with Alex like hunched over laughing. I love that one.
Likeable character who by the end of the game has to transform. People get it in a novel, but in gamers aren't, you know.
Well, hey, that blog also said people can change, and so.
Yeah. I will say like the entire Dick Show clip is he kind of wrote that thing to be funny. Like he was intending to be funny because it's a comedy podcast, you know, and he was somebody that has a huge following. Dick Masterson's following is nuts. So it's like, hey, you know, I kind of have this pressure to be entertaining for this podcast since I'm on it. And so he kind of plays up a few things, and yeah, it probably wasn't a good idea.
I
in
can
the long
see that,
run.
but that's also playing with fire in the light of how.
No, I agree. it was
Yeah,
it was a pretty bad decision.
I can understand that, but that is really a tricky, very tricky line to toe.
It was something that I wouldn't have done, and I don't think he would ever do again.
Yeah, I that is something I will genuinely say is like, from what it sounds like, he has taken on everything about YIIK as a genuine learning experience, and I wish him all the best in like, you know, patching up YIIK and like doing the best with it, and essentially taking that onto any future projects is handling, essentially being a bit more sharp in how to read the room in like the in kind of post-release stuff. And considering you like YIIK, I mean this with the best of intentions. I hope YIIK doesn't taint whatever they do next.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of what they're working on further past YIIK, and yeah, it's all.
I kind of mean that both in reception and like expectation.
No, it's all been positive more recently. Like as the update stuff has started happening, all of that's been way more positive in my opinion.
That's good.
And like it's one of those things like Andrew's not a person that's terribly online, you know, he's not really consumed.
That's healthy.
And so it's like when you just kind of listen to this podcast every now and then, or you know, like the history
could probably explain why he was a little out of step with how the internet in large would have taken something like that.
So when you get this sudden reaction, you're like, I didn't even know that was a really bad thing to do. Okay, sorry. Let's move on. But yeah, and as Boyd mentioned, there's a lot of things where he says that Alex is a person who needs to change, but that doesn't mean he does change in the story.
Yeah, I will stand by when I think that does make it for a kind of less interesting thing, and you are really kind of reaching that you're going to definitely expect everyone to pick up on that. Oh, actually another thing, I'm sorry, can I pause and just go back? Because this is something I've never seen anyone mention. So, look at the phone.
Yes, it's got the save logo. You know? Okay.
No, but watch it, because I cropped out every single instance of a phone and fucked with how fast the save was spinning, independent of everything else, for no goddamn reason. It just started amusing me.
That is
and no one has ever mentioned I reverse it, I slow it down, I speed, and I think that's the time I just very obtusely. Also, I'm not really trying to boil it down to misreading the room, but it kind of is.
Yeah.
It is a kind of a misstep, but yeah. No, I can concede with Lost in the Void as not, you know, has to change doesn't mean he does change, but I do think when you do say that is you are implicitly implying, you know, in a story where a story will essentially, you are watching with a story, you are kind of watching heightened aspects of reality. Yeah. You are expecting a person to change.
Yeah, I think we'll get into that later. I know I say it the whole time, but there's a kind of like thing that we can say about that, and it'll be more meaningful later than it is now.
Sure. Not every story has to follow the same pattern, obviously, but that is just kind of where I feel like personally what I would have preferred, and that's kind of what a review is.
Yeah. Fair enough.
YIIK is also absurdly verbose. It's not even a trait that makes Alex really stand out. It's just that since we see the world through his eyes, there is naturally...
I do think, while this is, like, I can agree with it being a problem, it has made the game so much more unique because
That's fair.
it has put such a spotlight on it just because of the way it's written.
That is something to think about, is when you are more or less held captive by a viewpoint and you've got to consider it and see the world through that angle. It's tricky, but yeah, there aren't many games where you are essentially that tethered to a viewpoint with everything you've said so far.
Yeah.
A lot more of him. Literally, long story short, is that Andrew put the novelization of YIIK within YIIK, the prose modern RPG. I'm sure you can see
That one's pretty good too.
Again, literally.
Prose modern.
Video games are an audio
boy.
medium.
It's a stretch, but there it is.
Music and text
Anything
boxes,
for it,
everything
anything for the
to do with
gag.
Story, audio cues, camera shots, voice acting, sprites, text timing. YIIK neglects and doesn't use the tools its medium provides.
That is slightly unfair, because there are definitely, like, you know, there is essentially, I have noticed at several points looking back at it, there are, like, delayed text beats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they kind of line up and what would be the word? Enunciate?
Right.
You know, when you heighten something. It's not enunciate.
Yeah. I know what you
Yeah, but you get what I mean. Sorry, but yeah, it does do some stuff with text boxes and timings and music cues. And it's unfair to say, oh, it could have done more, because everything could do more, but I did feel like presentationally, and I know it's a small team, but you should really be working with what you have.
Yeah.
And when you're doing a lot of stuff with text boxes, dynamism could really help.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember who said it, but somebody said something about how it's such a long text box and could be a bit shorter. I'm like, yeah, that probably would have helped with people that actually read along with it. And there's a lot of things like that, but, you know, it's one of those, a lot of those kind of compromises are usually because of it being a smaller team and the tools that they're working with, the time that they have. It's like, yeah, it's a fair criticism. I don't really think too much of it personally. It's one of those, yeah, that sounds like a minor inconvenience or an annoyance, but not something that's detrimental.
Yeah.
Sammy doesn't know what an elevator is. Explaining what we're seeing is padding the runtime, and for what?
We are inside a room. We can tell from the decorations on the wall that it is a female's room.
It's taking me out of this world. Why try to infer, extrapolate, or invest myself if Alex is just going to tell me exactly what
I really just ignore these scenes nowadays.
Fair enough.
Like
I was going to wonder if you had a note about the narrator in these scenes, if there was anything on that.
There's a lot with this. So
okay.
I pointed out the suited entities before, right? The horned ones.
Yes.
I can go into what's going on in this scene. It's one of those, I've boiled it down to, I just know what the scene's trying to do and what it's trying to tell us about something, and I just don't care about it beyond that. But these robed Alexes act as the same thing as the horned entities, in a way. These ones, these show up around points when Alex, or things that bring Alex, like, great despair, or, like, that feed into, his depression, his whatever, the things that deeply affect him negatively. That's whenever these guys show up. So you have a room that is filled to the brim with these guys all staring around
and they're
it.
talking to the person who repeatedly dragged him into despair, or dragged versions of himself into despair.
And, like, that's kind of the whole point in this scene, is it's them. The Essentia is the same obsession as Sammy, and I've even gotten to the point where I'm, like, trying to float the idea that the Essentia 2000 might not even have been a real thing, and, like, what actually happened to Alex, and it's a detail added later on by him.
So he did that himself, and then essentially pass the buck onto this invented entity.
Yes, and they kind of go on, and it's like it's this concept that he's this obsession, and they're all surrounded by it, and the voiceover is just another Alex kind of explaining the scene, which, you know.
Cues I should be noticing. You want to be a book, but you're just showing a total lack of spine.
Kind of
I
showing
turned off
the
this
amount
elementary,
of
which
obsession
noted
that they get
planning
over
to play
this
dungeon
idea.
diving within 5 minutes of hitting start. Yeah,
Essentially, Alex is on some level aware of how weird it would be if he didn't insert this character to displace all of it on.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, I was pulled into this. No, you pulled yourself into it.
Yeah.
That shot is foreshadowing from foreshadowing for the video itself.
So often just so much that I don't see cleverness or subtlety with respect but suspicion. If a person goes at a dartboard with a shotgun, it's not the same when they hit a bullseye. You don't need text for subtext. Subbing subtext for text takes a toll on texture and substance. Plus, now knowing Alex was supposed to be irritating according to what was convenient for Andrew to say at the time, there are better ways to communicate this than by attempting to give your audience Stockholm Syndrome. Honestly, him saying that a literary audience would get Alex is just insulting two mediums at once. I think they get what gamers got, that he's a flaccid prick.
I do think that, like, the reason it would work better as a literary thing is because the details would probably be just a bit more obvious than they are in a game.
True. Yeah, they would be written out, and the Sammy thing would have definitely stood out a lot more just as words on a book, and you can flip back easier and...
Yeah, write stuff into the margins and all that, you know.
Yeah, no.
Or, novel.
You have more time to focus.
Games have different strengths and drawbacks.
It's also a different, like, most games don't expect much out of the audience. They kind of just deliver you an experience.
I mean, it's kind of a thing with medium, but it is also a thing that the medium is the message, and essentially, this isn't like a stab at either genre. This isn't me saying games are objectively worse than books, that'd be true, but...
Right. No, I agree.
Essentially, in things in, like, film and games and such, backwards progression is trickier, and details have to be enunciated. Like, in a visual medium, very important details, I think, are better served visually than just in text to kind of essentially plant an idea in the viewer's head, because when you're reading a book, you are essentially you're doing a lot of the mental workload to supply your own images and lend weight to things, and weight is distributed differently depending on the narrative tools you use. And games, this is just a personal thing, but I think games have been telling fantastic stories since like the 90s. Like,
I agree.
You know, you've got your Planescape Torments, you've got fucking so much good stuff out there, and I like even a weird one like fucking, this is gonna just be a weird side thing, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles tells a great story with no words.
But I agree.
It's not got subtext like YIIK does, but
I mean, like, the stage transitions help tie this whole narrative structure together, which is insane
and,
for a game like that.
And the murals in the backgrounds of certain scenes. And that's like really different than what we're dealing with YIIK, which is, you know, JRPG, a lot of text, a lot of characters, a lot more subtle beats. But essentially, I do think YIIK does get caught in the trap of what does it want to be, and I think it overextends on the kind of novelistic elements. And I do think it's fine to do that. I think it's like fine to create, essentially with the small team and like the incredible ambition it had. But I do still think it's a bit of a flaw to kind of like, if this beat is so important, we've got to find other ways to enunciate that it's here.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of studios, especially like bigger name, like AAA things, they kind of focus a lot on like movie storytelling, where everything's kind of handed to you as like the visual side of things.
Well, yeah, AAA and Hollywood go hand in hand, which is they're making films, they're making products that will have the broadest possible appeal, and YIIK is not that. YIIK is like, we have an audience in mind, we're making what we want to make, we've got like heavy themes and heavy ideas.
Right. And I do think there's more games than just YIIK. Like, you know, I mentioned Nier, but there's like a lot of indie games that also kind of do this, where it's like they expect more out of the player to get the experience, and it's like, like Bo mentioned, it's like games are participatory, like you have to interact with it to some degree, and so it's like when you also ask them to do that narratively to like kind of make connections. It might be a little bit much, like, but I don't think enough games have really explored it too much outside of a few, a handful.
You are pulling double duty on, like, you're handing a lot to your audience.
Yeah. And
also, I don't think Boats with Legs is like accusing like either of us of saying this, but I'm not saying people should expect less audience participation. I'm just saying that in a like audiovisual medium, I feel like people are going to naturally weigh text as the least heavy thing, even in a game that is mostly text-based.
Yeah.
And you're going to put a lot more stock in what you are seeing and hearing with your eyes rather than just reading.
It's also like a genre thing. Like, people are more accepting of having to read into things more in like horror genre stuff.
That is true as well, yeah. Like, genre framing is very important to how much people are going to invest in trying to understand underlying things, which is unfair, but it is just kind of it is the way things are, for better or worse.
Yeah.
Vice versa. I'm not saying games going for a novelistic structure can't work, but YIIK doesn't leverage the strengths of either medium. It just wants to be a goddamn book too much. I do have to raise the idea that Alex's often incorrect ramblings could be intended to contrast the imagination and interpretation a reader can have with a novel.
Oh, I was near the mark. What you said.
That's the crazy thing. Is a lot of criticism of the game gets really close a lot of times, almost on accident.
Because you gotta just sometimes when you're out of the loop, you've got to throw stuff at the wall and see where you're going. So I apologize. Can you hear my dog outside?
Maybe, but I'm
sorry.
I couldn't tell if that was a dog outside of my place or not. Yeah, this controversy I think is just silly. Because it's a couple of lines of dialogue. And even with that, it's, some of this points to story stuff within YIIK. It mentions like the twist intertwined. They were intertwined. But like, there's a lot of things. So Proto Woman is probably the essence of Alex's soul is the best way to explain it. And when you're confronted with that, that's a deep, big thing. You can tell it's all fiery, like Alex is shown as his critical flaw later.
Right.
It's something that if you were to confront your critical flaw when you weren't expecting it, or,
would you be ready
the essential self?
Yeah.
You wouldn't understand how to process that. And Alex kind of substitutes that with this kind of phrasing from this thing, and it's supposed to be this kind of nostalgic kind of bait that he's kind of like going, hey, here's this book I really liked instead of something
essentially
different.
When like you said with his wearing the t-shirt of a game he doesn't really understand, when confronted by an aspect of himself that he doesn't like, he retreats into the problem. Essentially, he retreats into just literature and here's a thing I like but don't wholly get. That's interesting.
And it's like it's just like it's how he's trying to deal with these crazy what he needs to do to grow up and grow as a character, and it's him kind of just putting it off but not realizing why and how,
because he's not yet emotionally equipped to confront what he's looking at. He has none of the pieces of any of this yet.
Basically. And it's like, so people saying that this is plagiarism, it's like, well, it's really just a reference. Like,
oh no, yeah.
Like, we've seen this in everything. Everything has references to other stuff, and like, you're gonna call this plagiarism, we're gonna have to call a lot of other things plagiarism.
It's a tricky line thing, and people are very quick to call it. I don't think I say it's plagiarism in this video. I don't believe I did.
Yeah,
I think I leaned where it stand.
Right. I think it's ridiculous that people are trying to like bring it up as a huge controversy, because if there was an actual problem, it would have been settled legally.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't a moral failing or anything. And
no.
Murakami, or at least Murakami's English division is aware of the game. They retweeted the game when it was in or they shared it while it was in development. So it's like, if at any point, if there was actually a problem with this where it was plagiarism, it would have been picked out by now.
Yeah. It's a tricky thing to, I'm not obviously not accusing it of plagiarism, it's just with the two brothers thing, which honestly not many people know about, like the whole bit crushing thing. It's like there is a natural element of skepticism, however unfair that is.
Yeah, the two brothers thing was Andrew had
a bit
people
crushed Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah. Andrew had other people working on that OST, and he hadn't played Shadow of the Colossus yet. And so when somebody submitted one of it was like a leftover file where somebody was like kind of trying to make something similar to it, I guess, or something like that.
That's fucking unfortunate.
It was just a leftover file, and then they put it in the game, and it was like, oh yeah, I hadn't heard this before. This sounds cool. We could use this in this moment. And it's like, oh, it turns out that was from something. Oof.
Oh no.
When we get into later things, there's a lot of stuff like that.
that
happens even in this game. So it's like there's a lot of just unfortunate coincidences that lead to bigger problems.
Oh god. Oh, that goes deeper than I thought.
But yeah, like the 2004 novel is supposed to point at that it doesn't actually take place in 1999. That's just a time that he's nostalgic for.
Right.
Kind of like most kids nowadays. Well, I guess that was more of a thing a couple of years ago where everybody was like 90s kids. Right.
So this game takes place in 2016, you say?
Yeah, or at least that's what we've been told, like as a specific year.
But when the story takes place that Alex is describing is more nebulous and centered around 1999.
I think he just projects it as 1999 because he's like, that's the good old days to him.
So he just kind of conflates all these kind of events into that one...
Right.
That one magical year, which ends on Y2K.
Yeah.
And then the reset.
I mentioned this yesterday, but I have no defense for this. I think it's funny personally, but yeah, no, it is. It is out there. It is a lot.
It's very messy. It's
like it points to some stuff, but I think it's a much bigger problem than it's really worth.
Fair enough. Yeah, this was just me going off on a tangent of, hey, I noticed this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't really judge that, honestly, too much, because I have no idea how the game systems handle, like, how would it handle opening that while dialogue is genuinely ongoing?
Yeah.
You're not really going to think of, like, an edge case, because it's so rare that you're not going to do an edge case like that too much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they assumed that if anybody was really going to be interested in grabbing those, they would have grabbed them beforehand. Why am I streaming this if I'm ignoring chat? I'm not ignoring chat. We're just more focused on our discussion than everything that happens in chat.
I'm looking at chat occasionally, but I don't want to keep... I already feel like I'm slowing things down. Like, we're how long into this? And like 11 minutes into the video.
Yeah. It's one of those things, if we focus just all onto the chat, we wouldn't have time to actually address what we're trying to talk about.
I promise I'm not trying to ignore chat. Like, I respond to things, you know.
Yeah, I did appreciate that. That was a really good kind of a good detail Timrod did add, was him, like, I guess fact checking when stuff would be out. And
I'm not trying to do a gotcha as well, but thinking about it, if Alex is telling us this story in retrospect, this is really nitpicky, by the way. So this is just a thing, but why hasn't he cleaned himself up if he's apparently at the end of his journey and realized a lot of, okay, I was a dick?
Because he hasn't really realized he was a dick.
Okay, but he's telling us this in retro, so he realizes he's a dick along the path of telling the story.
I think it's more of like he wants you to be sympathetic towards him. He wants you to like relate and go like, hey, you've been a dick like this before too, right? You've done some things bad before too, right? And he's wanting you to relate to that, to be sympathetic. So it's like when it comes to the more grand idea of, okay, well, now that I've done that, I've gotten better, whatever. Cool. You know? But he doesn't actually do the extra step of actually obtaining the growth or doing the growth. He's just trying to say, hey, like, look, and he wants everything to look better. And we'll get into that when we get to the sewer scene.
And I think this is going to sound weird because it's like I think I do go into the video, but maybe didn't give it the weight it probably needed, or just thought it's kind of a universal human truth. But I think a lot of people generally are aware of their own flaws. Like, people are more aware of their own flaws than they let on, I feel, with a lot of people. But it's really actually hard to work them out. It's much easier to gripe at them and kind of have the catharsis of kind of being aware and thinking you can, or just kind of like thinking, oh, I'll fix that, than actually doing it. Because that's a very hard thing to do.
Right.
Not everyone else has self-awareness, but I think Alex does genuinely play on a very human emotion in like a very... a way that is not, I'm not going to say too honest because that's dismissive, but a way that is, it's genuine. Like, that is there.
Yeah. That was something we were talking about yesterday, is like Alex really kind of has like human flaws. He doesn't have like character flaws. These are like traits you would see in yourself and other people and it's played off like it's a character flaw, but it's much deeper than it usually is.
And it's like, few stories play on how hard that is something to actually fix, because usually, you know, in stories, and it is something I expected of YIIK, maybe unfairly, but I figured there'll be a moment where something tips him over the edge of being able to confront that, and it comes so late when there's really no time to dwell on it.
Yeah.
And it's generally, most stories be like, oh, there's a big moment, and then I've realized my flaw and I can confront now, and that's not terribly realistic. Not everyone has. There's generally no big moment. It's just because that's not how real life works compared to stories. But
right.
YIIK presents it very humanly.
Yeah, and I that's part of the reason why I love it. Is it like presents that kind of concept in a really honest way that other things don't really seem to want to do, because it's not as attractive to people. It doesn't satisfy you at the end of your journey. You know, this journey you go over through the game to be like, oh yeah, you know, he's a piece of shit who doesn't grow.
Yeah.
But I liked that. It was interesting. I do want to mention here. So
sure.
I had mentioned a little bit about the little entities, the star ones. They had referred to them in the Discord as the Jesters for a while. But I like to refer to them as something else. I refer to them as stage hands. Do you understand the concept of stage hands in like theater?
Yes, they go around. They move the backdrops. They work the behind the scene. Yeah,
and part of the whole thing is you try to view the medium without them. You try to like imagine that they're not there, or whatever. You know, they're there to make stuff happen.
They're considered a limitation of theater. They're a necessary.
Yeah. Like,
not a flaw, but they are a necessary element of making everything work, and you have to accept the reality that they are there for the medium to work, when in pre-packaged media like this, you wouldn't need a stagehand, because other things can, especially in video games, there'd be no reason for someone to be working behind the scenes to do that without an actual narrative function.
Yeah. So these things are a part of Essentia's deception. They are the Essentia's stage hands, effectively. It's better to just be like the Twisted Beings, the King and the Queen. They're stage hands. This is what they use to get what they want to happen. So whenever you see them, you know that what's happening isn't actually like a real thing. It is something that is presented to Alex on purpose to have something happen.
That's meddling. That's something they want Alex to notice.
Right. And like this, I feel like this scene is made a lot more clearer in the deviation perspective EP, the side story that's contained within it. The Essentia goes to another reality, and basically they go to another reality and they start harassing this guy who's trying to make a movie, right? And they're like, "Yo, you got to put this in the movie." And they're basically doing and it shows these entities with the pictures, and it's like, yeah, put this in the movie. And what happens is it's this like Iron Maiden, and it closes shut, and the person that's in it disappears, and the person that's watching this movie becomes obsessed with that. Just like Alex in this moment when he sees Semi disappear out of the elevator, which has been set up.
So is there a kind of implication that there's much larger, Essentia who may or may not really kind of actually be there for Alex, but there is something going around that is tempting people into looking deeper, into just kind of drawing them into these mysteries for...
There's like I said, layers of narrative. But yes, the King and Queen, the Ascension 995 and Proto Alex do have a lot of agency in the story, and this is like, obviously, like I said, the scene with Sammy, whatever, where they're both standing there behind the one entity. They're having their involvement as early as that,
Right.
And then Alex says that there's two entities in that scene, and there's only two of these, stage hands in that scene, and I feel like the other entity is a puppet that they're carrying, and that's why he says there's only two, because he's ignoring the puppet and looking at the stage hands for deeper meaning.
Right.
If you even want to like consider that as something that might have happened to him when he describes it, but yeah,
I'm not quite certain. I feel like generally I'm feeling okay, I can kind of see that, but also just kind of wondering on the deeper like why of that. What is that to Alex to get that detail wrong, to only notice the stage hands and not the puppet? But
that is because the puppet itself is modeled after God. That's something you see in the sewer cutscene at the end. Is there's an entity that specifically that has the halo around him, the yellow halo on top of him, and refers to himself as God. And Alex either doesn't believe in God or he rejects God.
So he literally rejects the existence of that.
Or it's like
and metaphorically reject.
He considers himself his own author of his life, so that he feels that he's more God than God. So it's like, yeah, I just ignore this thing that doesn't exist, but these other two...
And that is another hint of Alex muddling in like what he's telling you, because you are getting a visual, but Alex, in retelling the story his own way, just decides that wasn't actually there. This is my story, and
God doesn't exist.
That's interesting.
The game wasn't so much inspired by her death as it was his experiences on forums trying to piece it together with others. Through that, he became fascinated with writing a story about internet sleuths uncovering a big mystery.
Yeah, so that's a slight mischaracterization of the thing, and I'm not faulting you for that, because a lot of people have said it that way, and it would seem that way. But there's very specific wording Andrew uses sometimes, and he's like, it's inspired by that reaction, but I feel like those people failed to see like the humanity of the situation, like that this was an actual person. And so it's like, it's not that he was like that involved, it's more that he saw it and was kind of obsessed with seeing that behavior, and saw that like how like depersonalizing and wrong it was.
Okay.
And then that's what led to the story, which like heavily criticizes Alex for doing that thing.
It does. Yeah. I feel it probably could have gone a little bit like well, it could have maybe gone a bit harder on it to make that point clear because it does at the end of it. It came off to me as just very non-committal. At the end of the day, it's like how bad this really was.
Yeah.
Because all of the characters have varying reasons. Some presented as sympathetic for being on this forum, and for Alex, it's clearly it's for kicks, and it's for he wants to exaggerate this tale and look heroic for his best mate, who's sorry, I've forgotten the shirted guy. Is Michael. For Michael, it's he made the forum and he has an interest in this, and
yeah, but Michael's also
for Claudio. For Claudio, it's cathartic. It's like, oh, this gives him hope.
Yeah, and it's also for Claudio a bit sympathetic because he doesn't want other people to like deal with the loss that he has dealt with,
and that's why he jumps in on like Alex's adventure, like his behalf.
Yeah, and like so like with Michael, it's also like he kind of moderates it because he even mentions it like as a dark aura has befallen the website.
That's
because he's
like, what's that post?
He's kind of like, yeah, I don't really like that they're all doing this, but it's like it is my website. I have to moderate.
Oh, he does have a certain disconnection from it through the story. Like he seems genuinely. It seems weird because in Michael's presentation, he seems by and large the least invested in onism to me, which is it's a bit of an odd one because like it's all of his introduction is about the website and then it kind of leans off of that, and I don't feel it ever really, to me, I never feel like it quite figures out what it wants to do or say with Michael in a lot of regards.
Yeah, it's a matter of, so that's something we have to get into with the parallel universe.
He meets and talks to himself from another universe, and they made the forum together, and then he becomes Proto Michael.
Right. So like and also like mentioning Rory, the other character, the reason he goes on Onism, and it's only apparent if you read his posts, is that he feels really lonely and that nobody really cares about him. And you'll see that all of his posts are just like everybody just stops talking after every one of his posts.
Okay, that's fucking interesting. That I did not pick up on that. So all of his are posts, all of his are thread enders.
Yeah. So like people just ignore him except for the one time when he posts about Sammy.
So like that's the only thing he could get attention on was when he went on the as the word way to put it, but the flavor of the month of the forum. Like that's the one he could get anyone to engage with him, and it wasn't about him.
Yeah. And he's desperate to find somebody to like actually care about him. We're making our way.
I do apologize. I might ask for like a bathroom break in a second.
Oh, absolutely. Just let me know when you want to. If you want to right now, that'd be fine.
Next pause, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to notice that.
I feel that's the thing that I got from watching a lot of reviews is I think no one did. Like I felt like that was something that you were meant to get.
Yeah, because like I think it's funny because like a lot of people will be like the panda scene is just funny, and it's like it's funny because I think you're supposed to know that it was him the whole time, but he makes it this really dramatic scene.
But you sort of need a reality to be broken first. YIIK uses a real world to give it a head start on that front, but assumes too much. The moment I'm off the bus in YIIK, I'm assaulted by a clash of art styles. Alex's run cycle is made to be sprite-like. There's gamey shit like a giant welcome sign on our lawn, and we're in a town that's inhabited by plot lines instead of people. I feel less...
Is there a thing with the Carl Cock thing that you're aware of? Because I thought there had to be something to his name that I was thoroughly unsure of.
No, I have no idea. I've had people like talk to me about that, and I'm like, I don't know anything about that. That it doesn't.
Fair enough. There's no answers to like absolutely everything.
Yeah, there may be. I just am not aware.
That's fine.
registering weird things as happening, it comes off like only now are things getting bizarre, since otherwise this all seems like a natural extension of a world where monsters roam the country.
Oh, Andrew just messaged me. He said he ran the Weezer fan club.
Okay, alright. Oh wait,
he's risking a lot for a note he probably won't.
maybe a flashback. Did I see that somewhere or did I not? I can't remember my own old research. Most part is I can't check my web history because I've changed computers since then.
It's not like he isn't already flushed with narration without it. The game claims to be inspired by Earthbound as a shorthand for weirdness. It also wants to have the slow burn of a Murakami novel, the intrigue of real-world conspiracies.
So yeah, this is something that I do sort of stand by is YIIK is juggling a lot of plates. And I'm not going to bash the ambition, but that's kind of where a lot of the tripping up kind of comes from for me is
Yeah. And I think
you are jumping between a lot of ideas. And that's not entirely a bad thing, and it is a lot of faith in the audience, but it's also just like, it's tricky, you know?
Yeah. I think that, like, Andrew mentions even now, he's like, yeah, that's kind of, like, one of the faults of how he tried to write this. Because it was like, yeah, very maximalist, and it's kind of like, he's trying to encompass a whole lot of things and thoughts. And I've done this a few times.
Try and sneak past good old Michael.
Just because it'd be funny. I love Michael. He's a great character. That's a fun one. He says he just took the SATs, and then later he mentions that he's studying for the SATs somewhere else. Yeah.
Okay. That skirted me, I believe. I don't think I mentioned that.
After that went up, everyone on the forum started acting strange, like a sort of darkness had come over the website.
I feel like that line references the fact that the website becomes flooded with parallel Alexes.
That's interesting. I think this line is terrible and goes nowhere. It just sounds too much to me. It's the wording of it, and generally because like Onism importance maybe should have been highlighted a little bit more.
Right.
If it was going to focus on like anything. Well, I can't even trust that anymore.
I love that. I've thought about that line so often.
I wanted to get. Do you ever watch Retsupre?
I know of Retsupre. Yeah. I'm not intimately familiar.
It's essentially with the gaming in the Clinton years thing is that Diabetes would always do a Clinton impression and like a sexual pun. And if I wasn't like, I desperately wanted to get this out before like September ended, I wanted to reach out to Diabetes and just get him to say, "When I met Sammy, I had a Sammy."
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I apologize to everyone in chat for my god-awful Clinton impression.
It's good. But yeah, like, I can't remember what I was going to say.
I'll give you a second because I'm going to go use the bathroom.
I'll go as well real quick because I too have to go.
Sorry to everyone in chat. It's just I have had a beer and a whole pint of water.
What I'll do in the meantime is I'll put up this advertisement for the YIIK Final. It's available at theyeti.com as well as blackscreenrecords.com. Black Screen Records is based in Europe, so if you're on that side of the ocean, that's a great place you can go. They have two color variations. There's this one here as well as the blue one over here. When I come back, I'll go over some other advertisement stuff, but yeah. Let me see. Where is studio mode? There it is. Okay. Ooh. Also, other than just the vinyl, YIIK has other merchandise. You can go to the YIISBreed website, and they have t-shirts as well as pens. You can also go to the YIIK website and get prints. They have all of these are from the Deviation Perspective EP. They come in a bunch of different sizes as well. So if you want a small little one to cover up the hole in your wall, or if you want one that spans the entire wall. I don't know that they're that big. They're pretty big, but not quite that big. That's an exaggeration, hyperbole for marketing effect. Sorry, I think I'm funnier than I am. And besides that, we also have this teaser from 1.5 that they just posted on April 4th. So yeah, to say the least, we got a lot of fun stuff happening in the YIIKosphere. We don't need this anymore. Start filling up my water bottle. Ooh. Maybe eat a slice of pizza. I have this whole pizza and like a whole bag of breadsticks just sitting next to me that I haven't eaten yet. I did this last stream. I made a whole plate of like mussels, and I was going to eat them, and I just ended up picking at it throughout the stream because I didn't want to stop talking. The things I do to try to entertain people, I guess.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, I just want to thank you again for coming on. Like, this has been great. I've had a great time doing this.
That's good to hear. I've had a lot of fun as well. This has been very enlightening.
Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun. I'm part of me worried, like, when I like suggesting this stuff, I was like, no, they're just gonna think it's like really exhausting and like not as interesting as I feel it is.
You're making it very interesting. I don't totally agree with everything you're saying, but I also don't think it's wrong, if that makes sense. Because
maybe, like I'm hoping as we get further along and I explain more things, you might come around and be like, well, maybe you're more right than I was giving credit to.
Well, I'm not saying like I outright disagree. It's just it's
right.
like the way games and things. I don't.
Yeah.
It's as I said earlier on. I don't make my stuff to be like definitive because that would be pointless.
Right.
It's like it's very interesting to hear about like, okay, this goes a lot deeper than I thought.
Yeah.
I'd be cutting myself off from stuff a lot, like very interesting stuff if I just like, oh no, it's all bollocks. Never talk to me about this.
Yeah.
Done it. I've walked away.
I don't know. Maybe I've just seen enough people like that online that it's like you kind of get desensitized and you kind of just go, oh, probably everybody's like this, and it's like it's really refreshing to see somebody else that's like willing to engage and like have a discussion like this.
And it's like kind of whole point I feel what like games like discussion should be is this kind of collaborative. Okay, like let's kind of knock our heads together and see where it goes. And I don't think it should be confrontational.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like, I don't think true consensus is where we met, but I also think that's more interesting. I think it's just about how it's approached, you know?
Right.
Pissed that she missed 3 weeks' pay. Then we go and grab Michael's new camera. Cameras are Michael's weapon, vinyls are Alex's. So most characters have distinct shops. And, well, I guess it adds character, but more than that, it adds loading screens. The two head back to the factory hotel.
I originally went into that point a lot more. I thought, no, that's a waste of time. I cut like a paragraph after that, I think, of just talking about different shops.
Alex, you saw 3 of them yesterday.
I'm glad you pointed out that there's 3 of them.
Well, yeah, because now you've gone over that with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, I do a good job of doing that.
I also want to point out, because, like, in the LP, me and Noonan knew to run away. Well, we didn't know to run away instantly, so Noonan said, run away for a joke, so we just did the right thing by fucking...
That is amazing. Yeah, I know a lot of people struggle with that scene. I think... I mentioned this last stream, and I wonder how you'll react to it. So, like, I think that sets up a really good precedent for the game. Because obviously, like, at the ending segment, you know, there's fights that you have to win through a different means.
But the final... Well, it's like, there are several undefeatable fights, and
yeah.
You are primed for that from the very get-go, that Alex can't win everything.
But I think it also speaks to, like, the greater theme of the game. Because here's Alex, he's kind of this stubborn, selfish, I think I'm the protagonist, I should face all my problems head on kind of person.
But he's not actually that in control of.
Yeah, and in this moment, you can't do anything. You have to run away to continue. And like
you have to, like, essentially, leave the death end. What at the time you would think is a deathly entity just near the town.
Yeah, you have to leave. You can't win by normal means. You have to change your approach and grow from it, to say it in, like, a flowery language, you know.
And from a purely personal perspective, that scene was ruined because it was like Noonan going, "Nah, run away," and I was like, "Yeah, that'd be funny."
Yeah.
Oh, we were meant to do that, huh?
Yeah, I do think it could have been kind of told a bit better, where he's like, you know, like in the alpaca fight, you get the impression that you might be able to run away from it because they say to run early on.
No
but
dice.
This one doesn't quite say that as much, so I can kind of get why people struggle.
Oh, Alex
with it.
and Michael have no. I mean, I suppose from, like, a realistic character perspective, they have every reason to fucking run. I think what they do is, like, aren't you primed out earlier on, get the pictures and, like, go?
Yeah.
If you do the picture move, which I think I did, and while I don't think it has any gameplay benefit to actually do the move, you know, you are kind of primed for it in a sense.
Yeah. It's also one of those, maybe, you know, you go and try to play it and you go see that nothing is working and you just go, okay, well, I'll just run.
Yeah, it's got infinite health. Eventually, you're going to go through your options and, like, I'm out here. I think some people might be more annoyed by that. I had hoarded items to the 9s, I think, just because they were so available.
Yeah. Some people really criticize the game for that, but I think it's, like, in my opinion, the way that I look at gameplay. So I should clarify. When I play this game, I never get higher than, like, level 17.
Oh my.
Because you don't need to. When I was doing testing for the combat, I played through level 5 like several times. And the reason for that is because I felt, you know, you have upcoming, you're going to go over the, hey, you have to level up to 5. Or, you know, it's a story beat here in a second with
Vela. You have to get to level 5 before Vela will give you the time of day.
And me as a person, I go, well, that means you should be able to beat the entire game at level 5. Right?
Right. I've heard of challenge runs.
And it's not really me, like, thinking of it as a challenge run. I'm like, no, I need to make sure that this is possible for players to do. As a beta tester, that was my mindset. And so
went in with a very, very good mindset, I suppose.
And I was like, okay, it's possible. I'm never doing this again. This is really hard. There's like things
It's
that
like-
you have to consider with like the combat mechanics that you'd never consider through other playthroughs.
I mean, it's a very different kettle of fish. I'm not sure. I imagine, in fact, you said I'm never doing that again. That there was a element of frustration or difficulty to it. I did an Izanagi run of Persona 4. That was its own fucking thing.
Yeah, it's one of those like you make a mistake once and you're either so far behind you can't make it back up, or you just die, and it's like, well, okay.
Well, shit.
But if you don't make any mistakes, and it's a bit generous with what I'm calling a mistake, because there's some things you can hit and not hit, and it'll be okay.
What about the Goth fight? How does that just not? Oh no, because that move sets you to 1 HP. It doesn't kill you.
Yeah, and at that point you also have Panda Barrier is that was something I had gone back and forth with them a lot on trying to make it work in a way that it's useful for level 5, and then also like having Rory helps out a lot with how he's been rebalanced.
Yeah, okay, so you're talking about because you're talking about beta rebalancing. Yeah, so I'm on a totally different wavelength than you when it comes to talking about gameplay, because I'm more old system.
Yeah.
Like I've not played the combat updates, so anything you say, I have to I can't like really talk about it or debate it.
I'd have to grab my Switch, but I'm pretty sure I beat the game on my first playthrough at level 30. But that's just how I play RPGs. I don't particularly care for grinding, even if the combat system's really good. So I just don't do it and go through. I'm
gonna talk personally of like RPGs. I think I like RPGs, but I am weirdly particular because I always worry. Oh God, am I too like over leveled for this? Am I too behind? And I always like worry that am I getting the optimum gameplay curve in the story? Because I also like I want to do the side quests, I want to do this, but then you just kind of ruin the main story because you're always like too ahead for the challenges, and it's like I will never find the balance. I feel.
I will say they did make it so like enemies in this game kind of scale with your level after the update. So it kind of has this consistent challenge based versus like other games.
I do feel like that is one solution, though one I have my own little niggles with. But I'm not gonna harp on that because that just
you also have the ability to like turn on infinite time usage, and then like there's also a story mode, which is basically kind of an easier mode. For
people who literally just want the story and don't want to have to concern themselves too much with the mechanical back end.
You deal more damage, and then like the windows where you have to hit things are a lot more generous.
Transfer cable. Alex stands outside, feeling sad that he
And then like
I do not miss the days of Firewire, even though this probably was USB because it's not actually 1999.
But yeah, so like this scene shows you where Michael's house is.
Yep, that's probably the most helpful foreshadowing in the game. That's like the big one. I feel.
Yeah, and I talked with one of my friends about this, like this scene where they're like talking about these pictures they took, and he was like, yeah, they could show them and kind of tie in Onizim more. And like literally what I did in my playthrough is after the scene concluded, I went on Onizim and looked at what they were talking about.
Okay.
And I think that's kind of what it's trying to prime you to do, is it wants you to kind of like it's just talking about Onizim so that you go and check it.
Right.
Instead of just showing you everything on Onizim, because if it showed you everything on Onizim, you'd get to this point where you're like, oh, it's just going to show me anything that's important.
So yeah, essentially the game like throws the ball into your court. You're saying on that one is
that's how I.
They mentioned it. Go have a look. This is like you being flagged up. Go check the forums.
Yeah.
One thing that I might save for later. Yeah, I'll save it for later because Vela comes in. Yeah, sorry.
That people believe them, which clearly wasn't helpful as a Fade to Black skips us 2 weeks into the future. It's April 19th.
That I do genuinely find kind of amusing though. Like, intentionally or not, it's the fact that, yeah, they were there for 2 weeks, nothing really got achieved.
Yeah. I do.
Even if Alex is telling the story in post, he just has to admit, and then we achieved fucking nothing for 2 weeks.
It is pretty good. There's a few moments like that too, where he's just like, and nothing happened, whatever. Michael's dogs got hit by a car, but nothing happened in 2 weeks.
Me and Michael, we hit the arcades and played Street Fighter 2 for a couple of weeks. And...
yeah, it's like, okay, Alex, so you just sat there at the computer for 2 weeks.
Thanks for not telling us about it.
About a girl who can tear holes in realities, and they decide to investigate, which is just in time, really. Onism is going to have its minds elsewhere tomorrow.
Ah, that's my Columbine joke. I remembered that.
We head back to the arcade. The two creep on Vela, which leads...
Genuinely only saw that. Is it fair to do that if I only saw that while editing? I don't know.
So she asks if she can...
The arcade. Yeah, just one misspelling in a big game.
go and see the pictures.
There was a few typos.
Yeah,
I think they've fixed most of them by now.
Fair dues.
But there's so much text in this game. There's,
What really happened here is the old Frankton map had a grocery to be behind.
oh, so like that's one of the things.
Okay.
Vela is from a different reality. Onizim is multiple realities all at once. And like, yeah, while there was a grocery store in Frankton, if Alex never intends to go to a grocery store, why would there be a grocery store?
Jesus. That I agree with you, but that is also
I mean,
wank.
considering they've redesigned the entire thing to be more like player friendly, and they know that that's the first plot line is that you're going to a grocery store.
Your first introduction is the grocery that you will find a shut one in Windtown. That's, I mean, okay, so I'm not an American, and that is a 7-Eleven, obviously. I'm not sure I doubt you'd call that a grocery, but that's like as close as I can kind of, as I can get.
More or less. It's basically, a convenience store is basically a grocery store in a way.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a few sundries, essentially. Like, he could probably hit some of a shopping list.
You can get milk and bread. What else do you need?
Yeah, that's milk and bread. It did fine for the Israelites, right? It's... oh, that was milk and honey. That was milk and honey.
By a game it never opens. Maybe they're just trying to get rid of us. Well, less importantly, but if you check Onism, which you totally can...
Nitpicking isn't that fun.
right in front of the arcade.
Just driving home a point that really didn't need it.
Easy on us up until now. This conversation marks the first real winding road we have to deal with.
Okay, so this was the one I wanted to talk about, which was... I saw someone in chat say this earlier, and I apologize for, like, kind of a thing point, but it was essentially about how, Alex is the only one who talks like that, and it's like, no, I mentioned later on that I think Vela and a lot of the other characters have a certain verbosity about them that makes them all sound very similar.
Yeah.
And now with what you've said, so is that essentially you're going to say that this is characters being kind of filtered through Alex into his language, his, like, playing up of events, that everyone was essentially talking with that same sort of wordiness?
For Rory, I'll say that that's probably Alex. For Vela, I don't think so. Maybe to an extent because, it's a different reason for each character. That's what I'll say.
I see.
So for Vela, he's really kind of attracted to her. So to make her more appealing, he might word up a bit to kind of like, he makes
her more ideal.
Yeah. So maybe there's a little bit of that at play, and then Michael, it's specifically because he fucking hates Michael. I have no idea how else to put it. He thinks Michael is a know-it-all prick.
Okay.
And I can explain that a bit later when you go into Mind Dungeon stuff. But yes, he thinks Michael is a know-it-all prick. So of course Michael is going to just go on about shit.
Also, someone in chat asked, have I ever had any friends which were very deep into being hipsters and alt culture? And I said not exactly, but to just think very quickly, I went to university for film. I've had a lot of very weird friends, none that I would exactly call hipster, but not on the spectrum of Alex, but like very into their own niches and very much their own people, and there's kind of an overlap.
I used to be in a friend group that was like all exclusively hipsters that hated the idea of being a hipster.
And I think it's also tricky because I don't think there's going to be... I think it's very easy to generalize people, but I've known a lot of very weird, very out there people, not exactly like Alex, but carrying traits of him. So yeah. I don't totally disbelieve Alex as a person, as a character. I just think he is very non-standard, but I buy him, more or less. But I also kind of detach that from wider ideas of hipsterdom, because I've just met a lot of very weird people in my life, and generally generalizing people never quite sits too well with me, because I've just met too many weird people to really work in generalizations anyway. Right.
And like, so, and like the last one is Rory. Alex doesn't care about Rory in any way. So it make, you know, while he might have this explanation for something that he's trying to express, it doesn't matter to Alex. So it kind of like, it would make sense that it's something that seems really meaningless.
So essentially that is incredibly mean considering everything, but yeah, I see it. He downplays this person in his own retelling, his own recounting of events.
So he kind of highlights how Vela is like trying to correct him the whole time instead of really going in like, oh, you know, maybe he made a good point here or there. Yeah, that's kind of how I view that. But, you know, it's also one of those things. I really like really exposition-heavy storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm
guilty. And yeah, I think it's just with me, when it appeals to me, it does. And, you know, I'm I'm a Kojima boy, so I don't mind.
Right.
I don't mind a lot of exposition, but Kojima's working on a much more literal... there is obviously subtext still, but it's very much more on what you see is what you're getting, and you just have to... Whereas with YIIK, you're on like another level of... Because essentially when I approached YIIK for this video, is that I approached it with a lot of what we're seeing is still kind of on the level, even if Alex is mistelling a lot of it, or like getting a lot of it wrong, and I wasn't certain how much of that was intentional versus otherwise. Whereas you see it very much as, and I'm basically, it's mounting that, this is all in the retelling, but all of this is ad hoc post Alex's recollection of events being filtered through him.
Yeah.
Start to
some
finish.
Degree. Absolutely. That's how I feel about it.
To some degree. Okay.
Because I think he's like mostly accurate about it, but then he inserts details where it's like, hey, this would probably be a little bit more interesting, you know?
I see. He plays it up and to an extent mischaracterizes his party members.
And you absolutely see that after you find the van. When you find the van, you can notice that the characters are all a bit different.
Because that's where reality just starts breaking and people start slipping in and out. Oh, sorry.
We'll
explain a bit on me.
We got something really fun with that one. And some of this is like the exposition that Vela does a lot, kind of gives you world mechanics, but from her perspective. So they're not perfect world mechanics.
Right, because she's in a different game, more or less, in a way.
Yeah. And then like Michael, when he's gone proto, he'll like disagree with Essentia or whatever and explain mechanics, but he's still again only speaking from his perspective.
Okay. Also, just to gripe about editing again, my computer's slow to a crawl with these transparency effects and the fact that I had actually cut out the text box and layered it over the image.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Just want to complain while I have the platform to do so that editing this was a nightmare because my computer was screaming at me not to do this.
I always like to point at that line. Whenever he mentions any women in his life, I go, Alex, have you? Did you actually date somebody in college?
Oh, yeah, he says, like, I had 7 girlfriends in, and I think the common response to that is to go, bullshit, you did.
Because He very well could have. But I think it's
I
funnier
mean,
to question it.
It's oh yeah, no, that is pure like probably. I mean, maybe he did, but I mean, I think that's also an important detail. Like, genuinely, just think that he says I had like he had, and if he says he had 7, that means in the few years those must have all been very short flings before they
Yeah,
got like that is in a way a hint that he is insufferable. Like, people do not stick around him for long periods of time.
I do think that's 2 parts. It kind of points that he's kind of insufferable. It's also kind of this, maybe he moves through relationships really fast, and that's an important point for later. We'll save that one.
Like, no, I will give the game credit on that. I think that line, I like when he mentions having that many girlfriends. On the one hand, yeah, it's funny to joke about it, but if you take it on face value, that is the game more or less acknowledging people don't stick with this guy.
Yeah.
It's like, genuinely, that line is pulling kind of double duty on.
I'd even say it's pulling triple duty, because it also points at how he's exaggerating a bit to make himself appear,
it's a shit exaggeration, because you look at it deeper and you go, so none of them liked you that much, huh? Yeah.
But maybe he's making, like, as his character goes with the Sammy relationship, and like even with a little bit with Vela, and then later with Essentia.
Oh yeah, it's just he never had that many girlfriends. It's just he claims that because of how he envisions
these women. He projects this entire relationship on them. Maybe they hung out a couple times, and then he says, "Yeah, I dated this chick," or
"Yeah, sure,
they got a coffee together once."
Mm-hmm.
Going on one date doesn't mean you're dating that person. So
it's like, you browse onism, ew.
Yeah. So I think it's pulling and this is what's funny about, like, when people really criticize the dialogue of the game. It's like, there's lines in here that do a lot more work than they have any right to do.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to deny that YIIK has 0 thing, because, like, I do genuinely, I think I say it in the Two Brothers part, and, like, I think I do know Andrew is watching now, so I'm not changing my language for that, but I do think Andrew has genuine writing chops. It's just that in YIIK, it's like, this could be filtered down, and there would be a probably good story in here full of, like, really, like, good, strong moments, and it's a bit too much, and there's a lot of flowery stuff that I don't think works. But I'm one person, and we've already gone over how criticism has kind of fucked this game before it came out.
Right.
I think he should go with his heart, but I also think I'm not going to be totally on board with it,
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he has to appeal. I don't think he has to work to appeal to me.
Right. I think that's the thing at the very end of the day is, like,
yeah,
it's a story for a very specific type of person. If that person's not you, then that's fine.
Yeah. But in the end, it's a bit hypocritical of me to say that as the guy who made a 2.5-hour video on it, because I found it interesting. But I mean, that is generally where I land. Is I hope he makes another game. I hope he makes a good one.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I don't think totally nailed it, to say the least.
This isn't quite foreshadowing. It's Alex's erection for Sammy casting a shadow like a plot sundial.
Yeah, it is.
Gets 5 tech boxes. Alex explains Vela explaining the entities, then Vela explains the entities. That's unique, YIIK.
Oh boy, I had to go with the persona tongues. Oh.
This line is greatly ironic, because this is basically telling you exactly how Alex is. He's just ignoring the humanity of whatever's happening and going straight for, I need to solve this. I need to find out the truth.
And he goes right to the human element of the tale, while essentially looking past, while judging others for doing such a thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andrew.
I entered into a dark place, both physically and metaphysically.
Vela explains her own fear of the entities, and Alex asks her to explain what metaphysically meant. And rather than saying she doesn't want to talk about it, she bangs on about the definition of the word. Well, isn't that clever, you snarky fuck? Alex calls on this, and Vela then does what she could have done in the first place.
It's like fucking guilty pleasure of mine is, like, literally inserting myself for a minute just to be a smart ass. It's never smart when I actually do that, because I've had time to write.
Alex then asks how she got so tough. So she gives him a phone number to access the metaphysical space of the mind dungeon and tells him
I will say I do like that in your videos, because it kind of puts it a little bit. It kind of puts you in the moment more than it would.
Yeah, no,
otherwise.
that's something with the journey aspect I talk about. Is I want my videos to feel like a kind of nice, relaxed journey that people can come along with. So I do try and insert a few moments of like me responding to the characters as it goes along. Like that is like a little stylistic thing, but it's also I just have to like it's far less intelligent than it comes off because it's not that witty when I had like an hour to think of the perfect retort to whatever I wanted. I haven't touched the updates yet, Lost in the Void, so I haven't like looked at, no Alex or lessened monologues yet. Though I am impressed that there's like a sliding scale in that regard, that there's full Alex, reduced Alex, and no Alex.
Yeah, the silent isn't quite implemented yet. It's just
I'm curious how well it could be, because I do think Alex is genuinely instrumental. Like
I think it like I said, like I've said about other things, it plays to a bigger like meta narrative aspect of YIIK. Like I kind of mentioned like passed a lot of these ideas off to Andrew as like, hey, it would be really fun as a person who likes the story to re-experience it this way and this way. And then I go, okay, but now that you've done that, there's these big like narrative things that you've suggested through it.
That's something that's tricky because when I was working on the video, I stopped myself because I realized I got to get this video out before October. So this was genuinely a thing of crunch time. I started editing like my own reduced cut of chapter 1, and I didn't get very far in because I would like cut a line, and then later on it would kind of tie back into it. And YIIK is genuinely tightly wound in a lot of places, which is really tricky because sometimes lines can feel both wasteful, but they're also not, because a later line will somewhat justify its existence.
Yeah.
And I very quickly, and this was, I worked on this for a day and a bit, and I was like, this is really hard. I can't just, I try and cull a few lines of dialogue, and then later on, they're useful again.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
I think that's something that I'm surprised that so many people have these hour-long videos, and they, even if they talk about the story for a little bit, they don't notice how, when you're editing, you have to go over these lines of dialogue so many times. And it's I'm kind of surprised you don't pick up on more of it as you're,
I think that it was a genuinely helpful exercise for me, but it was also just okay, no, you can't just cut lines. Things need to be reworked at the root at some points to make things snappier or, get to a point faster. You can't just cut lines. It's way harder than that because they do on some level justify their existence.
Yeah.
Also, to go back to the cat thing and the plagiarism, quote unquote, that was also a book reference, I believe, with the when he's describing the cat.
The cat?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen some stuff mentioned, here and there that people have said. I'm not well read. I'm a person who could just I make really, really good inferences. And so there is a few references and stuff like that to other stuff, but I'm not as aware of those things.
Okay, fair enough.
And I've seen some people mention them offhanded, and I just didn't. It's one of those. I feel like if I hold on to how this is a line from this for too long, I'll go, okay, now I need to read this to get the context of what's going on with this line, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do all that because it should work within the story itself. It should have its own narrative weight within the story itself, and that's what I said with the Proto Woman. It has things that tie itself to YIIK's story, outside of it just being a literary reference and it being
it stands on its own 2 feet, more or less. It's not just a reference for the sake of a reference.
It is directly kind of referencing the king and queen and how that kind of what the eventuality for Alex's soul at that point was. And then it's also this kind of yeah, it also does the thing where Alex is comforted by this media from before.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, I don't need it to do anything more than that. I don't need to know the context of that quote and what's going on in that story to really get what it's here for. I just need to see what it is here and that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm truncating shit from now on because this is just how YIIK operates. The conversations are like the...
With writing videos, it's always a thing I do worry about is I want to get across the pacing and flavor of conversations and like the specifics, but also I don't want my videos to be fucking 5 hours long.
Yeah. We did go over
Spoiler,
Jack's
my next
video, and it's like, yeah, I can't imagine how you're going to short Yakuza 5 story.
Oh no, my Yakuza 5 video is going to be 5 hours long.
Like,
Jack's video, so me and Jack Saint have never talked. He's like followed me for a long time, and I don't feel we quite run in the same circles, but if he enjoys the videos, that's cool. I mean, he's probably never gonna...
I don't know.
I'm not a great lover of his YIIK video. I think it's...
Yeah,
I always feel like it feels very slapdash.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And
I don't think he's being disingenuous, but I just also... I don't think that half as much like actual thought went into it as like the visuals of him sitting next to a corkboard would imply. It's all very literal.
Yeah, I think he doesn't really hit on anything really big until his afterword, his theory, and it's like, oh, you know, you're kind of hitting exactly the themes of what the game's about, and like that was impressive to me, being somebody kind of removed from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like,
no, it's funny because yeah, just to kind of chance on it at the last second after a whole video where clearly a lot more thought went into this.
Yeah.
Why off the cuff are you now digging a bit deeper?
Right. And it's like, I guess I appreciate that he was really upfront and honest about how he came across those things. But it's also a matter of like, he also intercuts his video with his Let's Play where he's being like really kind of over the top about stuff, and it's like, yeah, this is... I could hardly
judge him for doing that.
I get it, but it's also like when he even like at some points his reaction to the game contrasts what he's trying to say. Like it's almost like combating in a way.
Well, it does kind of... I will defend him on like that level because I feel like the experience of playing and the experience of evaluating can genuinely be two different things.
Oh, sure.
You will realize a lot more in retrospect rather than being, you know, for a very dramatic way of putting it, in the trenches, you know, right there, experience in the midst of it. And then you look back and evaluate, and I feel most people would discover more doing that than when they're like right there. I definitely think I'm definitely a lot more intelligent when I get to look back on things, and I mean, hindsight is 20/20 and all that. Yeah.
Well, now it's 2020.
But no, it's just, you know, I wouldn't judge him for like cutting back to when he's doing his Let's Play because I do that in this video.
Right. Yeah. No, it's not that I fault him. I was just like saying that contrast was like really...
It's extreme, yeah.
Extreme, and it's like that kind of... It feels weird watching it because it's kind of like it's sending one message while it's also sending another message, and it's like kind of conflicts it a bit. Where I think yours is a lot more consistent in what you're trying to express.
I think it's also when I cut back to my own things, it's me being a genuine idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of looking like an idiot because I feel I so often am anyway.
Yeah, that's one thing I was saying while I was watching Jack Saint's video yesterday. Is he's been in the YIIK Scored, and he's mentioned that he's kind of come around on it a lot more than he did even in his video. So that's all.
Fair enough. Nice. It's a bit kind of unfair to kind of like go back to that now because it's... I wouldn't say disavowed, but yeah, he's changed his stance since like when that video was released.
Yeah, it's one of those, I kept mentioning it throughout that video, and it's also a matter of, like, I'm more looking at it as, a historical, because he's the first big person to talk about it. The other people that people might have picked up on weren't nearly as big as Jack Saint was. So it's like this is kind of a little more important to touch on.
Oh, did you have him on then, or?
No, I had DM'd him. I could have pinged him in the server, but I felt like that's really rude.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I'm really cautious about doing that stuff. But
Yeah,
I did DM him
same.
on
It's,
Twitter.
yeah, yeah.
People who just want to quote the funny, dumb lines of dialogue and move on. Since YIIK is always burying the lead through its own inability to stay on topic, and it just doesn't have the charisma to pull it off. It's all very hipster in that, you know, it can't be seen taking anything seriously, and it's just a competition for the characters to out-arsenal each other. It's a race to the bottom.
I mean, that makes sense, given what we were talking about with Alex being
Yeah,
the
no,
narrator.
yeah. He hipstered it hard, I guess, in the stereotypical like image of a hipster.
Plot details and character beats struggle to be heard or stand out amongst all the rambling, and some rambling is fine. There's no perfect ratio on this for good writing, but YIIK isn't even in the ballpark of a good answer. Okay, this was all too many words to say this game has too many words. So, to bring this section home...
That's another thing that I try and do in my videos. I stopped it. I did it a lot more at the beginning. That I do it in Yakuza 5. That I try and make the video. Sorry, this is very self-indulgent of me
It's okay.
to do it. Yeah, but I try and make the videos that I make in some way representative of what I feel the vibe of the game is. That happened a lot more with early ones. So with YIIK, yeah, there was a lot of wordiness to encapsulate the wordiness, and that is
You're really trying to like express the experience as kind of how you had it.
Yeah, and that's partially why the Yakuza 5 video is as big as it will be, because yeah, it's like with YIIK it was wordiness. With that, it's going to be the game is big, ergo video big.
Yeah.
Like, and it doesn't always work to the benefit of like things, but that's essentially what it was. And that joke there is like just leaning on the construction a little bit, which is very postmodern, which is also playing a little bit with YIIK.
Yeah.
But he's also guilty of this shit. Overlong conversations, rife with asides and filled with exposition.
It's something that bugs me when people say Kojima is like a bad writer, because I think he's got a lot of quirks, but I also think a lot of it is just people not liking style and conflating that with, oh, this is bad.
Yeah, I think it's also like there's this for me, I believe it's like this, it's a Japanese thing where
Oh yeah.
they think some American things are really cool that we don't really get.
Yeah, I think that is a thing with any culture, is when you view it from the outside, exaggerated elements stand out in a way that would not even be, you know, noticed to people who are, you know, from a place.
Right, like, I think like Death Stranding is a perfect example of that for Kojima, is because like there's a bunch of, you know, he kept going on about it being a Strand game, and he's like, he probably thought Strand sounded really cool and profound, but for an American audience, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and there's
like,
also mythos of the postman, which probably sounds cool as hell to, like, you know, a Japanese person. You think about come what, rain or snow or sleet or thing. That sounds rad as hell. Whereas I imagine to an American, it's just, yeah, they deliver the mail.
Yeah. So it's like Western audiences don't exactly get what Japanese people are like saying is really cool. So then they'll go, yeah, it's just kind of bad dialogue. And it's like, well, it's cheesy, sure, but
it probably sounds a lot better in its native Japanese, and it's now been translated.
Yeah.
An enjoyable spy fiction romp. If you miss the point of a Metal Gear game or don't take any meaning away from it, you can still have a good time.
Yeah, and I do agree that, like, because the surface level and everything else is in service of, like, a deeper narrative, that it kind of makes the surface a bit rocky as far as an experience.
Yeah, and I do think it's a somewhat shallow point, but I do stand by it, is if your surface level is entertaining, you kind of win the right to be a... Like, if the deeper stuff doesn't pan out, you've still got something. Whereas, to me, YIIK was all of its subsurface elements were the important part. I didn't feel all of them, and I felt the surface didn't like jive with me. And yeah, as shallow as it sounds, just being entertaining, I think, does give you an excuse. It's very selfish, I know, but that's kind of what it is. Like, yeah, I got my entertainment, damn right. It's
Yeah.
just, I'm walking away now.
Which I don't think that people that feel that way are like wrong or anything. It's just when you speak definitively afterwards, it's like, oh wow.
Yeah, if you then try and objectively say, well, this was all a fuck up, then then you're overstepping your bounds a little.
Yeah.
So Alex and Michael endeavor to hit level 5, find something interesting on onism, and use that to rope Bella back into this mess.
So these phone calls, this is a really fun detail. So the mine dungeon, you access it by going into the phone. All of the
So these are calls from the mine dungeon.
They are calls from the mine dungeon, because all of the people that call him are the people that are represented in his mine dungeon. His father calls him when Bella runs out of the room, and he's like, "Hey, you know, go get him, Tiger, whatever." And he says he can't deal with this right now. Michael calls him. This is Michael calling him now, as it leads to that dialogue later, and then like also at the beginning of the game. And then Sammy calls him at the end of the game. So it's like, yeah, these are connected in this way. And because we're getting into the mine dungeon, we got a lot of fun things to explain. So it's like, I don't know if you go over the cutscenes in here. Yeah, it looks like you go over one.
I will say right now, I skip them. I give the excuse that because the surrounding mechanical elements were so annoying and I just wanted out, I was kind of primed to be like, nah, fuck this. I'm out. And I have since learned that no, these are key to understanding Alex, which is cool, but also kind of unfortunate given the surroundings, given the context of them.
Yeah, so it's like, this is there's a lot of details all at work right now. He's descending the mine dungeon. He's not ascending it. You're going down in floors, right?
I think I do actually point out is like descending into the depths of your mind is a cool visual element, because yeah, that's like genuine. That's kind of a literal fun image of descending into the subconscious.
Right. But also, like, when you're doing that, you're not exactly working to improve yourself. If you were to improve yourself, you would probably climb something, you know?
Yeah.
You would go up the mine dungeon, where he's kind of delving deeper. He's receding into the mine dungeon. And then the cutscenes you have the first one, which has Sammy in it, and it goes, I want to have known or have met you, which points to he has never met Sammy before. And then the next one is Michael, and it just points out how Alex thinks he's this, stuck up know-it-all prick. He's just like, oh yeah, Alex, you're fucking worthless, you can't help me with this, fuck off. And it's like all building up that, and then you get his dad, where it goes, and he's like, kind of reposts this really traumatic experience, I guess, for Alex, where his dad just leaves him and his mother behind because he went after
he's a womanizer.
Yeah, he went after a woman with nice legs.
Which is Rory's mum.
Because she's all
I
legs.
did get a YouTube comment about that. So I didn't come to this conclusion myself, but yes, there is the horrible implication that Alex and Rory, and indeed Rory's sister Carrie, are half siblings, which is unbelievably cruel. Which is amazingly, like, that hits. That is an implication that because I didn't pick up on it, but like when I saw it, I was like, oh god, that's something.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then there's another one at level 70. But
someone uploaded a video of that one.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I was just about to say. Oh, so like Where was I? Sammy.
So it's level 70 Mind Dungeon conversation. Alex's dad. Alex's dad leaving.
Alex's dad leaving. Alex's dad leaving points to a deep-seated issue that Alex has of abandonment. And then that reflects with the Michael scene where he leaves, like his best childhood friend leaves and then doesn't want to talk to him ever again.
And this leads into why he can't let anyone go.
And this is what leads into New Year's Eve. Or New Year's Day, whatever you want to call it. This is what leads into New Year's and everything that happens afterwards. But then the level 70 scene happens, and this kind of in one part tells you everything you need to know about the Crow, and also kind of tells you the kind of editing Alex does to justify his actions. The Crow starts off and he says something along the lines of, have you ever thought about how much, who says we suck? A bratty photographer who created one of the skeeziest websites on the net, which, you know, is only skeezy because Alex is on it. Or, you know, multiple Alexes are on it.
Oh, that's really fun.
And a
Yeah.
teenage goth girl who slept with someone twice her age. And he says that, but that's not who Vela is. That's like really exaggerated. And even on top of that, they don't tell him how much he sucks. They only tell him he sucks when he, you know, tells off Rory. They're like, hey man, stop being a dick. And that's like, you know, the only real part where they're like really critical of him. Other than that, they're kind of like, yeah man, just fuck off. You know, maybe Vela even says, kind of tells him off when he's trying to find the LP later. But
why don't you get a job? Why don't you?
Yeah. She kind of tells him off there, but for the most part, it's kind of justifying the actions or whatever, you know. He's kind of saying, well, everybody in my life shitty to me. Of course I'm going to be shitty. Of course I'm going to end the world. When everybody keeps trying to tell me that I'm going to end the world, is what the scene basically says. Now, that's because what the Crow is trying to do. The Crow is trying to force Alex to actually develop as a person. And the only way that that's going to happen is if he realizes that the faults that he has are his own, like what they actually are, and not blame them on other people. So in that moment, the Crow is going, yeah, let me exaggerate this to be like, yeah, all the people in your life are really shitty, right? And then Alex is supposed to go, no, they're not that shitty. You know, they've tried to help me. They've been going on this whole adventure with me this whole time. And instead, what Alex does is he goes, yeah, that's why, fuck them. I'm just going to move on. And doesn't grow as a character.
So at the end of that, level 70, at the end of the literal and metaphorical growth of the character in this instance, he rejects what the message is meant to be. And so
well,
there is no...
He's supposed to go and kill the proto-self. And explain this is really rough. But it's... So you have this concept of what the Crow is trying to do, right?
Right.
And the
which is change, get to confront himself and change.
Right. And the Essentia does what the Crow is trying to do. Like I said that the so in those cutscenes they're kind of shown as like this theater set, right? Let me move forward so we could actually see it.
Yeah, sure. This is all dry mechanical guff.
Let me just pull up the fucking Mind Dungeon. But yeah, so I kind of want to show this while I explain it. It has this, you know, theater set. in the scenes where Alex is reflective and he is with the robed Alexes, this is in the backdrop as well. The torches, all that is kind of in the back of the scene.
And and you also got the stage hands and other such.
Yeah. So like the robed Alexes are related to the crow, and what they are the aspects of despair, or the things that bring him despair. He's just looking at them through them. And like when you look at it like that, and you look at the Essentia and what the Essentia is trying to do for Alex, and you see them mirrored, you see the stage hands are a reflection of the robed Alexes. The robed Alexes lead him to despair, to grow. It's he's supposed to see this as something he has to learn from this moment or whatever, right?
Right.
Whereas the stage hands are trying to feed him into his delusions. The crow is trying to get him to grow by burying him down, by, suffocating him basically with his mistakes. And the Essentia is saying, no, you have value. You can go do whatever. Let me give you this pointless journey that you want to go on to have some fun with your friends.
Essentially, at the root of all of it is a varying cast of characters all competing for control over breaking Alex down to fix him or just giving him what he wants.
Right. Basically,
giving him no reason to change.
The difference is Proto-Alex. Proto-Alex is beyond Alex's faults. Alex is kind of he's obsessed with the idea that he's the main character. He kind of is really worried about people abandoning him. Proto-Alex doesn't care about any of that. Proto-Alex is just trying to entertain himself.
It's kind of like with Proto-Michael and to an extent Proto-Woman is like, these are people who have seen many versions of themselves, and just by doing that been able to
they learn.
This is me stepping outside of it. They're able to essentially cheat self-reflection by just literally seeing themselves.
They've seen their flaw through other people, and then they've just elevated above that. And like
the easiest form of self-reflection is to just literally see it, whereas Alex can't see it for himself, which is what the crow is trying to do.
Yeah, and basically. And like Proto-Michael is the same kind of thing. He even mentions, I reject you every time, but this time I've changed. It's because he's moved past that part that's holding him back.
Yeah.
It's being outside of the doom loop, basically.
It's like, genuinely moving that step beyond and just, because I've seen everything and like I've moved past needing self-reflection. And I'm aware of all the faults. It's, more or less that. He can accept Alex because he knows the others didn't, and he knows the foibles of doing so. Yeah, I threw my hands up on that one, so...
Yeah.
And I did not reach level 70, I don't believe. I think I hit around 40? 40, 50? I don't remember. I didn't max out.
I love Damon Mills' performance as Marlene in the Mine Dungeon. He goes all over the place.
Fair enough. Is the struggle of limited character portraits.
Yeah. Bridget had mentioned, she's like, now that I see this, I've already known how to like animate so much better now.
Like, I'm not holding her to blame for that. It is just amusing when you look at it.
Yeah.
This did annoy me. I have no idea it's a 1080 thing, but just the clipping.
Yeah,
and the model.
That's been fixed now.
Thank goodness. Yeah. It's like no. It's
Which also
funny,
this scene also kind of points to Sammy not being real because Alex acts as if it's the first time he's ever heard her name.
I apologize if you're going to hear me yawning from now on. It's not boredom. It is
Yeah,
it is getting later on here.
Maybe we should do one of these. Just do a little. We could try 1.5.
Do I look Korean?
Vaguely ethnic?
We're in the shadow of the erection. Alex mentions they should go chat with one of the
I love the vaguely ethnic line. I've heard
Yeah,
that
no, that
from
is that
people.
one is genuinely quite good. It's just, God damn, Alex,
this fuck to Sammy.
you're really pulling your foot in your mouth here.
Right.
We're in Chicago!
Did you just laugh?
The party dynamics in YIIK are undercooked at best, and this gets weirder as more members join. Despite all that happens and how little time they really do spend together, the story treats them as friends right off the bat, because in RPGs, party members are friends. I mean, that's not true of all RPGs, probably not even true of most of them, but it feels like YIIK gets held back by a weird assumption that it then plays to, hobbling these characters along the way. We then have to ask around to find the missing girl and her brother, and back to the slow side of the pacing, everyone in Windtown is holding out on us. So let's talk about the combat. It's garbage. A turn-based battle system where each and every attack and defense is achieved via much maligned minigames.
So this is all out of date now.
The battle system would still function and
Combat.
battles would still
Windtown. Here we go. We could just skip ahead to Windtown.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all out of date. Let's just skip over it. Save ourselves some time. I don't
Fair
want to
enough.
keep you for too long.
It's okay. I don't have anything I need to do tomorrow. It's just don't want to be totally like mentally wiped while I still have to remember. While I still have to, you know, actually engage.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the god-awful graveyard gags, where the Allensons put themselves next to Iwata, who I guess plans to be buried here in 16 years. Hey, fun fact, Frankton was the birthplace of Kenneth Lay. Where's his grave? He died in 2006.
I don't actually give that much of a fuck. That I just thought that was interesting.
It is funny.
Yeah.
If you wanted to commemorate Iwata, it would have been more respectful if you just had him alive and somewhere nice, probably. Like, hey, the next town has a fucking...
So now those make a bit more sense. The idea of those being Alex reflecting on the graves,
Yeah.
those which makes Alex so much more of a prick. Just
No,
hey, this
that's-
is my grave. This is my graveyard joke.
That is the thing that's a little struggle about talking to me about this. Like, I don't think Alex is a terrible person or anything like that. Like, I think if I met somebody like him, I wouldn't mind hanging out with them. Maybe not all the time, but if he was a friend of a friend and they invited him over, I wouldn't be too upset. Kind of a
Oh no, I'm not saying it's just like, you know, because you wouldn't get that thing, but just him seeing the headstones and then just
yeah.
Dandy was a masculine man and died because of societal expectations of gender norms, and it's just like, I mean, for me, it's mostly the wordiness, but it's also just that's your reflection on the grave, on the headstone.
Yeah, but it's like throughout this stream, you're probably just gonna go, man, Alex is a bigger prick than I thought.
Mate, if you're trying to salvage Alex, you're doing a terrible job.
Nobody can salvage Alex.
I mean, like on an interpersonal level, not as a character, by the way. But, you know,
No.
like,
Yeah. No, as a character, he's great. But if he was a person, he's a fucking dick. Fuck this dude.
yeah. God damn, Alex.
Because this one coming up, this is gonna be a big stinker for Alex as a person.
So one thing is, I'm not generally a graphics person, but I do think that like I think it's a cool setting, even though I think it's very weird how little it's like leaned on. Though I'm not saying it's entirely a bad thing. It's just very weird after how much Alex ruminates on everything else. The scenery of Windtown is just kind of glossed over.
Yeah. Well, again, the entity that's in the sky is God. Or is the
And
God
Alex
entity.
rejects God.
And Alex rejects
Goddamn.
God. So why would
Okay.
he even point it out?
Oh, that's fucking good. Okay.
So this scene, we're getting into the golden alpaca.
We're
of course,
getting into it.
It's changed. I'll go over the changes, but I'll also mention like the kind of what's going on in this scene right now. What's going on in this scene is Rory's out here. You know, he's looking for his sister through the soul space, whatever, or he finds an entity and thinks it's his sister. And there's a reason for that. But he thinks it's his sister, and he brings all of these people down because he's like, oh well, maybe Sammy, and it's his sister, and he's as well as like, yo, like that's not her, that's you. You just found a parallel yourself. You have a lot going on, sure, but when she starts talking about it more, she's not really talking to Rory. She's more going over her own trauma.
Yeah.
Like she's like
She's the only
inserting
person who
herself
can-
over it, and I like I've had people do that to me in my real life, and it's like it feels really like unpersonable, you know. It doesn't feel like they're genuinely caring about you. It feels like they're just trying to make the situation about themselves. So I don't find Bella to be really sympathetic to Rory in this moment.
Okay, yeah, we sit on different ends on that one, because I thought this was a very strong like emotional moment for Vela of like opening up and moving kind of past her own insecurities with a thing to like reach out and help another person. But I can kind of see it of like, I mean, it probably does work to some extent both ways, is that now she's seen someone else and she can relay this back to someone who might genuinely get it, and it is all
Right.
for her.
And
But
like,
if it helps them, it's kind of all the same in a way.
yeah, I agree. And it's like even with that, what Bella's advice isn't great. Where she's like, you know, you're going to suffer, or no, you're gonna have the pain, but you don't have to suffer. And it's like, okay, that, you know, that works for you, but other people don't just get over things that easy.
Yeah, no, that does go hand in hand with the fact that this game has many different interpretations of grief. Though, like, even with the fact that grief is a very personal thing, I do think trying to reach out and open up about grief, even if it's purely your own understanding of it,
Yeah.
is a very kind thing to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm just speaking like for Rory's perspective. I can see where he doesn't really connect with Vela in this.
Yeah,
moment.
and I mean, someone who's much closer to grief, you can't really expect them to always just be able to objectively go back. Actually, yeah, you're right about grief, because
yeah,
there is no absolute right way to approach it. It's just, you know, it's the rejection of the attempted niceness, which again, when you're dealing with someone who's in grief, I can go on forever just like taking steps back and going, but yeah, if you're in grief, you can't be fully expected to be rational about things, and you're the one who's in a very frayed position. And yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think any game is going to ever like do grief 100% like universally, because there is no universal metric, no story. I mean, not just in any game, but you know,
right.
There's relatability to it.
Absolutely. Another thing I want to say about that is, so Alex again is our narrator. He's the grand author of our tale. In this moment, it is not about him.
And he doesn't quite like that.
So what does he do?
He demands explanations.
He demands explanations. And, you know, they're in a sewer. They're kind of in a shitty situation. And we know what happens after the scene, right? You know, what happens after is he tells Rory, fuck off, nobody cares about your dead sister. Right?
Right. He makes it about him.
He makes it about him. But that's a really bad thing to do, right? We can all agree that that's a really shitty thing to do. So what does Alex do to make up for it, to justify it? Well, there's a golden alpaca. We almost died down here.
Well, yeah, okay, that is very much on the surface. So it's like, I feel like, yeah, because Alex wouldn't be in the best state of mind either, is if you just had a life or death struggle, you're not going to be totally keyed into how people around you feel.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Manka Carmen's video. So
He said he agreed with Alex telling Rory off, and it's like, when you have the perspective of a deadly situation, sure.
I don't think that. I think it's one of those situations where neither of them are truly in the right at the best. It's like,
right. So, I will mention a few things about this scene. It being as goofy as it is wasn't exactly planned. That was just a result of kind of rushed development on it.
Okay,
and some people not exactly contributing as much as they could. So it's like it was happenstance that it was as goofy as it is. But I think this is a good way to go into the new Golden Alpaca scene.
Yeah, which I watched a bit of, and let's see it. Let's.
I always hate how YouTube just picks a random.
It remembers where you last were looking at it.
It does that, but I've watched some videos completely. Like you can see Game OK's video here. I've watched that completely, and then it just goes, yeah, here.
Oh yeah, that it's a little it's a little bit flippant on how it remembers. Oh, that's a new angle for one thing, I believe.
Yeah. And then like here's the whole scene. It's a lot
more dynamic and a lot more environmentally fitting to to the mood of the scene rather than Ninja Turtles radioactive sewer water. No, yeah, the presentation in this is definitely a lot stronger. Though I think there's a few shots which they're a bit distracting because Vela is so often cross-eyed. Which looks a little bit silly.
It's kind of an effect of how the eyes are rendered or how they work.
I think certain models in this presentation work better, and Vela is a bit too stubby. I feel it's hard to make her look good.
Yeah.
Whereas Rory, the way he's rendered, I think, looks very sympathetic. He's just kind of made well to look pitiable is the wrong word. Sympathetic, probably, yeah.
I do think that's also a result of Rory's model being one of the last ones of the main characters to be made. So it's all the things you've learned from the other ones kind of go into this one, where the others are kind of set in stone from a long time ago.
And one thing I did, because I did watch this earlier today before we started, I think a lot is done very well with Alex's facial expressions to kind of make it very clear, the intonation of his lines. In this shot, he looks very just kind of disinterested. That shot, you need to explain this. He's grandstanding. He's making a big show. He looks like such a cock in that shot, and I think that is a lot better.
Yeah. And they're hoping to do more of these with the next update.
Actually, Vela doesn't look too bad there. She looks very genuine, but that's me reading. I read into body language a lot with these things. So I imagine that's the point with this level of production. And also, it's good to actually bring Michael into this scene in any fashion. In chat, Robin Maker of Things is asking, Michael's model is the same one from the very first pitch, right?
I don't know. His model and Vela's look very similar to the very first prototype. Alex has been changed quite a bit.
Yeah, as the main character, that's to be expected. They'd go through the most revision.
Yeah. But yeah, this scene's a lot better. Let's try to get to the new part. Obviously, I want to point this out because I appreciate this is the first time we actually get to see the soul space in the game.
Yeah, that helps for later that you get that it is a literal space.
Yeah, here we go.
Damn it! Guys, we need to run!
Bella, will you tell me what the hell is going on? What is all this about?
I think it's a golden alpaca. Damn it, we need to run! Come on, let's get out of here!
So, some people question the golden alpaca, why Vela would know that, and it's really kind of simple. She's not somebody from that reality.
Yeah, no.
And if there's something that's trying to kill soul survivors, as we've seen, it's yeah, of course she would run into that before. But the golden alpaca has been something that was in the very first prototype of the game. So it's like this isn't something that's just been randomly inserted. It just didn't get the time that they wanted to put into it.
It was meant to be a more important narrative beat in the kind of rule of the universe, that there is something that goes out destroying. So from watching this, essentially, it does make it more apparent that crossing reality's boundaries is, on some metaphysical level, unwanted.
Yeah, I think it's because, like, the way I perceive that is, like, it kind of goes against the purpose of the crow. The crow is there to help get you to progress as a person. But if you run away from that and go somewhere else, you haven't progressed.
That kind of brings it back to a conversation we had earlier with the Mind Dungeon, is the crow. So adding on to that, the crow wants you to accept your reality. The kind of proto versions and Soul Survivors are essentially cheating reality.
Yes, basically.
They don't put the effort in. They just kind of jump to the end of the queue, and essentially the golden alpaca is at the other end of that, and essentially a punishment for that behavior.
Yeah, and so I can also explain this golden alpaca makes the insert of the original golden alpaca even more obvious. So in the 1.5 story, there's a character who, like I said, who watched this movie, right? The kind of hero character of the movie is the golden alpaca. And there's this very specific thing that Alex does, and similar Alexes do, is they attach themselves to this idea of being the main character, right? And they, in the story, the character William, he sees this character, and then when it's near the end, he goes, "Man, Archangelo is so cool. I wish I could be like Archangelo," basically. And he has the story of him, like, dating Vela, but it turns out, he never dated Vela. Just kind of like the same thing with Sammy. He never met Sammy. So, like, some people kind of got in their heads that, because it was Vela and she watched this movie with him, that this is, like, Vela seeing this character and, whatever, right?
Right.
But in reality, that's just another Alex projecting onto the scene. This character is basically an Alex. Because it's William's idealized version of the protagonist, the golden alpaca, and he's coming in here to set the record straight, right?
William's
a new character from the Deviation Perspection PDF.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's him influencing the story. It's another Alex writing into the story, and it shows how that the original alpaca is really just an insert from Alex.
Okay, so you correct me if I'm going wrong on this, because this sounds like a really wonderful. I love it, but it also sounds like a clusterfuck of, on one level we have the main Alex, who we are attached at the hip to, who is embellishing and making this own story fit his own ends better. Meanwhile, Williams, another Alex, is embellishing it from another angle and inserting the idealized protagonist to fight the actual protagonist, who is guilty of doing the exact same thing that he is.
That's basically, like, there's a bit more to it, and there's a reason why it comes together in this way.
And also deviation perspective, I see. That's like, that name is very much spelling out the very literal aspect of, more than one meaning, obviously, but a deviating perspective. Both the fact that, Alex's perspective deviates from the reality, and this is a perspective that deviates from Alex's.
Yeah.
It's another person's. Also do like the high tops.
Yeah, he was designed really well. I think it's such a good character design. It's silly, it's dramatic.
And I did like this shot. I did like how you're meant to think, oh, he's going for Alex, and then, you know, it shoots past him to kill the entity.
So here you go. In this scene, Alex dies. This is
Two
intentional.
stage hands. Yeah.
Two stage hands pick him back up, right? And here you can kind of see what I was talking about when you see they have like this bulb on here, like it's a suit, like it's their face.
Hmm.
And then the Alex gets transferred from one Alex to another. And so here, this scene, you got little Sammy.
Got little Sammy.
The bus
got
was
the bus that dropped him off home.
The bus that dropped him off home in the prototype version, or no, pre-alpha version. Sorry, the pre-alpha version. The game opens with a cutscene of him on the bus, and in one of the scenes, it shows next to him is this guy in a panda suit. So this is kind of a return to the beginning. And where is he
he's
at?
He's on the throne. He's on Proto Alex's throne.
Right here is the Essentia throne.
Oh no, that's the Essentia, yeah.
Yeah.
900's throne. Yeah.
And then the scene repeats. This kind of points to the aspect of it looping. It like this is the kind of thing. It's like, oh, they're trying to be more overt now, but it's still, you know, hidden in metaphor of metaphor. But
I haven't been paying attention to the thing, but I am going to bet that some people have flagged that one up as a mistake. Like, why is this scene repeating already?
Yeah, they absolutely have. And it's like, no, it all ties in together. But like, and then also when you see this whole room's like a set. It's a huge green screen with these lights. And instead of, you know, Rory was in front, now Alex is in front. Because he's front and center, main character.
We've got a very Persona 4 set going on here, which I found interesting that it very much leaned on the influence.
I think my favorite thing about this cutscene is the cutaway that starts the fight. And then here's some foreshadowing talking about the individual characters.
Yeah, no, this bit was very... this was the thing that did stick out in my mind, is this is giving the audience a lot more to kind of, you know, work with for later reveals.
Yeah.
For dramatic effect, playing the... You know, especially playing the childhood mate is very... I also do actually like Michael's facial expression there of just... I don't know, he looks very nonplussed. I watched this earlier today. This is like basically all I caught up on, but mechanically I'm just very much out of step.
And then you can even notice that this one doesn't have like the arrow that was sticking in its side earlier.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I also like in that Rory kind of diving for himself essentially.
Yeah, has a little bit of self-preservation. I don't know if this scene shows it. Yes, I love this part. This part's so good. And then it does the crack.
Pretty raw line.
And then it starts up the fight. It does the crack cutaway that other ones do. Yeah. And I think that is so cool. I hope they do a bit more of that for the other boss fights. To me, it like really focuses on them and gives them a lot more.
And everyone loves a good kind of, you know, pre-boss fight drop.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of Windtown stuff. Quite a lot.
No, that does do a lot. That does do a lot to improve the scene. I do think people will like that a lot more. Generally, you know, I mean, you're probably keyed in. I don't know what general reception has been to that yet from people playing it.
I think a lot of people think it's a lot better, but then some people still think it's kind of dumb. I don't know. I think
I think it definitely helps. It definitely, basically gives people a lot more of what they were asking for, I feel.
yeah, and I've seen some people like I was talking with ABI Tutorial. He was talking about how he watched your video and was like he felt your take was really right, and I was telling him, I was like, the scene hasn't changed really, like in its meaning, where it's Alex inserting himself, that's still happening. It's him inserting meaning into this scene. It's just more overt about what else is going on.
Right.
The tires, it's wasting the character's time in universe and using its mechanics and structure to waste the player's time in turn, and to an exhausting degree. I'm okay with the Rory stuff. Him lying to you is foreshadowed heavily.
Hey, I invented lying on the internet, so no need to warn me.
So a player can get what his deal is and know there's something off. In a story supposedly about people on forums solving mysteries, it makes sense they would run into someone using the case for their own ends. Rory may be doing a bad thing, but he just wants his sister back, and the weird shit on Onism gave him false hope. So that's a complex and cool beat, well done, but here's what fucks with you. We can visit Carrie Mance's grave, revealing that she is already long dead. We can't act on this knowledge. We have to play along. When we speak to this girl, the camera is even heavily angled against Carrie's headstone. And hey, the one time the camera is adding to the story is because YIIK is letting you see the wasted hour ahead. Perhaps you should have arrived as this grave is being dug with the gravedigger blocking the...
And then again, why would Alex do all that? Like, as he's telling you the story, it's because he wants you to dislike Rory more, so his actions is justified.
Yeah, no, I see that. It's like, I do genuinely, like, it's on a surface level or kind of like other level of, games I think. It would probably be better on one level to blockade that information and reveal it later, but from the perspective of, Alex is telling a story and wants you to dislike Rory, then yeah, that lines up that, oh no, this guy just really messed with me. He gave me all... And yeah, there is the flaw in Alex's story, and that's like not a flaw with the story, but that's a flaw in Alex's story.
Rory in the story, I don't know.
I did see a thing. It goes past him just wanting to dislike Rory, or downplaying him. That came up, like making him seem less important.
I can't remember off the top of my head. You can DM me about that, Void, and I can go over it a bit. Oh, yes. This thing, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to address this a little bit. With the way that these are set up. There is a really simple solution to it. It's not as elegant as I would like. So it's like, because you get both of them in that area... It's a little rough, and they do the same thing. And I agree, that's a little rough.
I think obstacle clearers are... It's a tricky kind of balance in general with making puzzles, because obstacle clearers are the most essentially simple thing you can have as a puzzle sort of thing. So to get two of them back to back and then very little actual puzzling with it does just make it feel like busy work.
Yeah, I'll get to... Void's thing. Void has the same perspective on an aspect of the story, and I'm just saving that for much later.
Okie doke.
Yeah, the obstacle clearers are a little rough. It's a matter of I don't think it needs to be changed too much. Like it sucks, but having to make you switch through during this dungeon makes it even more rough.
I mean, it's more just kind of the problem that it's just kind of thoughtless and very little changes if you didn't have this here, rather than you would just run through things.
Yeah, it's also a matter of like a lot of the tool use is supposed to be kind of like keying you in what you're supposed to be looking for like the Essentia dungeon, where it's like actually thought out.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that on a lot of there's that video by Combat Lobster that goes, and a lot of those dungeons are a lot more actiony, and it would justify, a lot of the mechanical kind of thing is you've got to know how this mechanic works. You're going to have to pull it out in a spot.
Yeah.
But then a lot of that kind of immediacy, actiony gameplay isn't actually in the final product.
Yeah, but it's like,
and
I will say, like with these rocks, like they have the green glow to them, and then like that's supposed to key you in on that for later in the Essentia dungeon.
Yeah. I'm not knocking their signposting. They are very consistent on like a lot of the signposting.
It's just kind of like an unfortunate thing of really relying between them. But I suggested to them that you should just take the plants out completely in this area, replace them with maybe more rocks, and then move
More rocks.
more rocks if you really want to, but switch it so you have to get it in Mountain Town, so you have the sense of progression with items. And
Yeah,
it kind of gives a
I
little
mean,
bit more to it.
I feel like that wouldn't fix much personally, because people would still put together this is two, this
Yeah.
is, you know, two obstacle clearers back to back. It's just now we have two different obstacles. The
Yeah.
only like additive gameplay is switching in a menu.
Yeah, the problem is like, as far as gameplay goes, is you should get the hair whip here, because all it is just a straightforward obstacle where the rocks conceal things. And
Being a piece of shit, just like throwing things out that I thought of, like me doing the caves, I would give it like an item that lets you, because you know you jump through holes in the cave to go up
Yeah.
and down levels. I would add like a grappling hook, or like maybe just make the hair whip like a pull up through the next floor or something.
yeah, there's a
To
lot
kind
of
of change
cooler-
levels.
a lot of other things they could have done, but it's like it's a matter of having to redesign. Like, they completely redid the sewer, and then had to like kind of reinsert, like, the sewer and Mountain Town weren't originally part of the plan, or the ones that we know of aren't part of the plan. The sewer they redid completely, and Mountain Town was a demo that they made up, and people liked the demo well enough that they put it into the game.
That's funny, because yeah, I've heard that story, and it's usually told in the opposite direction, where like, oh, they just replaced this, or they just redid that, or you know,
Yeah. Yeah, the
like
original
the
sewer
mountain
wasn't.
dungeon was recontextualized into
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like, and like the original sewer wasn't well received at all, so they redid it, and then they had all these mechanics that they used later in like the Essentia dungeon, and it's like, okay, let's just put these in here. It's like we kind of have to have the players do these, and it made it a bit more clunky, and it's unfortunate. And what they've said about it is, I'd rather not spend all the time redoing these. I'd rather just work on new content. And it's like, that's fair enough.
Fair enough.
Like,
Yeah, of course.
But so I was like, here's this slight tweak you could do that wouldn't take that long, and I think it would make it just a bit better. I don't think... Yeah, and then you have the... See, it's got the two things, the thrones,
Oh yeah.
the curtains.
I did notice the thrones that yeah, this is all like keying you into not even the duality, tripleality, quadrality,
Yeah.
like the many Alexes.
Yeah. And like I said, this is a scene where this is another moment where it's like, this is the story being edited, where it's like, okay, he goes off about how his sister dies.
Alex for his inconsiderate outburst, even though, yeah, they nearly all did just die and probably wouldn't be in the most rational state of mind. And then this happens.
Yep. It cuts to him being reflective, and we know that he doesn't do anything about this.
He's just kind of he knows what he did was wrong, but can't actually make the step to put that into effect yet.
Yep. And we'll keep that in mind for this one. But yeah. And like, he's kind of editing around what happened and not getting to the next thing to kind of try to be sympathetic.
Talks to himself. We have three narrative tools all doing the exact same thing. This is fulfilling exactly the same purpose Panda does. It just takes longer, and it means we're no longer safe outside of Alex's room. Giving YIIK the benefit of the doubt, it wants to gamify Alex's racing thoughts, having to walk between the many variations of himself as he pinballs between conflicting emotions. I'll demonstrate this in one line of dialogue that can replace it. We almost died, though. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's darkness. So is this shit. Mine took only a few fucking seconds. This whole segment is a jumbled mess on top of everything else.
And this part's been completely redone. The where it flipped around, that white void, that has been replaced with a completely different segment, and then leads into the same the four entities.
Then it leads roughly a week into the future, so Alex can say he hasn't talked to anyone since Windtown and narrate how sad he is.
So the scene with Alex rejecting God, obviously,
Yeah, it's still there.
is still stuck around. Meanwhile, like the
That
lead
is
up to it.
extremely important, because that is like the deep lore explanation for a lot of things going on.
Right.
because like obviously you have Alex rejecting God, but then in that scene there are 4 entities, right?
Yeah.
And when you go over and like really fine pick, go over what the dialogue says, one of these entities represents Alex. One of them represents the 4 main souls of the characters that are in the game, and the Alex one is there's a white one with horns. That's a pretty funny joke. Just making it repeat Andrew over and over again.
That was just me going for a very low blow.
Then it jumps back to explain why, which before we get out of the
There we go. So you have all these, and you also have eyes.
If I'm remembering right, the one you reject God to is Alex's one?
No.
I could be wrong on
it's
that. No?
this one right here.
Ah, okay.
If we're gonna like go over all of this, like the allegory involved, you know, that's God. This is God's direct image without the halo, so it'd be like Jesus figure.
Sure. Right.
And then this one right here refers to Alex directly and speaks quite like an Alex would. So this one is the sole survivor of Alex. This one I'm pretty sure is Michael. I can't remember exactly what he says. I think I don't remember it off the top of my head. It was more of a process of elimination because this one talks about how just basically how depressed it feels and how it wants to be kind of saved by God, and that's kind of similar to how Vela acts about things. The Vela Sammy character.
Takes us through this puzzle dungeon. Then in the jump back, after yelling at Rory, it goes into Alex's mind and then back out to here. The cut forward just muddies the scene by giving it a needless framing device. I'm not sure why the narrative thread gets knotted up for a moment. It's as though apropos of nothing, YIIK decides to make the scene play like a mind racing frantically, even though it never acknowledges this or goes for this type of framing ever again. It's just
well, it does. It does do that one again with his mom.
I suppose in a way it does vaguely
with his mom.
Yeah. When he his mom goes
oh
you
yeah,
have to go get a job. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but that's talking about the general like because it doesn't like flash back, flash forward. Yeah, I wasn't just talking about because I know it repeats the Alex's thing. That was more about the muddying of time is very extreme in that instance.
I want to get to that after the Essentia stuff. So
sure,
that feeds into something that seems to be something that seems to be happening.
Right.
There's no other way to end this part than with the shocking reveal that YIIK did actually have an editor, at least according to Andrew.
Seriously, the last time I hang out with people I met on the internet.
Hold that thought. Rory makes his exit as the group remains pissed.
Dude, he was obviously just hurting.
I'm gonna go figure some things out. I'll be in touch, Andrew. In the meantime, try not to be such a jerk to your friends.
Hey, that kid isn't my friend.
Everyone yells the universe doesn't revolve around Alex, and on that depressing, I guess, bombshell, we jump those 8 days or a week or whatever into the future. 2 strange things happen here. First, the reveal that Sammy is totally gone barely seems to register. Alex knows it, but doesn't believe it. This doesn't so much knock the plot for 6 as much as it knocks the plot for 6 more hours of runtime. Worse is that owners of 1999's importance and the promise of internet sleuths greatly diminishes and the plot moves to other means of moving things forward. It's funny how a shift in focus can feel so haphazard after all the bugger all that's happened, but it really does. YIIK can yet do less.
This is all fine shit, but it doesn't bring my sister back.
This is especially frustrating since what just happened with Rory feels like a turning point of this thread. This could be where Alex and Michael realize they need to wisen up, pick their leads better, or hell, maybe just trust that they know better than Onism at this point. They've gone deeper. Maybe they can start gradually abandoning the forum as it dawns on them it's more bad than good. I'm okay with Onism's importance shrinking as the story goes on. In fact, I wish this was an actual topic of discussion.
Yeah, I think of it as like the opposite. Onism gets more important as you get deeper into the story. To the point that like I'd almost describe like you don't like after you finish playing your playthrough and maybe even your when you finish your playthrough and even maybe done the second ending, I feel at that point the next thing you do is read all of Onism because you've given all the game itself has given you a lot of tools to work with what's going on in the story, and then you read through Onism and that's where you're starting to get the next part of the story. And it's kind of like I'm trying to think of a good example. Like when people talk about Nier, they're like, well, the game doesn't start until after your first playthrough, and then you get to the second part of the game. It's like, I feel like YIIK doesn't start, like, the story of YIIK doesn't really start until you get to Onism, because it's just been set up for the rules that you have to consider while you're reading it.
Yeah, it's when I say as you get deeper into it, I mean like the literal as the game
Yeah.
marches on. When you say as you get deeper into it, you mean like actual, like deep into,
Well,
you know, okay,
it's
now it's like research time.
right. Like, they seem to stop to talk about it every now and then, but when you start following what's going on in Onism, you notice that there's a lot of things that are being drawn from it in that moment.
Also, so,
Yeah.
Alan Com in chat said, when you made this, did you expect that the development team would watch it? I'm not sure what I expected. I just kind of make the videos, and it's just whoever watches them watches them. Like, I just, you know, make the video to make the video, because I'm kind of interested in, like, talking about the game and thinking about it. Obviously not to the same extent as Hellcry here, but, you know, it's like, this was what I got off of a kind of a while of the game sitting in my brain, and then, like, kind of picking back over it.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Alan Com is
hello.
Andrew. I'm surprised he's actually sitting through this, because I didn't expect him to. He usually mentions that he tries to avoid this stuff because it can be like really affecting when it's like people just kind of dunking on your art.
I'm not trying to do that, though. I imagine if
yeah.
he stuck around, he's probably kind of understood that.
Yeah, I think your video is one of the better ones to like go in and actually watch like this, because out of all of them, you're pulling a lot of the punches that other people just want to hit.
I wouldn't even say it's pulling punches. I'm being honest. It's just I feel a lot of the punches were underhanded in a lot of instances.
Yeah.
Which I kind of got into later with like reception to Alex was, yeah. I'm being receptive and earnest because I just think it's kind of the point of what media criticism should be. I'm not coming in here to just fucking swing at everything because my work isn't that precious. It's how I felt. It's how a lot of it I still feel, but it's up for fucking debate.
Yeah.
And one interesting observation, which is that people on the internet lie. Well, great, really bring in the heat. You can actually browse Onism. It's a bit crap. Right here is much the same as everywhere else. A contradictory drivel filled with unlikable bellends. But since it's based on a web forum, Andrew's writing is really in its elements. Plus, it's the game's source of side quests, and besides the fact I don't want to help these people, this is a cute way to frame the extra content. Like the NPCs, it doesn't update much to reflect what's going on throughout the adventure. It's mostly just plain
It really does. It's just you have to check it to see it.
Yeah, that was a misstep on my end because it does. I did mention, like, you know, especially with the Rory suicide thing.
We can have Michael and later other party members posting threads asking if anyone knows anything about the factory, about entities and so on. Get some insight into them. In turn, other people post things which may be helpful, but maybe baseless assumptions, or maybe they just start making up their own version.
And they kind of are, but yeah.
A theme which is possibly in the game, but YIIK is unsure if it wants it to be. In this way, the player has a log of the overly convoluted events of the plot, and YIIK gets to actually say something about its subject matter. The way Andrew
Yeah, I think like the confusion you mentioned there is more so that like Alex doesn't want that theme to be in the story, but it has to be there because that's what the story is about.
Yeah. Also, I do apologize. The low blow, as you described it, is what made me curious. Like, if you wondered if I'd see that and what you'd want me to feel from it, I'm not entirely certain I follow.
Oh, he was asking if the occasional where you're like, oh, sorry about this low blow, or like these offhanded jokes at his expense.
Oh no, that was more just me kind of reflecting. Like, I do stand by a lot of the jokes I make, because I do just think a lot of it's for the sake of comedy, and I try and separate that. But that's just me kind of like picking on myself from the past. Just that's a low blow.
Yeah.
Still think it's, you know.
Yeah, I think he was just kind of asking like, what's your intent from it if the developer saw it or if he saw it.
Oh, God, I don't know, because a lot of it is, you know, self-serving, and I'd make it to try and be like entertaining and informative and analytical, and it's a jumbling mess of that. But if the developers saw it, I don't know. I'd hope they would take in the best faith, and if I said something that could be helpful, they would take that, and, you know, essentially it's pick and choose, because I can only ever view it from my own perspective, and I know a developer would know more than I would know. If I say, like, anything that is helpful and it's taken, then that would be cool. But if nothing is useful, then nothing is useful, and hopefully it's still like entertained or interested someone.
I'm also really glad we stopped here because I do want to talk about this.
Sure.
So this is something. There's like three different scripts, right? And I don't think that this is just the Onizum script. When I read this, he says, "You notice that the script's not Y2K. Why did I did that? Because I'm a bit pretentious." And then he explains why Onizum 99 is the name there.
Mm-hmm.
I almost like the way I saw that. I was like, well, that's because Onizum 99 is the point of the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess he does go in and say that that's the script for it. But it's like, out of all of the ones to pick, why wouldn't you show off one of, Y2K cutscene script or dialogue trees for NPCs like that? Why would you jump with Onizum 1999? Well, because that's the point of the game.
Yeah, no, and it is. I do think generally where I stood with that was because when I say it loses importance, is I never felt as pushed towards it as perhaps the story might have liked in that regard.
Yeah.
It's like Michael feels like he fades from relevance when that should have been his whole deal, to kind of push you into like researching. And essentially I feel, I'm going to try and word this right because I may not have done it at the time, or I may have, because I had to focus on other elements, was perhaps the story should have done more to kind of move us towards like, hey, go look at the forum for yourself now, go, check in, essentially.
Yeah.
Where it was checking in, but it wasn't landing. It wasn't quite like landing.
Where it's like, for me, what I took it as is whenever anybody mentioned it, I was like, that's a moment where I should just check it, right?
Yeah. Whereas for me, it didn't quite make the connection, whereas for you, it did.
Yeah. Which, it's a tough thing to do. And Andrew's even said before that he was like, yeah, I wish I made it kind of more overt that you should be checking on his own.
Oh, yeah. No, that is a tricky thing. It's like I thought about, like, only from like a perspective of a guy who critiques games, obviously, but leading the audience into doing what you want must be an exceptionally difficult thing. Like, the classic example is you can't make the audience look up.
Yeah.
Which a lot of game developers struggle from, is actually making people consider verticality, but from a storytelling perspective, God, that must be a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it seems really rough, and then people really focus on it when... So, what are we doing here? We're about to go to Mount Town. Followed up there to find the LP with them on it.
Yep. Now with, and I've got to say, I've got to always jump back to what you've told me about Alex's framing of this and denial of, so he never noticed that, so he never acknowledges that, and then basically it's like,
even to an extent, I don't think it says that to him. Mystica Ultima LP Legend, before we see it, I think there's an Onizum, I don't know if it's before or after we get it, but there's an Onizum post from a user called Reaction Nod that mentions it. So it's like, other than you seeing it there in that screenshot, you never hear it spoken until you go on the whole, until he starts looking for it. I think he might mention it here, but it's like, I feel like the way I've seen it at this point is that everything on Onizum is a projection Alex puts onto the world. So it's like, it might not have been called Mystica LP Legend ever until he saw that post, and then he just put it on there. Now it's called that.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Which we're about to get to. We're about to get to the fun part of like the lead up to and payoff to all of this, which is the Essentia. She's my favorite character in this game, because, and I want to say this now just to be a dick and then justify it later. The Essentia never lies.
Okay. All right. Well, you've seen my video beforehand, so you know my perspective on that. So I'm interested to see where this goes. And this pays off the setup from earlier.
Yeah, with Michael not being from his reality.
I will confess, in the LP of this, when me and Noonan were playing and I cut it for the review, it took me fucking ages to go to the right house, like an embarrassing amount of time to like progress that.
Yeah, I think this is a matter of like, so him trying to grab people to do this. Like, I think Michael just really didn't want to talk to him, especially after what happened. Like,
and it all comes back to what you've said, which I'm kind of like, I'm viewing the story from that angle of this is Alex's version of events, is that he does the barest minimum to acknowledge Michael not wanting to be there, because I felt that was a little undercooked. Like, oh, this is a hint at Michael. Oh, it's not really quite. It's never really done much with.
Yeah.
With like Michael not kind of wanting to be there, it feels accidental. It feels more amusing than a key point when probably is something.
So here you go. You get choices for Rory. This is something I want to really dive deep into. So I am of the belief that the like original story before Alex starts telling you this is he does not do any of that for Rory, and Rory kills himself, and he feels this deep regret for it. And so this is kind of a wish fulfillment thing where he's trying to appeal, like it's like a two-part thing where it's like he's trying to show how much of a dick Rory was so that he doesn't feel as bad for saying that thing that he feels kind of leads him to suicide. And he kind of does this wish fulfillment thing where he's like, well,
it was all about
if I could have just reached out to him, maybe he wouldn't have killed himself.
That is interesting, because I was like thinking on like similar but opposite tacks, and this is like, I think, probably a bit more dark than Andrew intended, and probably is not the intention, but it's also from the opposite angle. Wow, I held this power over someone else.
Yeah, maybe. Like, I would not be surprised, honestly. Like, that's fitting of him.
It's like, yeah, because that would kind of either explanation really work for Alex. Either he saves this guy and he gets to indulge in like, and
his hero complex kind of thing.
Yeah, and on the opposite end, if he dies, like, my God, I
am so important.
Yeah, it's like either reality kind of appeals to that aspect of like when you're chasing importance for importance's own sake, everything will kind of wind up rationalizing what you've done if you get it.
And then, like Void said, because you get to make the choice, it kind of shifts the blame onto you whether or not Rory.
Yeah, I had a friend who took umbrage with that. Like, I think it's okay to do, but like suicide is a really heavy topic, and everyone has their own like trauma and baggage with that, and it hit them a lot harder than it hit me. They found it like a step too far. But I think the story does kind of like work in that, no, this is Alex's fault. You're just the bearer of it.
Yeah. And I think even more so, it's there's another aspect of it, and people are like, why does Rory care? Like, why would Alex be the one that can stop him from committing suicide? And like, well, all of that is something we have to consider, where it's like he didn't, he's kind of making this up to appeal to people, to kind of justify his actions or make, wish fulfillment or whatever. When you look at Rory's character, he just needs somebody to reach out to him because everybody else is either making the situation about themselves or, they aren't really talking to Rory for Rory's sake. They're all
That kind of goes back to what you said with Vela in the sewer, is that it was never about her. It was never about him. It was about her in that reaching out, which I viewed as like a good beat for her to show capacity for emotion.
Yeah, and even then, even then, like, the only reason they're all there is because he lied and said it was about Sammy.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's never about him. And then you have this one moment a few moments that you can get where you actually
that is very interesting.
time.
What you said about that, the one forum post where he got a response was bringing up Sammy, and he realized in like that Sammy was like bait on the hook to get and then he had to just basically keep them
Yeah. And like he makes 2 posts about Sammy, and that's the only ones that people care about. And then everything else, everybody just kind of ignores him, or the thread ends on his
Yeah,
post.
and so essentially God, that's dark. Because so essentially, Rory always wanted his group of friends, and on some level must resent the fact that this friend group will always be about Sammy.
Yeah, so
and
it's like
in these moments, it's like him getting any confirmation that he himself is important. He's not just here as accessory to finding this person.
Yeah, so it's like it's not even just Alex's, wish fulfillment thing. It's also, Rory just needs somebody to reach out. It doesn't have to be Alex. It's just Alex is the character you control. You're the one who can reach out to him.
It wouldn't be meaningful if it was anyone else.
Right.
Which is a little contrivance of storytelling, but it's like by far and away an acceptable one to make the point.
Right. So it's like, again, so many layers of things going on here that you have to consider when you're like, oh yeah, so this option, there's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, Rory rejoins the story and comes along for the ride, and I mean the ride, as YIIK now makes us sit through a bus ride, a train ride, a meal, and another bus ride, totaling...
That scene fucked up for me, because I remember watching like other people's videos, and that scene in the diner had like actual camera angles. Meanwhile, I just got the diner, which is kind of fucked.
I don't know. I feel like I know what you're talking about, but sometimes the past few times I've seen it, I know it, like, I feel like I've seen both, is what I'm saying.
Maybe I couldn't say, but I remember watching Mello's video and like the camera is angled around the booth, and on mine it was just the diner with Alex's character portrait blocking most of them.
Yeah.
I don't think that's meant to happen. I think that was just unfortunate.
Yeah, I think it might have just been a camera bug at the time.
So yeah, I make a joke about this, and I've been thinking about this one for a while. It's like, yeah, so this, if it did take place in 99, then she would be like 11, 12, right, if she was a baby and this was 99.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those instances of it, time not being exactly correct.
Yeah.
It's also, a little funny. I appreciated that joke, honestly. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
From the perspective of it being in 99, that is funny.
The Mystical Ultima LP Legend by Bella Wild.
Did you say Bella Wild? We got the record an hour and a half ago. That time has now been wasted. And Mark,
which, like, with the whole dungeon that you have to go through, and now you know that it was something that was added in after the fact. Like, all of this voice stuff had been recorded, and it's like Storybeat was a thing.
Well, actually, to go back on myself, there is something I realized afterwards that's coming back to me, which is Mark says to Alex something about, like, you've got to look inside your head, or you got to, which, yes, this scene actually does, like, because Alex then, like, claims that for himself as, like, oh, I just thought of looking, but it's actually Mark who tells him to do that.
Yeah.
I learned that. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I did learn that in post.
Yeah.
I had a partner.
Yeah.
That's great, Mark. We'll never see you again. I think Alex is illiterate. Genuinely. This guy can't read. Each plot point hinges on this. A grocery...
I don't actually think Alex is illiterate.
Yeah, no, I think that's really funny. I think that's really funny, honestly. I think it's very telling of his character.
I do like the idea of him being illiterate, though, even if I don't genuinely... that was a good puzzle. It took me a fucking long time to solve it, 'cause I'm a moron.
Yeah, I love the Ascension Dungeon. It's what made me realize this is, like, one of my favorite games, was because of that dungeon.
I do think the rooms are a bit too big, which is, like, it just kind of makes them boring to navigate, but I also get it's obscure and, it's making the solutions a bit trickier to just easily, like, spot.
Yeah, and it's also some of the puzzles were designed by different people, so there's some of that where it's like, oh, one person has this one idea of it, like, and then the other ones are kind of more in tune with what should be a puzzle, I feel like.
I'm bad at puzzles, so I always worry when I'm approaching them, because I'm a dumbass when it comes to... My biggest fear is My pathetic biggest fear is doing puzzle games on stream just to out that.
Piss on how it feels like Andrew flipped his story on Alex, but playing YIIK, I buy that at some point intent truly changed, and Alex is meant to serve as a warning.
I think what he might have said when he said he's likable, I think it's kind of like that you can relate to him, not really that you like him.
Yeah, I suppose.
But yeah.
I mean, I still think like wording could have been better on like explaining the intent.
Yeah.
But yeah. But that could. This all sounds very dismissive. That could be part of the whole postmodernism thing. Is leading people down the rabbit hole. Like the game begins before you even play the game.
Yeah.
The misdirection. No, I'm not. Can't speak for Andrew on where the intent was with that.
Soul survivors, she said that these beings had soul space. Then I found out that radiance was unexpected believe me.
The two understand Laura's pain, having lost a younger brother a long time ago. This gets heated.
And there's also another thing with just how it, like video editing wise, is I do try and present all the key information. Though I also, as weird as it sounds, for 2.5 hours, I am on some level time conscious with like trying to make the beats.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something that will make this guilt trip lose a lot of impact. This is setting up YIIK's one and only punchline.
Don't you think it's weird that a young woman goes missing in your town and only people talking about it are some weirdo kids on the internet? You guys get off on
Well, Lost in the Void. The whole thing with the job thing is, I do agree with that beat, but I also think Alex should have got the job and then lost it because Can versus Will. I still think Can versus Will is present in him successfully getting a job and then failing to hold on to it. Because essentially my line of thinking was that it does actually show Alex as essentially even more of a hypocrite in that instance.
Yeah. I think the main
him
thing
failing
is...
to get a job, I think, offloads a bit of the blame. Like, because he tried for one day, that's not Can and Will. That's like both just kind of falling through it. Him getting a job and then losing it does show him as more weak-willed.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that. I do think it's more of he is so against the idea of like base level work, like a base level work ethic. He wants something that means something, and flipping burgers doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So he refuses to get a job instead of really.
I mean, it's not even that he really refuses. He tries like barely in a few places, and it's kind of okay then. It's like refusal would be like if he really flubbed them or kind of made like less than no attempt, like just hung around for the day and then went back.
Got a job and just didn't show up. Well, I mean,
yeah, that's kind of where
I do feel like there is a scene that kind of does show his resistance to getting a job, and that's when, well, 2 parts. Rory says, "Hey, I can get you a job at Planet Video," and then
that comes later, and that is a good point because
he goes,
Alex turns down the thing,
and then also Claudio runs the record shop. You'd think he could get him a job.
I mean, you can go to the record shop and get turned away there, but yeah, I see your point. It's
after
just,
you
it
become
maybe
friends
comes
with the
at
guy that runs it, you can get a job.
I mean, he
there.
does go to Vela and is like, "Oh, I don't hire friends."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Sorry, I have not read Don Quixote."
This scene's really important. Obviously, Chandra drilling into Alex is really important, but also Chandra mentions their brother by name here. So in the record shop, we see posters that say Alexander, and then and they have the picture of the boy that's at the end of the world, right, or the star.
Yes.
And
you meet him on the Alex planet.
Right. And then they say that their brother's name is Aaron. And they say that Chandra's like, nobody cared when Aaron went missing, whatever. And that's Alexander projecting on Aaron. He wants to be Claudio and Chandra's kid brother because he's really important. He goes missing and whatever, and everybody cares about him.
That's okay. So that is the very contradictory one of he wants to be wanted from all angles. He wants everything to be about him, even when it's mutually exclusive with his reality.
Right. I mean, that's also kind of my interpretation of this, but yeah, that's the way I see it. Is like it's the same thing that William did with the golden alpaca. He kind of projected so hard that it became part of Alex's new reality, because even when Alex isn't the one doing it, Alex is, the grand Alex is the main character.
It's giving me a lot of Persona 2 vibes, where like rumors start genuinely affecting, course of reality. Though obviously this being a retelling, that's like a lot more malleable.
Yeah.
Act like they even tried. A 4-year-old black kid goes missing in a shit neighborhood, and you think they really tried?
And look, it's all well and good for YIIK's white writer to try and score some points along the way, and it would probably come across better if a white girl didn't die earlier and the police didn't care then.
There is a little bit of a false equivalency there, but yeah, I feel that joke worked. Like, because she committed suicide, what police investigation would you really need? But I also think it's just, that's spinning a few too many plates, essentially. Oh, poor Claudio.
Claudio's great. He's really sympathetic, and he goes on to, Onizim to hope, the hope that he could help other people. Rory's going on Onizim because he's looking for somebody to talk to. Alex goes on Onizim because he's looking for purpose in his life. Michael just runs Onizim. I'm not even going to say he's going on Onizim for anything at this point, because
he's disillusioned with it, it seems.
Yeah, after the Sammy stuff happened, he became disillusioned with the idea of what Onizim's supposed to be. Vela came to this reality because she was trying to escape from hers. So what's up with Chandra? What is Chandra doing? In all of the scenes, she's rejecting Alex's involvement because Alex is basically taking advantage of Claudio. He's taking advantage of his kindness to just fulfill his own, sick fantasy of being this savior person. And she constantly doesn't want to talk about her brother going missing because it's really personal
I do think
to her.
There's one scene in the game which I have not seen the whole way through myself, because it's when you can speak to Chandra and like, ask me any 2 questions, and if you ask her about her brother, she will rebuff you. I did not pick that option. I only saw that like someone else posting it, so I don't know if there's much more to that. But yeah, it's like if Alex tries to get to the root of her problem, she rejects it because she is not connected to that grief in the same way others are. She honestly, in a lot of ways, probably has the healthiest thing on it, is like she wants that doesn't want that wound reopened, whereas everyone else is very much indulging in where their grief has led them.
Yeah. And I think like the thing that's like gets to be unhealthy about Chandra with that is that she goes kind of to an extreme to go, no, fuck you, I don't want to talk about my brother. She doesn't want to really remember him in any way. And it's
meanwhile, she is still coming along with the party, and while still refusing to kind of acknowledge the core root of her problem the same way the others are.
Yeah.
Sammy is a reference to the windmills in Don Quixote. Don Quixote's the first postmodern novel about a guy. Yeah, okay.
In the one time I'm on board with Rory, he asks how Alex knows the record's in her head. The game says shut the fuck up. I'm also on board with this because it led to less words. Vela's dungeon is perhaps the best in the game. It explores
everybody seems to like Vela's dungeon, and I think it's more overt in like its themes than like the factory is. And the mountain town doesn't have any like overbearing themes with it. It's just kind of a bunch of people being delusional going onto Onizim.
Would you really feel comfortable opening up emotionally to someone like Alex who would find some way to make it about herself? I'm not knocking her for not doing that. I'm just kind of saying that is, just spitballing about her character.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's perfectly reasonable. But yeah, no, by this point in the story, you are primed to understand the idea of mind dungeons.
Yeah.
Which helps a lot.
And we're about to get to, I don't know if you talk about it here. So like, this is one scene that it becomes really contentious for some people because objectively speaking, the Essentia is not Vela or Sammy. But we see this scene right here. And then we see the robed Alexes. And the reason we see this is because the same kind of obsession that he has over Sammy, the same kind of obsession he has over Essentia, he's projecting onto Vela.
So he's basically, with that, it's less about, oh, she's in here. It's more about Alex has inserted her into here.
And then the Sammy scene here, because the room right before it is another angle of Alex's house. So it's like, it's not Vela. Vela doesn't care about Alex's house. Vela doesn't have any memories really about Alex's house. She's just been in there a couple times. Why would that be in her mind dungeon? Why would that be a core aspect of her character, you know? But Alex is, again, projecting Sammy and this obsession onto Vela.
Whatever reason. Besides that, I've worked out why she looks so mad all the time. She mixed up which game she's just a cameo in. With the introduction of the skateboard, we even start doing some puzzles again. Though it must be said, I really dislike YIIK's puzzles. Each puzzle room is built to be as spacious as possible, and I get
My problem with the puzzles really comes down to, like, the scale, just...
Yeah. I think those two puzzles that you just showed were made by somebody else, and it's like, it's one of those, they're not great, but it's also like, for me, I love puzzles. So while the other quality puzzles in Essentia's Dungeon, the more abstract ones, I'm like, these are so good. Those kind of padded it out and gave me even more to chew on. So it was like, oh yeah, no, this is fine. Even if this isn't that great, I'm cool with it. So preference definitely played a big role in that one.
But during play, I noticed something strange. The music I disliked, I wasn't just thinking, wow, this music's bad. I was often finding myself telling the music to shut the fuck up.
I feel like too many composers try to sound like Uematsu. I don't blame them for imitating Final Fantasy soundtracks. I've done it.
Yeah, not all of it landed for me. Not a lot of it did.
Well, you found it. Still, there are some genuinely good tracks in amongst.
The 1.5 times is really bringing a new aura, too.
The theme for Alex communicates his character better than the game does.
Oh yeah, the main themes are so good in this game.
Acoustic instruments tell us he's a hipster, and the beeps and boops tell us he's a dork.
Yeah, no. Alex's theme, fucking genuine banger. It's great.
It's a pompous idiot becoming more important than he realizes or deserves. This track is used for motifs in the Mind Dungeon and for later reveals. Nice subtle hints that connect Alex to concepts and other characters. But that's not just getting ahead of myself, that's getting out of the game. If you just
I do like that use of cut content there. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, and kind of outside the window. No, if I do say so myself, my editing was on point. I speak of it more fondly because I'm a lot more disconnected from it now, and I'm trying to, I'm going to engage with Hellcry's, points. I'm not just going to dismiss them out of hand.
Yeah, and then you go.
Yeah.
More Alexes.
More Alexes.
Here we go.
Yeah, the reception makes Vela run off.
This voice is Alex's dad speaking to him. And then you have the Essentia guiding him to it, literally. So I did like that you did this a lot. It's really good.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun doing that.
She got cheated on in another reality and wound up hopping to ours a year ago. Besides the usual eye-rolling wordiness, this story is delivered like a creepypasta where the author uses absurdly precise measurements.
Yeah, and I think like that we were talking about that before on a previous video where we were like, yeah, that's probably just kind of how she contextualized her trauma of that situation, where she just kind of like, I kept track of every moment as it passed.
Yeah, I know. I get that. It does come across like vaguely ridiculous. Like when you look at it, when you just kind of, when you look at it in writing, it feels less dramatic and more just sophomoric a way to like.
Yeah.
It's
also
you see a lot of people who play up angst, and your kind of programs go, why would you be this particular about it?
Yeah, there's this point about it that like we like the way I really feel about this scene is like Alex is trying to give meaning to at the end of listening to that song, the distant voice. After listening to the end of it, he's trying to give more meaning to it, and like the song they hear is not the song we hear, which is pointed out pretty well, but I think this is like one of those things that might not have really happened where she like really opened up to him in this way. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Doesn't really matter. But he's probably inserting himself a lot into it, trying to like make it more deep and meaningful. Because, you know, it's a person that he is this weird fixation on. And if he can forge a moment with them, why not one right here when it could be really impactful?
He essentially played this up for himself.
Yeah.
It was May 22nd, 1998, 12:01 p.m.
It's hilariously distracting. Like every time Bella's sad, she had to check her watch. Oh, 3:02 a.m. Crippling the brain.
It's a good joke.
Can you tell me where half a year went besides down the drain? Anyway, then we get a choice to try and kiss her. Putting aside the foreshadowing in Alex's pants, the crew heads up to a radio tower.
Time is measured differently.
Clearly, lay us off.
Then we get the Essentia.
Into the dungeon.
Oh boy, we're gonna have the fun stuff now.
This powers up the Essentia 2000, who immediately establishes her power level by taking out some entities. This would look cool if it wasn't YIIK. And the vision of this conks Alex and Bella out.
The woman we're dreaming about. She was stuck in the van, but we need to find her.
Outside, Rory asks a life or death question.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
This morning, Alex reflects on the unexplainable connection to this animal.
Oh, that was a cruel cut. Yeah, I just like playing with that.
Go down, Alex. There's a ton of last-second foreshadowing in a painfully dragged-out conversation about Bella's reality and the nature of death.
I had this dream, and in this dream, I was loved unconditionally.
Sounds like a dream. So, who was she? Was it Sammy Parr?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it was. Maybe it was you. Maybe it was the android in the van. Maybe it was all three of you as one being.
Yeah, the obsession that he's chasing.
I guess it's good to get conspiracy forums.
Okay, this. Ooh. So you showed exactly the thing I want to bring up here.
Yeah.
The Autism and Post. Obviously, this is me as a person. I'm like, Autism and Post, Autism and Post, Autism and Post. They're everything. This Autism and Post.
And this one I did catch this time, and I caught that in post is the thing.
So it's like
well in post.
Alex says that this is all about the android, right?
Right.
But you go and look at the post. You know, he even like summarizes the post. But you go and look at the post, and it's all about Sammy. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, because they're the same delusion, and like because we know Alex is editing the story afterwards, what I feel is the truth is Alex didn't go find this android. They didn't actually go do that. They went on more of this search to find Sammy. And this is probably the point where everybody got fed up with his shit. Because after this point, nobody is the same anymore.
Yeah.
So this is probably the last hurrah. This is the last thing, which kind of means like, it's pointing towards what I was saying before, that like the Essentia 2000 doesn't exactly exist in the way that we believe or we're led to believe. She's kind of this placeholder to kind of blame, where it's like, oh yeah, like the Essentia did all of this. The character that we meet later, 995, another Essentia came here and led me to this, and it's like, yeah, that's true, but you weren't just a dick because it was the Essentia. You were just chasing Sammy still.
Now, anything interesting in each other. Michael was, well, not interesting, but useful at the start since he knew more than Alex about the mean, he still has onism. Oh wait, that's not important anymore. And we're trusting information from fucking Rory now? So what's the point of Michael? He's redundant. All he does is step in to take pot shots. I don't think he even wants to be here. He's bored. Vela should either be his worst nightmare or holy grail. This is someone whose hot reality...
I do stand by what I talk about with party dynamics, is that I wish on, like, you know, an actual, like, big narrative level that... Because we can say, oh, it's all being filtered through Alex, but I still think they should be individually, like, interesting in their own way.
Right.
And I do think that is a little bit, like, especially with Michael Undercooked, because it kind of skims along the surface of what I'd want to see from him if his intent is, you know, him being dispassionately disconnected from everything now.
Yeah.
Kind of play on it before his big swerve.
So,
I essentially think all the characters hit the beats that they are meant to once and then aren't terribly interesting from that point onwards.
yeah, I've talked with them about this, and like I think there's something they're trying to do to kind of address it, but again in a very YIIK way, where it's like
Okay.
you know, it's not going to directly be, oh, here's complete character agency, but I think they've been pretty vocal that they're going to give all the characters a little bit more love.
Audra is really interesting and tragic in this regard. In the party's shared theme of responding to grief, she doesn't really remember her twin brother. It's a grief that's foisted on her that she can't truly connect to. She feels more bad about Claudio, who has not only been unable to move on, but is now getting roped into hunting the semi-pack. Then in every scene thereafter, this trait just doesn't exist, which leaves her with nothing. Where'd that conflict go? Michael and Vela should be butting heads. Michael has spent ages on his forum, then Vela rolls in with her experiences which contradict what people have told him. This is a way to give Michael some actual character and things to talk about, plus a reason for Vela to explain the paranormal in smaller doses throughout the plot rather than in two giant goes. They should bicker and argue over how these things work.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, and it's like, while I understand these points, it's like it's not really about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially where I was coming at the story from. It's like, you know, it is the thing of personal perspective. Is this is kind of, I can't tell the story to be what I want it to be, but essentially, I do wish it leaned in more on, like, guiding the player to these points and extrapolating on them,
Yeah.
hitting those emotional beats.
Yeah.
Michael should be encouraging Alex just so he can follow along and have shit to post on onism about, fulfilling his own selfish whims. Vela at first feels something...
And that kind of goes in where you see Michael as being dispassionate, whereas I think that it was kind of unserving as right at the beginning, he sounds very passionate about onism and, oh, we should go on onism, and then swerves around into, there's a darkness over the forum, which is like his introduction.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit kind of like jumbled to me.
Yeah. No, I can definitely understand that. And it's like, it's part of why the deeper character of Michael is he's somebody that understands things and sees things that he really shouldn't. Like, he's cursed with hidden knowledge is the best way to kind of put it.
Wait, what knowledge? I mean, you know, his other side self.
So, like, you know, he created a website that spans parallel universes. And
He's not really aware of that until, like, key points around the end.
Right, but he also there's a few things that he says beforehand. I can't remember off the top of my head. This is such a point that I've made this point so many times that everybody like gets it. So I'm like, I'm not exactly sure how to explain it other than, so, you know, he does this thing where he makes a website that spans parallel universes. And sure, he's not aware of it, but when you go on the website, you can see his posts, and there's a lot of things hidden in his posts that are a little telling about some other things. But Chandra, she directly tells you this story. I think it was about her outfit, right?
Right.
She mentions the idea that she had, you know, kind of picked up on more than would be normally possible when she went to Japan. Like, she had like almost like spiritual knowledge of things, and it's like that's kind of what's it's feeding into. And then like when he obviously, you know, he becomes Proto, he has way more knowledge that he's aware of, But again, it's limited to his character.
Yeah. Limited to what like any given version of him would be like keyed into.
Yeah.
YIIK acts like vague grief should be enough to hold people together, when really that should be what makes them meet, before being set aside for something that actually builds upon it. Claudio and Chandra lost their little brother in circumstances similar to Sammy, and well, just actually use that shit Chandra talked about. There's a nice melancholy dynamic to play on here, squandered like every other character. The older brother old enough to harbor that pain, and the twin who was too young to really experience it. Besides this, Claudio is older, a bit wiser, unerringly friendly, able to de-escalate situations. Maybe he could actually start trying to smooth over the group's beef and get them getting along better. But instead of capitalizing on any of this, instead he's the butt of otaku jokes that don't really fit the time period. Meanwhile, just speaking personally, Claudio is my favorite character since he's at least passionate about anything. He's going for a cast of quirky...
Yeah, passion kind of just a character being like, you know, kind of louder and passionate. I generally appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's like a personal note for me.
Yeah. I think that Claudio is definitely like a fan favorite. Or not even just fan favorite, just, you know, he's generally well received.
Hmm.
The next part sucks. You have to go and look at Onism, which gives you the van locations. But if you head to them, they won't exist. We can't see them until we go and gather the party by talking to everyone and farming.
Yeah, this was a cock up on my end. I do think the game like jumbled its thing a little bit. Just jumbled the objectives a little bit.
Because there's nothing to her character. All I know is she works in Flagtown. So I went there. A good game wouldn't make me cross the whole map. But YIIK would. But it doesn't. I can't trust it.
Yeah, I know a few people who've gotten kind of stumbled around that.
Then, in a moment of restraint that must have taken every...
I tried.
You can find the van on your first go and skip a...
I tripped over a little bit.
Anyone pick a lock here?
Yo, wouldn't it be hilarious if, like, if I could, like, out of this ragtag band of misfit friends, the black guy could pick the lock? And don't pretend you didn't think it. So to answer your racist question, I cannot...
Andrew had mentioned that like one of his friends had made this joke before, and he was just like, "Yeah, that's kind of funny." Maybe it's fitting. Kind of asked if he could throw it in there, and it's like, well, some people really didn't like that joke.
Well, the thing, it goes with like talking about the clunky construction of jokes. I think if the joke was, I can't pick locks, at least not a car lock, I think that would have been a fucking banger joke. I think that's just, you know, that is just such a perfect like introduction pull away, but it kind of kills itself, I feel.
So here's the other detail about the Essentia is like Alex is sitting here describing her, but if you remember in this scene, they're all shown standing in front of it. Like they all have a clear view of what's they can see in there, and Alex is the only one that sees anything.
Right.
Yeah, so that kind of points to maybe not it being the Essentia is just in there hanging out in the van, like he's trying to make it out to be. And then we get one of the best visuals, the key visual for the game, the them intertwined. This is a great visual kind of I want to say foreshadowing of the twisted beings later, where they're literally connected with wires on there. And it's also at this point, you know, Alex becomes connected to the Essentia and the game kind of goes off the rails. Everything past this dungeon is completely different than what you would like consider normal for the game.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like this is at the point where, you know, Alex is intertwined. The I would say like the satisfaction from his delusion.
Right. Where does LP toss fit into the grand narrative?
LP toss.
And then I became mechanically busted.
Yeah, they've tried to fix LP toss. It was just like an oversight, and then like.
Oh no, I don't think for a second that was intentional.
It's just really funny. So it's like some people really put at this where she's like, I am the I am Sammy Pack, and then I'm also Vela Wild. and along with all these other names that are people, and people like to go point at that, and she's like, oh, she's lying. Well, when she says those names, she's correct metaphorically. Like, because she is the same obsession that led him here. Even if you want, like, even if you don't want to accept that Alex is kind of inserting this character into the narrative, she is metaphorically correct.
Right. Okay. See, someone in chat kind of talks about, you know, this feels like the exact opposite of what you've said in the video, and like basically, I don't want to say they're accusing me of being disingenuous. I still stand by what a lot of this video says. I'm not going to be a dick through this whole interview, and like, I stand by what I say in my video. I just do also think that yes, this is interesting, and this is and what you know, what you're putting forward, okay, is like a perfectly valid viewpoint. We just have different, at the end of the day, takeaways on how much we enjoyed and got out of YIIK.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us are truly wrong. I'm not going to present all of my opinions with like back downs and because at the end of the day, I'm making a video.
Right.
And I do agree with what you say. I do think, yeah, from your interpretation of the story, of course she isn't lying, and I can kind of see the logic in following the story through that way.
Yeah. Well,
Essentia never lies to you.
It becomes critically important in later scenes because, like, the things that she says and how she says them are what lead you down to like understanding what else is going on in the story.
Okay. Yeah, no, but because essentially, if she is you know, if she's a story addition made by Alex telling this to you to make the story spicier or more enticing, then yes, every character is essentially of every entity because Alex made them up.
Yeah.
Everyone could be anyone.
So then,
and that was a gag.
Yeah. So like
kind of framed as such.
The this kind of plays into like what we were talking about earlier with the crow and how, you know, Proto is kind of going outside of that. You know, going to a different reality is working outside of the rules of nature. Also, you know, creating a robot which you can put your soul in and then try to collect other souls of yourself is also kind of outside of those rules.
Right. Yeah. Essentially, that is a contradiction of the crow's rules. Because it's all about accepting your own reality rather than, you know, scapegoating or avoiding it.
Yeah. So, like, and then here where she explains this fella thing, she's literally referring to what just happened. With
the Vela's dungeon, she literally, yeah,
just literally talking about what just happened. This is how Alex feels about this situation. He gave her back her music. He's great. He did this great thing for Vela, and
he did the big success.
And he goes, "Wait, you're saying I'm the asshole that used Vela?" And a lot of people just take this line and say, "Oh, you know, they're this like he's right here." But the Essentia doesn't, you know, confirm it.
She doesn't confirm nor deny that.
Yeah.
And I was kind of thinking on that. That's why I zoomed in on Alex instead of Essentia in this situation.
Yeah. So it's like that's kind of what's going on, and then like I said, the deviation perspective, like little concept album book, kind of aids to that by having William have never met Vela. So like, the one Alex we see throughout that story has never met Vela. So Alex wouldn't date Vela. He would just obsess over her from afar.
But man, this whole dungeon's theme of a person's capacity for cruelty is so meandering and juvenile. This stupid bloody rage-based comic has a more nuanced take than the mountain of words thrown at us here.
I do think with that, it's essentially the core theme of the dungeon as it jumped out to me was Alex kind of, even if it was essentially Essentia leading him on and getting what she wanted out of him, was a play on this is how people kind of express grief to themselves, which is kind of a large part of how Alex kind of plays with his own emotions.
Yeah.
And I always felt, I mean, maybe it is juvenile in the thing that it is Alex approaching that, and Alex is very, very juvenile in how he expresses his emotions.
Yeah. And it's like in scenes like this with Yuzu, some people are confused about why he recognizes Alex, and it's because he sees the Essentia in Alex, because these are all people, other Alexes, because it's the Essentia Mind Dungeon. That means it's Alex's Mind Dungeon. And these are other Alexes that Essentia has, you know, hurt throughout her game that she's playing alongside Proto Alex.
Right.
The king and the queen. So it's like you're seeing these snippets of these characters that are just tragically affected by that.
What you're looking at is another absurdly roundabout bit of foreshadowing, and YIIK has used this same trick before, but like the One Soul rule, it's fucky with it. A lot of death imagery follows, with Alex needing to sacrifice himself to progress. You know, I'm more shocked by Alex having no reaction to this than the scene itself. Still, let's just go on trusting Essentia, why not? As this dungeon goes on, I start feeling like...
Also, I love Wendy. Wendy is great. The wall.
Wendy?
The wall.
Oh, right.
So, it kind of plays up to what the Essentia is doing. And it's, like, gameplay-wise, it works with this metaphor of, like, going to the deepest recesses of your mind to pull together to something that can move forward. The places you'd rather not look at, and that's why they're hidden behind puzzles. But Wendy also acts as what the Essentia is trying to do. She is gathering all of these Alexes, right, throughout space and time or whatever. And when she feels like she has all the pieces, she'll feel whole and complete. Once everything works out exactly the way she wants it, once she has total control of the situation, she'll feel complete and that she can move forward.
I thought okay. I thought there was a bit more to that thought.
I feel like I've kind of gone over a lot with the Essentia so far, so I mean, I
Okay.
guess there could be more, but I feel like I'd be restating a lot of things at this point.
Okay.
I feel like I'm approaching understanding or meaning. A single line of throwaway dribble will obfuscate whatever I thought was being said. Random crap happens that doesn't have any purpose but to send the player in circles. YIIK just says whatever the hell it feels like, safe in the knowledge that there may be another line of dialogue elsewhere that excuses it. At the end, Essentia takes Alex back to his own mind dungeon.
Yeah, and how does she move between her dungeon and his dungeon so quickly? Well, because they're the same.
Well, it's because they're the same. Yeah, no, that one.
That's so,
essentially
so clear.
This is one thing that is, I don't consider it a problem with the videos, but it is something that I do think people have problems with, is that because I try and present most of the information linearly, I will get things wrong in the time to like come back on them later. And that is, you know, one aspect where I had to weigh up, do I jump ahead, do I not, essentially?
Yeah.
And I'm saying essentially a lot. I think it's because Essentia is here and just... Yeah, man, it's bloody 20 to 1, and I'm starting to feel it a bit. But let's keep going.
We're getting close. And then his great flaw is destruction, which is kind of like a bit misleading. It is destruction, but it's more like it's not his greatest flaw. It's the result of his greatest flaw. So then you have basically a kind of, you know, if the Ascension is an extension of Nalia, she hasn't gone proto, but because she's consumed all these other lives and brought them into each other, she goes, oh, well, our greatest flaw is that we destroy whatever we do, instead of our greatest flaw is that we make the situation about ourselves, you know? Kind of seeing the end result, not exactly the cause of it all.
It's a bit of a... So how is it worded in the game then? Because what I recall is like the wording of it, your greatest flaw, destruction, which is a bit obtuse then. I mean, it's the censure, I get it, but that is a little obtuse then that it's led to, oh, your greatest flaw is destruction, rather than the result of your flaws is destruction.
Oh, so would it be possible for the Ascension to go proto? I mean, theoretically, I doubt that she would, but theoretically she could. I think that she's so in her own delusion that she couldn't. So she just says it's destruction, right? And
right.
The reason that we know, and I want to kind of get to this at the end, at New Year's, about how that scene works. But the destruction is going to be the result of what Alex does. Does he literally destroy the reality that he's existing in? Well, no, a separate Alex does that. But is it really a separate Alex? That's what we'll hold on to that one, I guess.
There's no fighting. Another Alex will descend and snuff us out. Ascension then makes an offer that Alex and his friends commit soul suicide and escape before the impending doom.
Yeah, and also, like, the soul space isn't death. It's a separate thing from death.
I don't think I assumed it was death, because I think escape...
Yeah.
It is in a sense, it is a... I'm not sure if it's an afterlife, because I don't know how aging or anything works there, and the story obviously isn't going to go into the minutiae of it, but yeah, it seemed like it wasn't the same as death, though. It was a kind of... It is a death in a sense.
Yeah,
at least was my picking
it's
up
kind of
it.
this, like, moving on as a person kind of metaphor, When you have grief and you move on, and like, you, like, what the Vela does.
A part of an aspect of you does die in that, but it's not death.
Yeah, and she just moves to another reality where it's like, now she can kind of, like, reset her life, She moved to another city, basically. Now nobody knows her, and that's fine. She doesn't have to hold on to her trauma anymore. So when you're journeying through the soul space, you're in that kind of gray area, metaphorically speaking. Between where you were and where you will be. And, yeah. And she's pretty good.
I didn't need... When you got the LP toss, you don't need anything.
Yeah, that's fair. What's Y2K?
What's Y2K?
Well, shit. Sorry to ruin the good news, but I'm back.
Probably the second darkest joke in this video.
Yeah.
When she was the one who explained how this whole physical soul shit works, and I guess she just takes it that robots don't count. But doesn't matter. She's up for dying for the cause.
I've explored the soul space, and I've seen the beginnings of destruction to many realities.
Have you forgot which one of you is the robot? The good news is you'd recognize that Michael was finished as a character hours ago, so they've reinvented him. So Michael explored his soul space and experienced his parallel lives. In all of this, he learned he's Michael.
I want to train the mind toucher. Be ready to fight.
Yeah, he listened to the Joe Rogan Experience. I can't remember who made that joke, but I love
that was Mello again.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I love that joke. That's one of my favorites.
It is a solid joke.
Yeah, so, like, at this point, everybody is a little weird because, if we're going off the line of thinking, they all got tired of him after the van shit, right?
Right.
Well, he doesn't think that that's where their friendship ended. He's postponing this whole point because he's like, no, our friendship didn't end at the van. It was something I did on New Year's. Right? He's like, this is the point where everything changes, is at New Year's. Not at the van, not when I did this, not when I, told Rory to fuck off, all this other shit. And it's him repeating the same mistake over and over again. And here it is, they're all acting different because this isn't something they would have done. They would have said, fuck you.
Okay, then.
At least for, like, Vela and other weird things that happen throughout this point. That's how I see it.
So essentially, you're seeing it as Alex is in full denial of reality after that reveal, and all of this didn't really pan out as their friendship was portrayed.
Yeah, and I love these friend scenes. They add a lot to stuff. But yeah, I get the complaints about the calendar. The calendar is kind of rough.
Yeah, it did just become walking in and out of the doorway because I kind of hit every note I wanted to.
I think they're trying to add some stuff in there to make it a bit more interesting, but it's like overall it's like kind of it's a staple of the story because it's him counting down to the moment that he feels he ended the world, because
Yeah, it's just in the play. It's in the playing of it. It doesn't feel like a building of dread or tension. It feels just kind of okay. Come on, let's.
see.
Yeah, you can skip the Persona 3 thing. That's like all
I'm trying to kind of like skip to like the story beats that we're like really interested in. At this point, there's not much less of the video that's super important until we get to like your kind of conclusions on stuff.
Sure thing.
Because we kind of discussed at length about everything else. So like, yeah. So I see this as a metaphor. At this point, this is like Alex super fabricating everything, you know. There's something he doesn't want to accept that happens between now and when all of his friends leave him. Because we've established he has the abandonment issues, you know. We've established that he's kind of lying about a lot of things that are happening. You know, he's kind of making up stuff as he goes. And at this point, it's like, yeah, like, it is playing it at face. Something's wrong. This isn't what's happening.
Right.
And of course, you know, the meteor has Alex's face on it, and it's like he did something that drastically affected all of his friends enough to make them all want to leave him. And like, it's in the boss fight, it's not that, you know, they don't kill him. It's Alex literally banishing his friends from his reality.
Do you see it as his friends were never actually there? It's just reality slowly dawning on him from, you know.
No, I think it's more like if I like this would be like a fan fiction situation. It's like, say after the van, nobody's talked to him again, and then on New Year's, say he ran into them, and they were kind of friendly at first, right? And then somebody brought up something, and he said something again, and that pissed everybody off, and they said, "Dude, fuck you, we're leaving," right?
Right.
And then that would be the impact, this moment where he's like, oh no, they weren't just, you know, they weren't just busy. They weren't just trying to do other things. They weren't, you know, whatever. They really just fucking hate me for what I've done. And that would impact him as the moment that his world has ended. And the reason I'm like, you know, really specific that his world has ended is because, like, even after reality is, like, you know, you come back and then, like, New York is pretty together. Yeah, you have, you know, wireframe building tops, which I think is just a really
But he's not, but in the way you're describing it, he's not seeing it that way because he is focused on himself. And, you know, in that moment, it's like, I was actually something that, okay, so this was something that I had thought of but didn't put into the video because just for sake of time and such, and I didn't have like I felt an interesting point to draw of it was, you know, banishment moves someone to the mind dungeon.
Yeah.
And they are all banished by Alex, so they are moved to a, like, and it's just a very literal interpretation of, like, the merging of story and gameplay mechanics, but I always thought that was kind of a funny, interesting thing that they're not killed, they're banished. They're moved to the mind dungeon.
They're moved from one point to another, yes.
And it's like, okay, where did they go?
Yeah.
You know? Whose mind dungeon do they exist in?
Well, from what we've seen, they always go to Alex's mind dungeon.
From what we've seen, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe YIIK itself is Alex's mind dungeon in a way. Where they're repeating the same thing over and over again. Because he's obsessing.
Trapped in the dungeon of your own mind.
He's obsessing over these problems that he keeps doing, and he's reliving it over and over again. But he's not growing from it because he doesn't realize that he's the problem. He's blaming other people. And, like, while reality is destroyed, well, he's just sitting in his living room. Like, we don't see the grander world or anything, but, you know, he's just chilling in his living room, feeling depressed for himself, really upset that he, you know, woe is me.
So you think the world didn't literally end, Alex's world ended, and now we're just seeing the disheveled
Yeah.
semi-existent remains of his life after losing his friends.
Yeah, his kind of exaggeration of all of that. And then like even when he comes in here, the next scene, that's hilarious.
If you're writing a story with the pretense of having a message or a moral lesson, which I'm going to assume is what's happening because the story has felt like a fucking sales seminar so far, then likable or unlikable is less important than communicating a thought or opening a dialogue, which Alex fails to do, and I doubt it's for lack of trying. But in this chapter lies the big misunderstanding with Alex that I want.
This scene with all of his friends disappearing. When you see them, they're framed with things that are really they're really surface level details about the characters. You know, Michael's just standing and chilling next to a computer with a screen on it. That doesn't really speak to who Michael is. That's just how Alex has interacted with Michael. Rory's just in Windtown. That doesn't really speak to who Rory is. He's just in Windtown. Bella with a bunch of instruments. Yeah, she does music, but there's more to her character than that. And then Claudio and Chandra also just standing at the record shop. They're remembered as kind of characters, these little moments for Alex, not exactly who they are or what they said or what they've did. It's just this kind of surface level interpretation of them, like even more surface level than all of the videos on YIIK could get. And so here we go. You're kind of reaching the point where Alex is reaching out to you, the player. And I think this is
now we're all being drawn into the story.
Right. And I think at this point, he's not saying that, like, the game itself isn't saying, and Andrew isn't saying, you're an Alex. He's trying to appeal to you. He's trying to say, hey, man, you've seen all this shit I've done. Am I really that bad? Like, you've probably done something like this. Can you help me out? You know? Relate with me here. Be sympathetic for me.
Do you think this is still like emotional manipulation or earnest in this situation?
I think he's earnest that he wants to grow, but he can't grow himself.
Right.
I think that, yes, he wants to do it. But he doesn't know how to do it and is scared of actually attempting it. And he doesn't know what his faults are. So another few notes on this is like, it kind of draws in, again, with the comparison when it comes, hey, your friends are his friends, right?
Right.
But they're all just like these characters of NPCs from like kind of referencing other games, you know, little party members. So it again, he's not really thinking of his friends as these deep, meaningful connections. It's the abandonment that he's afraid of. And he gets them back, and it's like, okay, well, these new people, they're great, but they're just NPCs from, or, you know, party members from another RPG. They don't really have this value that any of the other ones did. Or that, like, any person does, because he objectifies them to this degree.
Mm-hmm.
And then you are framed as Alex's grandest delusion, the Dragon Quest hero, the main character of an RPG. And when he's in there's a moment when he's going to, I think it's when they're starting to look for a Mystica Ultima LP Legend. He has Rory and Alex or Michael, and they're on a train, and he mentions that he's going to try to start working towards the person he's always wanted to be. And at the end of this ending, he goes, you're the person I've always wanted to be. And he's not saying that to you, the person that might have like changed or seen his faults and like grown from it. He's saying that to this NPC, the player character, the Dragon Quest MC. So it's the same kind of obsession, the obsession and like fixation that like Alexander had with Aaron and like replacing him, or the same kind of one that William
So you think
has.
at the end Alex hasn't changed or improved? He is essentially just in his final moments, just done one more displacement of, oh yeah, I should be like that. Like,
Yeah.
trying to just appeal and stand in that spotlight, so even his final moment is, in effect, a selfish one.
Yes, and like all of these characters, these aren't his real faults. You know, this isn't the Persona moment where they're facing their true faults. Nobody hates Alex because he's pretentious. You know, maybe YouTubers do because, you know, it's annoying. But they don't care about him being pretentious. Like, do you have a person in your life who's pretentious and you hate him? You know, you probably just go, that's annoying. But hey, man, maybe stop being pretentious. It's a really easy, you know, flaw that a person could have that is really surface level. Then, you know, his obsession, fetishizing things, you know, I masturbate too much, whatever you want to say it. You know, that's not a real fault. Nobody gives a shit if you're jerking off to whatever, as long as it's legal, obviously. But nobody cares about that. And the lazy one is weird because we've seen Alex really try. Like, he put an effort into wanting to save the world. Or, you know, his world or whatever. Maybe not improving, but, like, he's anything but lazy. He goes on this whole adventure to save this girl, even if it's
I think by now I was kind of aware of, at least in my own interpretation of, you know, the being messed with, like, how personal this was to Alex. And part of my reading was that this was, to Alex, like, these were how he perceived how other people perceived his flaws, or this is how he himself's like. And it's basically just him throwing up shallow, like, oh, I'm just going to tackle down this thing, hey, I win, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. It's that kind of thing. It's not him getting over personal faults. It's him kind of paying lip service to saying, oh, yeah, I improved. Look, I did all these things. I don't do this anymore. I don't do any of this anymore. But his critical flaw is still there.
The thing is, like, with our different interpretations, like, I saw YIIK as, you know, essentially just actually leaning in on that, whereas you think that, as you say, like, there's another layer to it.
Yeah. And then, like, this character isn't Sammy or Sammy. That's just the blue woman from earlier, but Alex inserts Sammy's face over it because it wraps up his story nice.
Right. It's a little something for himself to say this was a big old journey, even though we're kind of past the point he was telling the story now.
And I'm sorry if this isn't a very analytical way to put it, but it's shit, and I'll trust you to fill in the gaps as to why. We finally come face to face with Proto Alex and Ascension 995, and they give us the 411.
Yeah, that's another thing, is the blue woman is at the entrance of the mine dungeon. She isn't inside of his mine dungeon.
It turns out Ascension 2000, on behalf of 995, was lying through her teeth in a weird, overly elaborate scheme to get an Alex to come here. Proto Alex, Alex, and Ascension are all the same soul. Alex is the strong part, and Ascension needs us to break the connection so she can take over.
So, like, what's actually kind of going on here is that, like, Proto Alex is beyond the need for the crow, and like we said before, it's they're trying to the
way that we've talked about it was looking at it from this perspective, he has jumped the actual requirements that the crow like was the harder path, whereas he cheated the system.
Right. And the Essentia kind of relies on how Proto Alex has jumped the path and uses this whole king and queen dynamic to, you know, push forward her goals of collecting all of the Alexes and making them all essentially the same.
About 20 different bloody ways Alex is talking to himself.
He's harvesting Alexes, making them all kind of weak and samey and essentially all walking down the same path so none could... Well, actually, no, sorry. Let me stop myself there.
I think you were on the right track. None of them could
None would upset the path.
None of them would actually personally grow from the situation.
And I think this line here, the vision of our soul isn't exactly... I'm pretty confident that line just exists to excuse Ascension being in the same universe as Alex. I mean, it's either that, or it was never true. And the game just spent text box after text box drilling in bullshit. And I can't even discount that. It's done it. The Ascension dungeon was a game lying to us for nearly 3 consecutive hours.
Yeah. And that's all. It's all a lot of text that, you know, like I said, layers. when you go through it, parts of it make more sense than other parts, and it's like, well, this person is trying to do this, and then this is what's going on underneath that. And the end of the day, the rules are different for YIIK than what Vela expects, because Vela is tied to her own experience.
Right.
Fiction, but you've at least paid it off, I think. It's a character study of a manipulative idiot who only listens to himself, I guess, even to aspects of himself he's unaware of, I suppose, that perhaps led to a spiral of manipulating his own idiot self and his friends, leading them all to oblivion in an unwitting quest to destroy himself so he can conceal.
So, okay. We'll get to your 2 readings, but before we do that, I want to mention one last thing about YIIK and the Essentia, and that is, so what is the Essentia but Alex in the shell of a machine, right?
Right.
And so what is the game itself? It's Alex telling you the story within the shell of a machine.
I see. So Essentia is representative of the fact you are playing YIIK on a game system.
Yeah, so the Essentia is even deeper than that. Like, itself, the game itself is kind of an Essentia. It's here to draw in people into this meaningless cycle of self-fulfillment, of selfish self-fulfillment.
Is that more or less kind of in like very short form what I say about one aspect of it is?
Yeah, like that is one aspect of it, and like that's why I really enjoyed watching your videos, because I was like, wow, you got this one part of the story like completely correct, like I've mentioned before.
Well, I think
that's crazy.
The thing about it is like I landed on that after a lot of thinking on it, obviously, but this is going to sound dismissive. Getting a story isn't the same as like liking how it was told.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But I don't think that like
Trying to start from here had me trapped for months, and well, after all these words, all this thought where I was making myself tackle YIIK from a calmer angle, and yes, I at times sounded heated.
Emily Nassar, so Essentia is, you could say, the text itself, or rather the text is Essentia.
I wouldn't go that far. There's clear lines on what is Essentia and what isn't if you're like really dissecting it.
Anyhow, to talk about this first reading, I have to start with the muddiest misunderstanding levied at YIIK. People think that Alex is an author insert, a stand-in for Andrew Allenson, and I've brought up Andrew time and again in this video, since if there's a story more contradictory than YIIK's, it's YIIK's development. It's clear there is a lot of author in the lead, but Alex is not an author.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of seen backwards. Like, it isn't Andrew projecting Alex or anything like that. Like, there's any of Andrew and Alex. It's that Alex is the author of the story, you know, as like how it's layered.
Hmm.
Not just at the end. Alex is you from moment one. I still stand by the player's surrogate part of this. That's not even subtext by the end. With that in mind, YIIK does have a message, and the message is fuck you. YIIK is a game that hates you, and it wants that.
Yeah, and I don't think this is really that. That it's not that it hates you. It thinks that like you can learn from Alex and just not be like him.
I do preface this part with I
Yeah.
no longer stand by much of this, but I
Yeah.
present it because this was how I felt for a long time.
Right. Yeah. I think, and there's some people that really focus on this reading that you have, and I think it's fine if we move on to the next one, because I know you just kind of like extrapolate on this more, and you build some off of it that like we kind of mentioned, but it's also
Yeah,
one
I
of
do
those-
think essentially reading 2 developed out of this one. There are elements of this I still hold on to in like mutated or straightforward form.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's like I don't think you're incorrect in like thinking that the game is trying to say something is wrong. But I don't think that it's like being antagonistic to the player. I think it's like Alex is trying to associate himself with you, and then the game is trying to criticize Alex. And so it's like, well, I guess in a way it's saying it's trying to criticize you, but you can reject that and say, no, I'm not like Alex. And so it's not really doing that. I think
I
it's
essentially I do stand by my video, and I will stand, and I do kind of also agree with what you say, but I will think it's just a problem of the messaging of it
Yeah.
or how the message was delivered.
yeah, I think it's one of those like unless you have the deeper knowledge of how Alex is like manipulating the story, which I feel is kind of like apparent from jump because he's narrating the story to you and is being untrustworthy. You kind of can really lead into, well, this game just thinks I'm a piece of shit like Alex, and it's like, well, no, it doesn't. It just thinks Alex is a piece of shit, and Alex wants you to be sympathetic to him.
Hmm.
YIIK wants to explore the relationship between an audience and a text, a relationship on which it takes a dim view, seeing it as shallow, selfish, and transient. Alex, once again acting as a player surrogate, is unsympathetic and manipulative. He treats those around him as though they exist purely for his own whims, with anything that gets in the way of his desires treated with disinterest or scorn. The few instances of sympathy from Alex, such as with Claudio and Chandra's missing brother, are at best empty gestures. Alex acts shocked to indulge in that catharsis before instantly pivoting back to what he wants, dragging those two along with him. Alex doesn't really care, and he posits that, well, neither do you. Their problems exist for you to feel bad at. Just, don't interrupt me. And of course they won't get in the way, because after this, their agency is stripped from them and they exist purely for you. They're coming on the player's wild ride. We learn of Alexes in other realities who selfishly do what they want, then through willful force or inaction send that universe to destruction. These are the movies, books, and games the player has already consumed, sucking what they want from them before putting them away. An analogy for ending that reality. There's never a real reason given for
Yeah, and I think this is the one where I was kind of like impressed at where you were going, and then it just kind of ends somewhere where I was like, I don't know how you came to that conclusion from it, if I remember right.
This is why I find Alex attempting to kiss everyone but leading Rory to suicide to be the most thematically appropriate telling of YIIK, even outside of this interpretation. It reflects that self-centeredness right back at the player. In this light, Alex's griping but lack of actual personal growth is bemoaning the player for even being here. This isn't progress. This is dangerous, pointless catharsis. Just as Alex is chasing a goal who he doesn't actually know and doesn't really exist in our reality, the player is doing the same but by proxy. With the reveal at the end that this was all orchestrated by Essentia and that she's another aspect of Alex, it frames the entire conflict around the player. This was never about Sammy. This was never about the party or about saving the world. This was always about us. Sammy may apologize before the ending, and that's the payoff YIIK assumes we want, but then the next room reveals how naive her apology was.
Yeah, I think it's not really that YIIK wants it. It's that that's the reality. A lot of it is just in service of Alex, and like when you come to the ending, when he goes, it's all up to you now. You get to decide whether Alex is, deserving of being forgiven at that point. Is how I kind of interpret it. Whether,
Right.
He's willing. He's allowed to be forgiven for his actions and how he treats people or what his critical flaw is, or you kind of can sit there and be like, no, Alex, you don't deserve to be forgiven. You don't get the chance to grow on from what you've done. Like what you have to be held to what you're done or what you've done.
Okay. I mean, I agree with that, but it's also this reading is like doesn't cancel that aspect out. Those are just two different aspects of the ending reading. It's like it can be about audience like participation in a story and how meaningful is it proposed that media is, and also you can still also take on that side of should Alex be forgiven. I think those are separate elements of the ending.
Yeah, no, I can agree. I don't think that it's like so much like criticism of how audiences act towards media, but yeah, I can kind of like agree with like all the things around that.
I mean, it's essentially what my video is. Talking about what my videos are. Like that's essentially where the story led my mind with how all like the thematic elements sort of lined up from how I had seen them on my like go through of it. Also, apologize. I'm just going to go and just pause for a second. I want another glass of water because I'm feeling.
Yeah. We'll take a quick break here.
2 seconds.
Come back. Just a second.
Grab that glass as well.
Well, actually, I don't want to cut to that because I don't think I'll get to anything else tonight. So you guys can watch the 1.5 cutscene. Here you go. The little teaser that's been put up.
I'm back.
While I'm here, I'll go ahead and mention there's the YIIK Vinyl that's been released. You can go to Yeti.com or Black Screen Records. Black Screen Records is UK based, or Europe based, so if you're in that region, it might be easier for you to get through them. They're both 2 color variances, so you could also pick whichever one you like. It also has an exclusive track, cut down version of the Mine Dungeon theme. Other than that, we've got the YIIK merch shop on their website, or the ACK shop, my bad. Here you can get prints of a lot of the artwork used in the Deviation Perspective concept album. They come in various sizes and are priced accordingly. Other than that, you can also get YIIK merchandise at the Yisprid website. Here they've got shirts and pens. And here's the other color variation. Sorry, I'm tired. So I'm not exactly thinking of how I should have ordered the advertising there.
It's been a long journey.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you're willing to even stay this long with it. It's been a great time. Yeah. Oh, so do you want to talk about any of the ending stuff? I guess that's a good point. We've kind of talked about your perspective at that point, and
I'll leave that to you, because I can mess up my sleep schedule. If you feel it's vital to discuss, I'm fine to do that. I feel my energy going down a little bit, but that just means I'll be slightly less low energy, and I'm okay. Okay with that.
Same. I'll just kind of like explain the general synopsis without like really going into what you had to say about them, and then we can kind of like wrap up things with like a general kind of, talk about how you feel about it now, what you think about this stuff and whatever,
Sure.
The B ending, where it's really specific. It only refers to you, like the player, the entire time.
Well, no, it doesn't the entire time. It flips back and forth to Alex at certain points.
It might flip back to Alex no.
It does right at the very end.
Maybe at the very end. I'll have to double check that. It's been a while since I've seen that scene. But yeah, throughout the whole beginning of it, it's just referring to you. I'm pretty sure.
She confirms that a century is a fake. This leads you back to the elevator, where Sammy says that if you leave, reality won't end somehow. Everyone will live, but you'll never be able to return. If you enter the lift, the game refers to Alex entering the lift. And then I think that's just an oversight there. But yeah, it only refers to you except for that one scene. And it kind of is talking about how you fed into the obsession that Alex has, and like trying to find a conclusion or whatever that justifies this kind of ending. Rory doesn't speak directly towards Alex or you. He uses a different type of language there, where it's not using the player character name or the Alex character name.
I think I talked about it in the video as essentially, I've got to stop saying essentially. I feel its
Yeah.
tiredness is just wrapping me back to instinctual muscle memory words. But
Yeah, yeah. It's
what
good.
happens with that is he says it isn't your fault when mechanically it would be,
Yeah.
and the kind of fault lies between you and Alex on different levels of play and narrative.
Yeah, yeah. And I agree with that, but it's also the way I would put it is it's not really the player's fault if it's something that already happened, or it's also could not be Alex's fault if he never had that option to begin with, you know. If there exists this narrative where there's like a true reality of YIIK, and then all of this is built on top of what happened in reality, you know, then like what Rory is saying isn't wrong, you know.
Right.
It's also, if in even without that kind of interpretation, this is the ending that kind of justifies everything to Alex, or the Alex's delusion. And wouldn't he want to hear that it wasn't his fault?
I suppose so.
And then the alleged cut ending, which is not cut. Maybe if I pull this up real fast. I don't think Andrew would really appreciate me showing this on stream. I don't know. But there's an entire sequence that you can play through that hasn't been found yet.
So what was it with data mining that led to busted assets and things not really being functional as they were portrayed, and the YouTube channel that uploaded it?
Okay, the YouTube channel that uploaded, so obviously there was the whole search for the third ending stuff, right?
Right.
And what happened is they ended up data mining the game. You can decomp a Unity game pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
So when you've decomped the Unity game, you can start like digging through the files in a more nuanced way than just looking at a dump of files. And they've they were looking for scenes. They were looking for like the data that handles the top part, like the basically, hey, here's the scene that shows Alex's living room, here's the scene that shows his bedroom, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They were looking just at that, and they found a lot of stuff, and then they were messing around with stuff trying to get things to work properly in the scene, like in the actual game with save editing. And so like you can get to a lot of this stuff and play around with it, but like there's some of it that's used still. But because you didn't get to it the correct way, it doesn't play correctly.
Right.
Because there's other values it wants to find. And so we found the kind of correct way to load into the third ending, the supposed cut ending scene. We just don't know how to get to that point yet. And this scene is like, it's not just this other piece of media that's cut and it's not part of the game. It is part of the game. And this is just a kind of an ego death kind of ending where he fulfills this dream idea of him being the true hero that manages to save the world based off of the Essentia's delusion.
This is already more meaningful. Alex is showing a genuine capacity for forgiveness that is just tossed into the other ending with a far less meaningful character. It felt vaguely sickening to put it that way, but there we go. Essentia gets a more sympathetic showing here as well. She doesn't really want to harm Alex, but figures he's the fourth and
then I won't go over this too much, but this fourth ending now, the one that was originally posted on YouTube, is now in the game. We still don't know how to get to it either. And it just kind of, I'm bad. The fourth ending, or how I put it. Like I say, ending 3A and ending 3B, because I'm assuming that they have similar conditions to get to them. But at that point, that ending was added in this most recent update, and we don't know if you can easily get to it or what the conditions are or anything, but it kind of tells you about more world mechanics related to the king and queen. So it's like it's kind of expanding on that lore there.
Oh, okay.
And I think part of it is in service to something. How do I put this? It's in service to something that is not yet understood about the third ending. Like part of the process of getting into it is related to that, I believe. Because as I've pointed out with the second ending, it kind of builds off the first ending through those hints and the there was something else I don't remember. We're getting too far. Been speaking too much. Been on this for too long. But yeah, that's kind of how I see it, I guess. So, do you have any questions or thoughts about this whole presentation we've put together here today?
It's been very interesting. I think this has been very enlightening. I think it's been very interesting, and I think my core issues with YIIK still stand for me. I do have a appreciation and respect for, like, okay, what it has been going for, and I do think your reading of it, it's gone on, it's, you know, it goes on a different tack than mine, and I think it's very interesting and very valid, and it does give the characters a lot more depth and meaning, and I appreciate it. And yeah, it's tricky. I think this is a game that, for better and worse, people are going to discuss it and probably only skim the surface for a long time. I think it is kind of cursed by its initial reception.
Yeah.
Maybe updates will resolve that. Maybe they'll change that. I don't know if we're looking at like a No Man's Sky with it, though. I do hope people will give it, you know, the reevaluation. And I think you can, and I think you could do a lot of that work.
Yeah, I'm
definitely.
hoping that like kind of the streams and like when I eventually cut this down to be not like 6 hours long, that might be like a resource people could use to like really help understand the game.
Yeah, I do think, okay, I will agree that I think a lot of these elements are probably here, and if looked at from the right way, I think the issue is framing and how people are going into it is still the tricky part, and that was essentially the thing with my video was this is how it came across to me, and I'm not going to downplay the fact that I did try, honestly, as hard as I could to think about the game and like look at it, and it is obviously my perspective is informed by the media I've consumed and the way that I treat media.
Right.
And that, I think, is the problem that a lot of people had, is all this stuff can be here, and yes, it is unfair to say it isn't, but also if you can't meaningfully give people the keys or can't like get those keys across, that is as bad as it not being there to a lot of people.
Yeah. I know something we floated in the Discord a few times is like maybe making a wiki. Do you think anything like that might help people's perceptions of things like this? Or
I mean, maybe, but I also don't think it's like a fix. I think it's something I said in the thing itself. It's weird enough it comes from a Jackie Chan quote, is I can't be in every theater explaining why we couldn't do this.
Right.
It's like if you have to send people outside to do it, there is a problem. And I do think YIIK does have the tools in it. It's just not signposted very well,
right,
as a tale. And you know, there is a difference between being sly and being obtuse. And it's like, but I tried to go in. Like, you know, I went for my first playthrough and then I reevaluated it for myself. And a lot of people will go in with that color, but if they're won around by the product itself, or if they spend a lot of time thinking about it, not everyone will. Most people won't, because most people will just one and done. Media is just a side thing to their lives.
Right.
And it's unfair that, then that becomes the stick to bash the game with, but it does have to stand on its own 2 feet, and it will win around some people. Like, I don't know how many people got turned around, how many people in the YIIK court started off on one side of the fence and moved over to the other, but, it can be done.
There's a few, yeah. There's a few that this has definitely happened with, and we've seen it. It's, I guess my concern with it is more like the grander narrative that people have online about the game. It becomes really frustrating to try to deal with, because it's like a lot of people try to say that there's not any of this deeper story or meaning to it, and it's like, well, there is. You're just kind of glossing over it, or you've just watched a YouTube video about it.
And I think that's something with mine, is I tried to present my own readings of it, but it was the problem with me that I couldn't get around, was that with as much as there was, and with how slippery and muddy it felt, I could never be wholly certain of any conviction I had on it, which is, that can happen with a lot of media. It can feel fair and unfair, and it is how you kind of frame your audience to respond to your story.
Yeah.
I think someone in chat earlier just more or less accusing me of being hypocritical for coming in here and this sounds totally different from how you are in the video, but I'm not going to come on your stream and just shit on you when you are honestly presenting, the side of the tale for 5 hours. That wouldn't be good.
I mean,
that wouldn't be helpful for anyone.
Sure, I wouldn't even mind if you pushed back a bit on any of it. Is there anything you felt like I may have missed the mark with what I was explaining, or anything like that?
No, I think I just kind of went over that. Is that I still don't 100% wholly,
Right.
sit with your takeaway on it, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope
that's not the point of me or my videos, no matter how I come off in them. It's not to give the definitive answer, it's to give how I see them.
Right. I feel like that's a situation, that was something I expressed to ABI tutorials, after I kind of gave them some of this explanation. I said, I hope that, the next time you revisit the game, what I've told you, you kind of keep that in mind. And then you come back and you go, oh, I see this, okay, and you kind of explore deeper. Because that's really all I want people to really do with this game.
And that's fair, and yeah, people should try, try and engage with media on that level, and engage with media on a more receptive, meeting it halfway level, which, is only fair, and that is what I tried to do. This is me trying to meet the game halfway. Right. But the other half of the equation will always be the individual.
Yeah. And is there any other questions related to this, or anything else that you have for me?
Nothing that's really coming to mind.
Yeah, and if you ever do, or you, and I'm into other games. If you need somebody to talk to about something like this, you can feel free to hit me up. If I
ever do play a kind of quirky JRPG, I may need to take you up on that.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in that situation. That would be a lot of fun. Yeah. I'm not sure I really have too much else to say. I really appreciate you coming on and sitting with me for 6 hours talking about this stuff. Yeah, I guess there's one. Do you feel your perspective has changed at all?
My own personal perspective, I still, as I was saying, I still stand by the video, but yes, I do stuff with Alex as the unreliable narrator, I think has a lot more credence to it. I do agree. I think I went over it as we went through it, but there are some lines I was a bit off the mark there, or a bit too harsh, or just being in the heat of writing. It's something that I don't want to. I don't want to use it as an excuse, because it's essentially part of part of my job is when writing. But when you're in the midst of writing a video like this, you do develop tunnel vision, and you want to make points and make them interconnected and interweaving, and you can develop tunnel vision and go for your own thing. And watching it back, I do think I presented my points for the most part well in my own video, but they are up for debate, and I didn't intend for them to ever be otherwise.
I think you presented your perspective of your adventure through the game well. It's just you missed out on these details, and you didn't you even mentioned you picked up on some of them through editing later. But at that point, you're too far deep.
And it's like, if I didn't pick up on them then, it's always tricky, because, yeah, you will... Because, yeah, stories aren't made to be consumed one and done, but generally, if you can... It's an issue of conveyance. If I had to pick up on this ages later when it's... You know, if you're experiencing the story in the moment and you have more of the tools, you can get more out of the story at that time.
Yeah.
Getting it later is rewarding, and it can be rewarding, and some stories kind of are built on that delayed reaction of like, oh shit, you know, like time later time thing, and it all falls into place. But with YIIK, it just felt like I had to like fine tooth comb it, and some people enjoy that. For my own thing, I like when like a story will get through to me with like one or two like casual, like, because I go through stories like finally for fun, but with YIIK it felt more kind of trepidatious, if that makes sense, doing that. It was like kind of terrifying. I was on the verge of this great ball of madness that was never quite unraveling for me.
Yeah, I can understand that, and yeah, I think it's not like a terrible thing, and like I said, yeah, it's a matter of like, yeah, you were trying to give your perspective, and I think it's really hard, and like I think that was probably a reason why in Jack Saint's video at the end of it, he kind of added this extra thing that he thought of. And it's like, well, you know, it's great you had that thought at the end, but, you know, you probably should have had that thought before making the video, you know.
I mean, that's the tricky part, is like, after making all that video, it happens, I will justify anything, because I did judge it earlier, but it's always the tricky thing of, it's like I talk about tunnel vision, him probably stepping back and saying that casually, it's probably, now he's out of the fog, it's just easier to, you know, actually see that, rather than getting across when you are writing a video like this, you get so caught up in, okay, here's how I feel about this, how do I express this in the best way possible, that you kind of start blinding yourself to other metrics.
Yeah. And I think like, to an aspect, this is like the issue with this isn't really like what you feel or what you're trying to do or what like the developers see you doing. It usually is the audience's reaction to it, and it's not something that's your fault or like any person that makes a video's fault, because you're just explaining your experience, you know. But there's this weird disconnect they have where they see you make this video and then they go, yeah, I'm absolutely, you know, you're absolutely correct. You're always right about this, whatever. And then they kind of, I'm trying to think, they try to put it in a situation where it's like a YouTuber versus developer kind of thing all the time.
Which I never want to be. I generally, it's funny being on the stream, because I've had a thing in the past where I don't consider myself versus developers. I think that's a horribly stupid. You shouldn't be antagonistic, and there's like, games take a lot of work, far harder work than what I do.
Right.
I generally try and keep a distance from developers. Like, you know, I'm a guy who's played video games all my life, and, you know, I like, you know, and I try and think deeply about them, but that's like, I can only talk about the end result, the end playing of it.
Right.
I can't talk about the development side of thing, and it's just player perspective. So I generally stay away from, like, you know, the other end of it. It's because you're their influencer, they all think you're cool. That's why they describe it as influence. Yeah, and it's like, this generally, like, I'm just a guy who wants to make an interesting viewpoint on the thing. It's like, I even say it in the video, and it's not just me covering my bases. I do find it genuine. As my video won't be the be-all, end-all discussion of YIIK, because besides the fact it would be impossible for that to be the case, it would be pompous and arrogant. It's like, I don't think the discussion should ever end, and it will probably morph and change over time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it would definitely morph and change over time. I was just there, and that was my reaction to it when it was there.
Yeah. Trying to think if there's really anything else other than what the audience has been asking.
I mean, someone asked if I'm going to play through 1.5. Probably. I think we talked about it beforehand, and it's like, I'm so deep in other videos at the moment. I haven't got a video out this year because I've been working on a 50,000 word monster since bloody December for Yakuza 5, which is a game I really love, and there's like I want to try a bunch of stuff out. So I will probably look at 1.5, and it's like if I have anything interesting to say about it. And I mean, this will probably be very formative in how I approach it, you know,
Yeah,
when that comes around.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you get the chance to go around 1.5. I'm excited for you to be like, yeah, you know, I checked it out again, and like I kind of looked at what you were saying about this stuff and whatever, and like I'm down to have a conversation with you, even if you don't go and make a video. You can feel free to reach out to me for that as well, to just kind of like talk it over if you want. But yeah,
we'll see to that, because it could be a bit from now.
Yeah.
Funny, when I was at university, the longest, because I went to the university I went to had the dissertation in third year was 20,000 words, which is disgusting. And I think about the fact I've written videos longer than that, and I feel disgusted with myself.
It happens. Oh, yeah, like a lot of things that I've written for just these streams. Like I just wrote guides for me to go off of while I'm live streaming, and I've like wrote bunch of words in just 2 hours, and I was like, wow, why did I do that?
Oh boy.
All right, you got anything you want to promote or talk about while we're on the stream to everybody? Any last words?
I think it would be redundant to say, hey, check out my YouTube channel after watching a video of mine.
Yeah, but you really should. He does make good videos. I'll shill for you. Check out Tehsnakerer's channel. Follow him on the social media, all of that. He makes good videos. Well, it's more about the experience. It's not directly, you know, the deepest dive. But he does do a good job of kind of like explaining how he's feeling about the games that he's playing. And how the experience comes off to him.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else? I can't think of anything. I'm dead at this point.
I'm fucked. I'm wiped. It's going since 7, huh? My goodness.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's fine. That's fine. It was an interesting conversation, and I can't fault you for that. So, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Use studio names rather than the names of the devs if it's ever a situation. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I know it's like it was Andrew's name was like very public, so it was really something to go off of. But yeah. And as far as that goes, the video from this might take forever to edit. But you know,